Chapter 2647. What? You are Qin Feiyang? The group of beasts was bewildered. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. You're not playing with us, are you? Listen to us. Qin Feiyang is Lord Yu Wang's friend. Are you pretending to be Qin Feiyang? The beast leader frowned. Pretending? Qin Feiyang was speechless. He said, I am Qin Feiyang, guaranteed to be the real deal. Do you think so? We have never seen Qin Feiyang. We have only heard of his name. How can we believe you? The beast leader snorted coldly. Then what should we do? Qin Feiyang was helpless. The beast leader said, unless you can take out something to prove your identity. Something to prove my identity? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and smiled bitterly. You have never seen me. What can I prove? Then don't think of leaving. The beast leader bared his teeth. Humph. Let's see who dares to hurt Brother Qin. Suddenly, a cold snort rang out. The wisp of Shuigang's soul appeared and transformed into a huge giant. You are... The group looked at Shuigang in horror. What? Are there any beasts in Luotian ancient city that don't know me? Shuigang shouted. Lord Shuigang. I'm sorry, we'll leave now. The beast leader said in horror. He thought to himself that he was so unlucky. It was not easy to meet a human, but he did not expect it to be Qin Feiyang. Wasn't this kicking an iron plate? Stop! Shuigang shouted. The group of beasts immediately stopped in the void. Shuigang pointed at the beast leader and said indifferently, You stay here. The rest of you, get lost. The beast leader nodded and said to his brothers, You guys go first. After the group of brothers left, the beast leader looked at Shuigang and said with a flattering smile, Lord, what do you want me to do? Just tell me. Shuigang said expressionlessly, Escort Brother Qin to Luotian ancient city. The beast leader was taken aback. Shuigang said, It's just a temporary mount for Brother Qin. I see. The beast leader came to a realization and nodded with a smile. It's a piece of cake. Shuigang looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brother Qin Feiyang, with its help, it will be much faster. Feiyang smiled. Be careful on the way. Be careful. Shuigang warned before disappearing into Qin Feiyang's body. The beast is. We encountered a powerful enemy along the way. In order to save me, Shuigang self-destructed his body. Now, all that's left is this wisp of soul. The beast leader nodded and said, Then it seems that you're really Qin Feiyang. Otherwise, Lord Shuigang wouldn't have sacrificed himself to protect you. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, Didn't I say it just now? You're the one who didn't believe me. You can't blame me for this. After all, I haven't seen you in person. I don't know what you look like. The beast leader lowered its head in grievance. All right. It's all a misunderstanding. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, jumped up, and landed behind the head of the ferocious beast. It was a blood-red unicorn. It looked like a horse, but it had 2 wings on its back and a half-meter-long horn on its head. As for the unicorn, Qin Feiyang had seen it before. However, the unicorns outside were generally snow-white and filled with a sacred aura. This unicorn, however, had a murderous aura. Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then you have to sit tight. My speed is abnormally fast. After the unicorn finished speaking, it spread its wings and rushed out with a swoosh. It's indeed fast. Qin Feiyang muttered. The unicorn's speed was 1 level faster than Shuigang's. Of course. With Shuigang activating the supreme level auxiliary divine technique, the unicorn definitely couldn't compare. However, at this speed, it would only take 25 to 26 days to reach the ancient city of Qingyu. Boss Qin, can you tell me more about the outside world? The unicorn suddenly spoke. You're also interested in the outside world? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Of course. Go and ask the creatures of hell. Who doesn't want to go to the outside world? The unicorn said. Qin Feiyang said, But there's no evil force in the outside world. Without evil force, you can't cultivate. That's true. The unicorn nodded. But I can tell you about it. Qin Feiyang smiled. In the blink of an eye. 5 days passed. During these 5 days, the unicorn was like a curious baby, constantly asking Qin Feiyang questions. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang was more patient. If it were someone else, they would have shut it up. That afternoon. Wait a minute. The unicorn suddenly stopped and looked to the left in front of it. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The unicorn said, I smell humans, and there's more than 1 or 2 of them. Human smell? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, How many are there? The unicorn said, There are at least a few thousand of them. So many? Qin Feiyang was shocked. The unicorn said, Wait a minute, I remember. There seems to be a blood lake in front. What's a blood lake? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. It's a lake. But this blood lake is very big. And there are rumors that there are many divine objects at the bottom of the lake. The unicorn said, Many divine objects? Qin Feiyang's heart stirred and he asked, Then have you guys been to the bottom of the lake? Of course, but we can't reach the bottom of the lake. The unicorn shook its head. But Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Because there's a mysterious force in the blood lake that can block all living beings. The unicorn said. Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyang asked, Shuigang, is this true? It's true. The city lord and I have been to this blood lake before, but we can't reach the bottom of the lake. Shuigang's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. It can't be. Even you guys can't enter? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yes. Shuigang replied. There must be treasures in this place. Didn't you guys inform the Ghost King? Qin Feiyang asked. Is there a need to inform the Ghost King? Places like this are everywhere in Hades and Hell. Even if we inform the Ghost King, he won't care. Shuigang said. Alright. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. If a place like this was in Divine Land, no matter how dangerous it was, there would definitely be people who would go and explore it. However, in Hell they were all indifferent. Now, Qin Feiyang felt like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Boss Qin, are you interested? If you are, let's go and take a look. The unicorn asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. The unicorn immediately turned its head and flew toward the blood lake. About 100 breaths later, a large lake finally appeared in their sight. It was about 500,000 miles in diameter and the entire lake was blood red. It seemed to be made of blood. It gave people a sense of horror even from afar. Restrain your aura. Qin Feiyang whispered. The unicorn slowed down and retracted its aura. It brought Qin Feiyang to the top of a mountain. Qin Feiyang jumped down from the unicorn's back and stood silently at the edge of the cliff. He looked down. There was a forest below. In an open space in the forest, there were thousands of people gathered. There were men and women, old and young. Their cultivation was also mixed. Divine Lord, Paragon God, 9 Heaven State, and the Blood Lake was just outside the forest. Some of these people were gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. Some were sitting alone with their eyes closed. Boss Qin, are we going down directly? The unicorn asked. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked around. Suddenly, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he stared at a middle-aged man in the crowd. That person was about 1.8 meters tall and wore a long black robe. He stood in the crowd in a low-key manner and was inconspicuous. However, Qin Feiyang recognized him at a glance. It was the middle-aged man in black who came to kill him a few days ago. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Qin Feiyang whispered. He never thought that he would meet the middle-aged man in black so soon. And it seemed that the middle-aged man in black was also interested in the blood lake. The unicorn also noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality. Following his gaze, it looked at the middle-aged man in black and asked suspiciously, Boss Qin, is there a problem? He's the powerful enemy I was talking about. The blood shield self-destructed when I fought with him. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. So it's him. Then he is definitely not simple. The unicorn looked at the middle-aged man in black again with a trace of vigilance in its eyes. You met him again so soon? Shuigang's divine soul appeared and looked at the middle-aged man in black. His eyes trembled slightly as he hurriedly said, "Brother Qin, don't be rash. With your current strength, you can't beat him at all." Qin Feiyang had to at least break through a small realm to fight with this person. In other words, Qin Feiyang had to break through to the lesser completion ninth heaven realm. Because once he broke through to the lesser completion ninth heaven realm, he could activate the rising dragon art and consume the heavenly dust divine pill to raise his cultivation to the perfection ninth heaven realm. Since they were both at the perfection ninth heaven realm, Qin Feiyang might be able to defeat this person with his means. "Don't worry. I still have this bit of self-awareness." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Then let's leave quickly. While he is at the Blood Lake, we don't have to worry about him ambushing us on the way." Shui Gang said, "There's no hurry. I'll go down and find out about the situation first." Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "You?" Shui Gang looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger. "Don't be like this. I won't be rash. If I really can't enter the lake, I will return to the ancient city immediately." Qin Feiyang smiled. "What if he finds out?" Shui Gang said, "He won't. Moreover, there's still the unicorn. Even if he finds out with its speed, it won't be a problem for us to escape." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Shui Gang sighed helplessly and looked at the unicorn. "Do you have a supreme-level auxiliary divine art?" "No." The unicorn shook its head and said, "But I have a legendary-level auxiliary divine art. Your speed is already one level faster than living beings of the same realm. With a legendary-level auxiliary divine art, you should be able to compete with the black-clothed middle-aged man in speed. All right then. Protect Brother Qin well. When we reach the ancient city, I will ask the King of Hell to reward you with a supreme-level auxiliary divine art." Shui Gang looked at the unicorn and said. The unicorn was stunned and instantly became excited. "Don't worry. Leave Boss Qin's safety to me. No one will be able to harm him." Shui Gang smiled and disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. Chapter 2648. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and took an illusory form elixir. So, he turned into Li Bu. The unicorn looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and thought, "The elixirs developed by you humans are really magical." "You haven't seen elixirs before?" Qin Feiyang asked secretly. "Of course I have. When the dragons entered the Nether King's Hell, we knew that there was something called elixirs in this world. A few years ago, I also hunted a few humans and found a lot of elixirs in their Qian Kun rings. However, no one in the Nether King's Hell can refine elixirs." The unicorn transmitted its voice. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "I'll give you some elixirs when the time comes." "What kind of elixirs?" the unicorn asked. "I'll give you whatever elixirs you want." Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. But the unicorn nodded. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, "Now, shrink your body and hide in my arms." "Is there a need to do this?" The unicorn was taken aback and asked suspiciously. "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded, but then looked at the unicorn and said, "Don't tell me you can't change the size of your body like the blood demon race." "We can." The unicorn said. Qin Feiyang stared at the middle-aged man in black and transmitted his voice. "Then hurry up, I want to confirm something." "Confirm what?" The unicorn was surprised. "Confirm his origin." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Although everyone knew Li Bu's identity, only the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace knew that Li Bu was Qin Feiyang. If the middle-aged man in black saw him later and still tried to kill him, it meant that the middle-aged man in black was definitely from the Dragon Slayer Palace. The unicorn shrunk its body to the size of a palm and burrowed into Qin Feiyang's arms, restraining its aura. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and rushed downwards with a whoosh. Immediately. Soon, someone discovered Qin Feiyang's whereabouts. "Li Bu?" Hearing the voice, almost everyone present raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang, including the black-clothed middle-aged man. Qin Feiyang had been paying attention to the expression of the middle-aged man in black. The black-clothed middle-aged man was actually smiling at him, as if he was very friendly. "What happened? Did I guess wrong? Is he not from the dragon-slaying palace?" Qin Feiyang mumbled. "Come to us, come to us." Suddenly, A woman in black waved at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang followed his gaze. The woman in black was quite beautiful. She had an oval face and phoenix eyes. She was dressed in a tight suit and her hair was tied up. She looked extremely capable. Her cultivation was at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. There were 50 to 60 people beside the woman in black. All of them were outstanding and had extraordinary temperaments. Their cultivation was basically at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and landed in front of the woman in black. He asked suspiciously, "May I ask who you are?" The woman in black smiled and said, "My name is Li Yu, a disciple of the 10th island." A disciple of the 10th island? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Is it the Dragon God Palace in the north?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I call you over?" Liu said. "Nice to meet you." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. It was said that the people on the 10th island were all peerless talents. "Li Bu, what's going on with your cultivation? I remember that before entering the Nether King's Hell, you were still an immortal. How did you break through to the initial 9 heavens realm so quickly?" A young man in purple next to Li Yu looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. "What? Initial 9 heavens realm?" When Li Yu and the others heard this, they also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. They didn't know until they saw it, but they were shocked. He really was at the initial 9 heavens realm. I was lucky to come to the Nether King's Hell and get a lot of opportunities." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "There are so many of us, but none of us have encountered such a good thing. You're really lucky." The young man in purple shook his head and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Chuan, also a disciple of the 10th island. They are also from the Dragon God Palace in the north. I'm from the 3rd island. I'm from the 6th island. I'm from the 8th island." The other dozens of people also introduced themselves. "Nice to meet you." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands one by one. It could be seen that these people were led by Wang Chuan and Li Yu. That was to be expected. After all, Li Yu and Wang Chuan were from the 10th island, so their status was different. "Brother Li, did you meet anyone from the Dragon God Palace along the way?" Li Yu asked. "I met a few, but..." When Qin Feiyang said this, a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. "Did something happen to them?" Li Yu asked. "Yes. They either died in the hands of the blood demons or the claws of the beasts. Although I want to help them, there's nothing I can do." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "You don't have to blame yourself. The danger of the Nether King's Hell is beyond our imagination. You're lucky to be able to survive." Wang Chuan patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and comforted him. Qin Feiyang sighed. Someone asked, "Then did you meet your master, Yizhong, Grand Hall Master?" "I've been looking for him too." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then, Brother Li, when you find the Grand Hall Master, can you take us with you?" Someone looked at Qin Feiyang in a flattering manner. Obviously. These people wanted to find a backer. "Of course. We're brothers from the same sect." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Thank you. Everyone says that Brother Li is unreasonable. I think they're just talking nonsense." "Yeah. In this world there's no one more loyal than Brother Li." A group of people flattered and fawned over him. I'm ashamed. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, looked at Li Yu and Wang Chuan, and asked suspiciously, "What are you guys doing here?" Wang Chuan was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Don't you know?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then why did you come to the Blood Lake?" Wang Chuan was puzzled. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I happened to pass by." "I see. Then you really bumped into it." Wang Chuan pointed to the Blood Lake outside the forest and asked, "Do you see that Blood Lake?" Qin Feiyang looked at the Blood Lake and nodded. Wang Chuan whispered, "It said that there's a divine object hidden under the Blood Lake." "Divine object?" Qin Feiyang pretended to be surprised and asked, "Did you guys see it with your own eyes?" "We also tried to enter the bottom of the lake, but we were blocked outside by a mysterious force." Wang Chuan shook his head regretfully. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "It can't be. What kind of mysterious force is this, to be able to block you guys outside?" This Wang Chuan was also at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm. We're also puzzled. We've tried everything, but we just can't get close to the bottom of the lake. So we're waiting for more people to come. When the time comes, let's join forces and see if we can force our way in. Wang Chuan said. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood lake and muttered, in that case, there must be treasures at the bottom of the lake. Definitely. Wang Chuan said. Li Yu pondered for a moment and asked, Junior brother Li, why don't you try? Qin Feiyang was stunned and waved his hand. No. If you guys can't do anything, what can I do? This has nothing to do with cultivation. It's an opportunity. If you're fated with that divine object, you can reach the bottom of the lake without doing anything. Li Yu said. Opportunity, Qin Feiyang muttered and looked at everyone. Is that so? Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood lake again and pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll try. Come, let's go. We'll go with you. Wang Chuan dragged Qin Feiyang and walked towards the lake. Li Yu and dozens of other people hurriedly followed. Where are they going? Wait, they seem to be taking Li Bu to the blood lake. Could it be they want Li Bu to go to the bottom of the lake? Don't be delusional. Who hasn't tried to come here? No one can reach the bottom of the lake. Someone sneered. You can't say that. After all, this Li Bu is different from ordinary people. That's right. If he's not outstanding in any way, would Yi Zhong accept him as a disciple? Let's go and take a look. Maybe he'll be lucky and really reach the bottom of the lake. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang's group and whispered for a while before following. Soon, Qin Feiyang followed Li Yu and the others to the lake. The surface of the lake was very calm. As the gentle breeze blew over, ripples appeared on the surface of the water. Li Yu and Wang Chuan looked at each other. Wang Chuan turned to look at the people following behind and frowned slightly. Now, except for the people of the Northern Dragon God Palace, no one is allowed to approach the Blood Lake. But I'm from the Southern Dragon God Palace. I'm from the Western Dragon God Palace. I'm from the Eastern Dragon God Palace. Can't we get close? You people from the Northern Dragon God Palace, don't be too overbearing. Someone was immediately dissatisfied. Why? Wang Chuan smiled coldly and said, because Li Bu is the disciple of the Grand Hall Master. Do you have a problem with that? Hearing this, the people of the Dragon God Palace immediately looked at Qin Feiyang with some fear in their eyes. The disciple of the Grand Hall Master was in existence below one of the 4 Dragon God Palaces. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. His eyes swept across the crowd and soon noticed that the middle-aged man in black was also mixed in with the crowd. He was very low-key. No one at the scene cared about him. But Qin Feiyang couldn't ignore him, because he had personally experienced this person's strength. With his strength alone, he could probably kill everyone here. You want to be the Oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada? Don't be delusional. I won't let you get what you want. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and turned to look at the blood lake. His eyes flashed with a trace of light. The reason why the middle-aged man in black stayed here was definitely because he had his eyes on the blood lake. And hiding in the crowd in such a low-key manner meant that he had no way to enter the bottom of the lake. In other words, like Li Yu and the others, the middle-aged man in black was waiting for an opportunity. If he didn't come, the middle-aged man in black might have succeeded. But since he came, he would definitely not let the middle-aged man in black get the divine object at the bottom of the lake. Chapter 2649. Wang Chuan looked at the group of people who were stunned, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smug smile. He turned his head to look at the dozens of people beside him and whispered, Li Yu and I will take Li Bu into the blood lake. You guys stay here and don't let anyone come close before we come out. Understood. The dozens of people nodded. Wang Chuan looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Junior brother Li, let's go down. Qin Feiyang said. At that moment, Wang Chuan and Li Yu took Qin Feiyang and rushed into the blood lake. The others also wanted to follow. But the other dozens of people stood in a row in front of them and said, if you dare to take another step forward, don't blame us for being ruthless. You guys are going too far. The group of people was extremely angry. In the lake water also contained an extremely strong evil force. The moment they entered the blood lake, Liu opened a divine barrier to isolate the lake water. However, although it could isolate the lake water, the evil force could still seep in. Junior brother Li, don't worry. Although this evil force is terrifying, it won't pose a fatal threat to us for a while. Wang Chuan smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. Although the barrier couldn't block the invasion of the evil force, because of the barrier, their field of vision became very wide. Qin Feiyang sank while looking around. It was dead silent all around. There wasn't even a trace of a ferocious beast. But Qin Feiyang felt an inexplicable aura. This aura came from the bottom of the lake. After about a few breaths, Qin Feiyang suddenly felt that there was a force blocking the bottom, unable to continue sinking. This is that mysterious force, Wang Chuan said. Qin Feiyang looked down outside the barrier. Outside the barrier, there was still an endless blood-red lake water. This explained. This mysterious force was invisible. Junior brother Li, do you have a way? Wang Chuan looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. Qin Feiyang was silent. He walked to the front of the barrier, raised his arm, and gradually passed through the barrier. When his finger passed through the barrier and was enveloped by the lake water, an astonishing evil force rushed into his body like a tide. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The evil energy here was even more terrifying than the evil energy in the blood-colored passageway when he entered the Nether King's hell. He didn't dare to hesitate. His entire arm passed through the barrier and pressed down. Immediately, in the lake, he came into contact with an invisible barrier. Furthermore, he could sense an obscure aura within the barrier. This is a seal? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. That's right. After careful identification, this was indeed the aura of the seal. Previously, the madman and the ingrate had told him that the Ghost King had said that anything sealed in the Netherworld King's hell was basically a heaven-defying divine item. And before, the inexplicable aura he felt was the aura of this seal. How is it? Wang Chuan asked. Qin Feiyang retracted his arm. While refining the evil force in his body, he looked at Wang Chuan and Liu and said, "There is the aura of the seal." We know that. Liu and Wang Chuan nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly flickered. It seemed that these two people didn't know about the situation in the hell. Because, if the two of them knew that a seal meant a heaven-defying treasure, they would definitely be even crazier. And it wasn't just the two of them. The people outside definitely didn't know. However, did the middle-aged man in black know? Seeing Qin Feiyang remain silent, Wang Chuan furrowed his brows and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Li, just say it. Is there a way to break the barrier and go to the bottom of the lake?" Qin Feiyang once again stretched his arm out of the barrier and pressed on the invisible barrier. Divine power rolled out. With a boom, the surrounding lake waters suddenly surged. But the invisible barrier didn't have the slightest reaction. Sure enough, with my cultivation base, it's impossible to break it by force. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Looking at Wang Chuan and Liu, he said, "It seems that we can only let everyone try together." A trace of disappointment crept up in their eyes. Qin Feiyang said, "However, we can first take a look at what is at the bottom of the lake." The two of them were suspicious. Isn't that simple? Dry the blood lake. Qin Feiyang smiled. Dry the blood lake? Wang Chuan and Liu were stunned, and then patted their heads. That's right. If they drained the blood lake, wouldn't they be able to see the situation at the bottom of the lake? Why didn't they think of such a simple logic? What a fool. Let's go up. Qin Feiyang laughed. Wang Chuan and Liu nodded and brought Qin Feiyang out of the blood lake like lightning, standing above the blood lake. How is it? The dozens of people from the Dragon God Palace in the north immediately looked at the three of them. The others also looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. Liu shook his head. I knew it. Even us at the Greater Success 9 Heaven State, the Perfection 9 Heaven State, and even the Peak 9 Heaven State can't reach the bottom of the lake, let alone Li Bu, who has just reached the 9 Heaven State. But this guy's cultivation speed is really amazing. Everyone shook their heads and muttered. Hearing this, A trace of disappointment crept up in the eyes of the middle-aged man in black. But Qin Feiyang and the other two turned a deaf ear to these discussions. The three of them scanned the blood lake. Senior brother Li, the diameter of the blood lake is 500,000 miles, and it's estimated to be a few thousand feet deep. It won't be easy to dry it, and if it evaporates, it may be even more difficult. After all, the lake water contains an extremely dense evil power. Liu frowned. Can't you make a slight change? It's not like we have to dry it or evaporate it. We can just move the lake water away. Can't you do it with your cultivation? Qin Feiyang felt helpless. What kind of people are they? They're all so stubborn. Be more flexible. Yes. Wang Chuan was slightly startled, then nodded and said with an embarrassed smile, "We're indeed a little confused. Don't laugh at us, don't laugh at us." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He took a few steps back and said, "Then let's begin." The two of them nodded, and their divine powers surged toward the blood lake below. What are they doing? Everyone was about to return to the camp, but when they saw Wang Chuan and Liu's actions, they couldn't help but look at them suspiciously. Boom! As their divine powers surged into the blood lake, the waters suddenly surged. Rise! A moment later, Liu and Wang Chuan suddenly roared, and the water of the blood lake slowly rose. So they're moving the water of the blood lake. Then we'll be able to see the divine item at the bottom of the lake. Damn it! Why didn't I think of such a simple thing? When they saw this scene, everyone was enlightened, and they were all extremely annoyed. Dozens of breaths later, all the water of the lake rose. Liu and Wang Chuan looked at each other and waved their hands. All the water of the lake immediately surged into the distance like a sea of blood. The diameter of the blood lake was 500,000 miles. It was hard to imagine how much water there was in the lake. It was a devastating disaster for the land in the distance. When the water of the lake descended, the mountains and rivers collapsed one after another like straw. It was like a scene of a tsunami. Countless beasts were affected. Although it wasn't fatal, they were all in an extremely sorry state. However, this was not the problem that Liu and the others were concerned about. They were only concerned about what was at the bottom of the lake. The moment the water of the lake was moved away, everyone looked down at the bottom of the lake. After the water of the lake was moved, the blood lake now became a huge sinkhole. However, there was still some water at the bottom of the lake. After all, the lake was so big that it was impossible to move all the water away. At the center of the bottom, there was a blood-red boundary. So it's not invisible, Qin Feiyang muttered. He always thought that the boundary at the bottom of the lake was invisible. It turned out that because the boundary and the lake were both blood-red, they were mixed together and could not be distinguished. The blood-red boundary could be hundreds of feet wide. Inside the boundary, there was a vacuum, and there was not a drop of lake water. Everyone flew around the boundary and looked inside. Although the boundary was blood-red, they could vaguely see that in the center of the boundary, there was a stone platform several meters high. On the stone platform, there seemed to be something like a box. It must be a heaven-defying divine object. Qin Feiyang muttered secretly, because he recognized that the aura of the seal came from the box on the stone platform. They were really lucky. They actually encountered a heaven-defying divine object. They must not let the middle-aged man in black take it away. Liu and Wang Chuan stared at the box with a hint of greed in their eyes. Wang Chuan glanced at everyone and said, "Now that so many people have gathered, why don't we try and see if we can break this boundary together?" No one objected. Although they did not know that there was a heaven-defying divine object in the box, they could imagine that what was hidden here was definitely not ordinary. Everyone wanted to take it for themselves. "Then let's begin," Wang Chuan said. Boom! Immediately, waves of aura burst out. Even the divine lords and paragon gods were not idle. There were thousands of people. Divine techniques, divine power, divine artifacts. One could imagine what kind of scene it was. The world was instantly drowned by the terrifying aura. Qin Feiyang also evolved the fire-thunder divine technique. But he did not use his full strength. Because there were so many people here, if they could really break it open, it would not be short of his strength. Similarly, if they could not break it open, it would be useless even if there was one more person. His attention was all on the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black also released his divine power, looking very serious. However, he could hide it from the others, but he could not hide it from Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang could tell at a glance that this person was simply putting on an act. Kill! Wang Chuan roared. Boom! In an instant, all of the divine techniques, divine power, and divine artifacts blasted toward the boundary. Accompanied by a loud noise, the surrounding void suddenly began to shatter, and the earth trembled violently. However, when the dust fell, the boundary was actually intact. Chapter 2650. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Who was the one who set up this barrier? Thousands of people working together couldn't break it? What should we do? Should we just give up? Someone asked helplessly. Give up? If you want to give up, then give up. I won't give up anyway. Yeah. We've been here for so long. If we give up now, I won't be satisfied. Someone else said. Wang Chuan glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, now it's time for us to work together. Work together? Wang Chuan, are you talking in your sleep? Who was it just now, relying on Li Buer's support to block us out of the Blood Lake? Now you're asking us to work together. Don't you think it's funny? Someone immediately mocked. Wang Chuan's eyes darkened and said, if you want to argue, I don't care. At most, we don't want this divine item. Can you all calm down? The most important thing now is to find a way to break this barrier. Wang Chuan, since you've already spoken, you must have an idea. Tell us quickly. An old man said. I believe that there must be a lot of people in this area. Let's split up and look for them now. Whether it's the god of war or the ultimate god, call them all over. When we find more people, we'll break this barrier together. Wang Chuan said. Makes sense. Although this barrier is very strong, as long as we have enough people, I believe we can break it. Someone nodded in agreement. Then let's go. For safety's sake, those below the 9 heavens realm should stay here obediently. After all, the beasts of hell are not to be trifled with. Don't lose your life before you find them. Wang Chuan said. Okay, let's go. At that moment, the 9 heavens realm cultivators present formed groups of 2s and 3s and flew in all directions. They formed groups to take care of each other. Wang Chuan looked at Li Yu and said, you stay here and protect junior brother Li. Also watch the barrier. Li Yu nodded. Wang Chuan then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, junior brother Li, your life is very precious. You must protect yourself well. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Wang. Qin Feiyang smiled. He knew that Wang Chuan cared about him so much not because of him, but because of Yi Zhong. Wang Chuan waved his hand and left with the other middle-aged men. The middle-aged men were all in the 9 heavens realm. After Li Yu sent Wang Chuan off, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, junior brother Li, speaking of which, we are still from the same family. Same family? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yeah. Your surname is Li, so is mine. Maybe our ancestors were even blood brothers. Li Yu smiled. Qin Feiyang laughed and nodded. Perhaps there is such a possibility. Li Yu said, then in the future, I hope that junior brother Li can speak up for me in front of the Grand Hall Master. Qin Feiyang said, since we are all from the same family, of course. Senior brother Li, let's go back to the camp. When you entered the Blood Lake just now, there must be a lot of evil energy that entered your body. You have to refine it in time. Li was quite happy. As long as he had a relationship with Qin Feiyang, it was equivalent to having a relationship with the Grand Hall Master. In the future, he would definitely be taken care of in the Dragon God Palace. Qin Feiyang nodded and followed Li Yu back to the camp. The camp was not far from the Blood Lake, only half a mile away. With their cultivation, it was only a step away. On the way back to the camp, Qin Feiyang glanced at the middle-aged man in black again. The middle-aged man in black stood in the crowd, keeping a low profile. Even if someone passed by him, he would not take a second look. Senior sister Li Yu, That person's cultivation seems to be at the 9 heavens realm. Why didn't you go look for him? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said in a low voice. Liu was stunned and looked over. She raised her eyebrows and shouted, You? There were more than 1,000 people left in the camp, their cultivation levels ranging from transcendent to divine lord. Hearing Liu's shout, they immediately looked over. The middle-aged man in black also looked at Liu. It's you. Liu looked at the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man was stunned and asked suspiciously, What about me? Everyone at the 9 heavens realm has gone out to look for him. Why don't you go? And your cultivation level seems to be at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. Do you want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Liu said angrily. Then why don't you go? The middle-aged man in black said unhappily. Nonsense. Can't you see that I'm protecting Junior Brother Li? Junior Brother Li is the Grand Hall Master's disciple. How can someone like you compare to him? Go now or don't blame me for being rude. Liu shouted with a stern expression. The middle-aged man in black frowned and looked a little unhappy. However, Qin Feiyang felt very comfortable, because he could imagine how angry the middle-aged man in black was right now. He was obviously a super powerful expert, but he was mercilessly scolded by a mere disciple of the Dragon God Palace. Didn't you hear? Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Liu said angrily. I'll go. The middle-aged man in black nodded and turned to leave in horror. This is outrageous. Liu snorted and then turned to Qin Feiyang and said, Junior Brother Li, I heard that you're very close to Yi Shui. Yi Shui. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Don't play dumb. You live with Yi Shui, don't you know her? Liu said. Live together? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a wry smile, Senior Sister Li, don't talk nonsense. If Master hears it, he'll skin me alive. Liu smiled and said, Isn't it normal for a man to love a woman? It's a misunderstanding. Yi Shui, just lives next door to me. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Is that all? But why did I hear that you guys seem to? Liu smiled ambiguously. Really? Yi Shui is Master's granddaughter, and she, isn't that messing up the seniority? Besides, I'm not interested in her. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Liu heard this and asked with a smile, Then what kind of woman are you interested in? This, Qin Feiyang didn't know how to answer for a moment. Liu blushed and asked, Then what do you think of me? This, you... Qin Feiyang didn't expect that Liu would suddenly ask such a question. Was she trying to seduce him so blatantly? This woman was really scary. Why don't you tell me? Liu looked at Qin Feiyang with flirtatious eyes. Her meaning was quite obvious. If Qin Feiyang was willing, he could get her now. But Qin Feiyang was very clear. Liu did this not because she liked him at all, but because of his identity and status. The identity of the disciple of the Chief Hall Master of Divine Dragon Island was coveted by countless people. Besides, Qin Feiyang already had a lover and was not interested in other women at all. Back then, Lu Hong, Wang Yu, Sheng Guanqiu, which one of them wasn't a peerless beauty? And they all paid a lot for him. Especially Lu Hong and Wang Yu. For him, they suffered a lot. Although their cultivation was not as good as Liu's, in terms of appearance, Liu was not on the same level as them at all. Even so, he couldn't have feelings for Lu Hong and the others. He had always treated them as sisters and friends, not to mention Liu, who he had just met. Moreover, he was more disgusted with women like Liu who wanted to use their body in exchange for benefits. Naturally, he couldn't be interested. Junior Brother Li, am I not beautiful enough? However, Liu not only didn't realize it, but also hugged Qin Feiyang's arm with both arms. Qin Feiyang could feel that soft thing. Senior Sister Li, cough cough, I feel that the evil force is about to corrode my soul. I have to refine it quickly. Qin Feiyang quickly found an excuse to push Liu away, then sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes and contacted the evil force. Liu couldn't help but feel a trace of disappointment. But soon, she regained her confidence. She was very confident in her appearance and figure. He also thought that Qin Feiyang just couldn't bring himself to lose face. After all, they had just met. And there were so many people watching around. When they had a chance to be alone in the future, this person would definitely return to his nature. They were all the same. Who didn't like this? Especially a mature woman like her. Thinking of this, Li Yu's face became more confident. Then she sat next to Qin Feiyang, closed her eyes and meditated. Did you see that? Li Yu wants to hook up with Li Bu. Do I need you to say that? I'm not blind. If Wang Chuan saw this scene, he would definitely explode with anger. Yeah. Although Wang Chuan hasn't said it, anyone with a discerning eye can see that he is interested in Li Yu. Wang Chuan is not bad. He has talent and strength. The only pity is that he doesn't have an identity like Li Bu. People around looked at Qin Feiyang and Li Yu and kept discussing secretly. Time passed day by day. Qin Feiyang still didn't open his eyes because he could feel that Li Yu seemed to be brewing something. Naturally, he couldn't give Li Yu the chance. Half a month later, a group of people flew over from the mountains in a grandiose manner. The leader was the middle-aged man in black. Behind him were 500 to 600 people, half of whom were in the ninth heaven realm. The rest were almost all paragon gods. Not bad. Li Yu opened her eyes, got up, and looked at the middle-aged man in black in surprise. Just lucky, just lucky. The middle-aged man in black smiled obsequiously. Li Yu asked, "Did you explain the situation to them?" Yes. The middle-aged man in black nodded. Li Yu said expressionlessly, "Then go and refine the evil power in your body." The middle-aged man in black nodded, walked to a corner, and sat cross-legged on the ground. Qin Feiyang also looked at the middle-aged man in black and couldn't help but want to laugh. He was such a strong person, but he had to make himself so humble. If it were anyone else, they would have flipped out in the face of Li Yu's attitude. To be honest, this person's patience was really admirable. Chapter 2651. Half a year later, the people who went out came back one after another. Basically, they would bring hundreds or even thousands of people back. On this day, Wang Chuan finally returned. He brought back more people, more than 2,000 people. Most of them were in the nine heavens realm. This force could not be underestimated. Thank you for your hard work. Li Yu stood up and greeted him with a smile. It's nothing. Wang Chuan waved his hand with a trace of tenderness in his eyes. If it was in the past, Li Yu would have accepted it, but now, she was avoiding it. What's wrong with you? Wang Chuan looked at Li Yu's abnormality and asked suspiciously. It's nothing. Li Yu shook her head. Wang Chuan looked at Li Yu, nodded and asked, how many people haven't come back? Li Yu thought for a while and said, there are still 50 or 60 people who haven't come back. Then I'm afraid they're fine. Wang Chuan said. After all, the blood demon tribe was still chasing after the humans. It had been so long, and they hadn't come back yet, so they must have been doomed. Li Yu nodded. There was not the slightest bit of pain on their faces, because these people were just pawns used by them. It was naturally best if they could live and contribute to breaking the barrier. It didn't matter if they died outside. Wang Chuan turned his head and glanced at the people in the camp. There were 50 or 60,000 people in this camp. With this force, it should be enough to break the barrier. Wang Chuan retracted his gaze and looked at Li Yu. Then let's not wait, get ready to start. Okay. Li Yu nodded. Wang Chuan rose into the air and shouted, everyone, please listen to me. At that moment, everyone stood up and looked up at Wang Chuan. Whether we can break the barrier or not depends on this. I hope everyone can work together. After breaking the barrier, we will discuss how to distribute this divine object. Wang Chuan said. There is only one divine object, and there are so many of us. How do you think we should distribute it? Someone immediately asked. Wang Chuan raised his eyebrows. This was originally just to encourage everyone, but he didn't expect someone to raise a question. Li Yu said, it's hard to explain now. Let's break the barrier first. I know I won't get a share of the divine items here, but I'm not asking for much. Give me 10,000 divine life pills, and I'll do you a favor. A middle-aged man said. This person had a half step into the nine heavens realm. The fact that he could see this clearly showed that he was a smart person. There were a few thousand Peak 9 Heavens realms in this camp. Only these people had the ability to snatch it. As for the others, they didn't even have the qualifications to touch it. 10,000 divine life pills? Wang Chuan smiled coldly. He looked down at the middle-aged man and asked, "Are you worth this price?" In the outside world, the divine life pill wasn't worth much, but in the Nether King Hell, it was extremely precious. Because this was a life-saving pill. Although many people had prepared a lot in advance, after more than 100 years of consumption, there was not much left. Of course, a genius disciple of the 10th island like Wang Chuan would definitely have prepared more divine life pills than others. Therefore, it was inevitable that some people would take the opportunity to demand an exorbitant price. "You're not giving it to me? Then I'll leave now." The middle-aged man snorted. "Sure. Go, I won't stop you." Wang Chuan smiled coldly. "I'll leave. Who cares?" After saying that, the middle-aged man immediately flew into the air. Wang Chuan didn't stop him, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Suddenly, a divine power appeared, and the middle-aged man immediately screamed in agony as his body and soul were destroyed. Everyone was shocked. "If you want to leave, you have to wait until the formation is broken." A cold voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who attacked was a middle-aged man who was also at the Peak 9 Heavens realm. "That's right. After the formation is broken, you can stay or leave. We won't interfere." Another Peak 9 Heavens realm stood out and looked coldly at the crowd. "But if you want to leave, let's see if you have the ability to do so." Those who were at the Peak 9 Heavens realm walked out one after another, their eyes flashing with intense cold light. Looking at this formation, those below the Great Perfection 9 Heavens realm were all terrified. A faint smile appeared on Wang Chuan's face. He had long expected this scene. In fact, everyone knew that only the Peak 9 Heavens realm had the ability to fight for this divine object. As for the others, they were just here to do free labor. And now, the divine object was right in front of them, and they were just short of breaking the formation. How could these Peak 9 Heavens realm allow anyone to jump out and cause trouble at this time? So if they wanted to leave, they had to break the formation first. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. Who else has an opinion? Wang Chuan glanced at the crowd and asked. No one dared to speak. This was the law of survival of the fittest. In front of the strong, the weak had no right to choose, let alone the capital to resist. All they could do was listen. Since no one has an opinion, let's begin. After saying that, Wang Chuan turned around and flew toward the formation. The others could only helplessly follow. Because they didn't dare to not go. The thousands of Peak 9 Heavens realm cultivators were watching covetously. If they were a step slower, they might lose their lives. Junior brotherly, if the formation is really broken, there will definitely be a battle immediately. You have to be careful. Liu walked in front of Qin Feiyang and warned. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Of course, he knew this. As soon as the formation was broken, the battle would immediately begin. And the black-clothed middle-aged man would definitely make a move. At the same time, a young man glanced at Liu and Qin Feiyang, then flew to Wang Chuan's side with a flattering smile and said in a low voice, Brother Wang, there's something I want to tell you. What is it? Wang Chuan was suspicious. The young man moved closer to Wang Chuan's ear and whispered a few words. What? Wang Chuan was furious and said telepathically, Are you sure? If you don't believe me, you can ask. Many people saw it with their own eyes. We also feel that it's unfair for you. This Li Boer, other than being Yi Zhong's disciple, what else can he do? Is Liu blind? She actually threw herself at him. The young man snorted. Damn it. Wang Chuan glanced behind him and saw that Liu and Qin Feiyang were actually walking together. A cold light flashed across his eyes. However, he did not make a move. Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, he directly landed on top of the formation. This showed that Wang Chuan was also a person who could endure. Because if he made a move now, it would definitely affect the plan. The others also landed on top of the formation one after another. Liu said telepathically, Junior brother Li, stand next to me, I will protect you later. Qin Feiyang nodded. But suddenly, he felt a murderous intent and quickly looked around, but he did not find anyone looking at him. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was a little suspicious and could not help but glance at the black-clothed middle-aged man. Could it be that this person revealed his killing intent? Everyone, let's do it! Wang Chuan shouted. Boom! 50 to 60,000 people immediately used their methods. Divine power, divine arts, divine artifacts. Some even activated their battle soul. The terrifying aura was countless times more terrifying than the last time. Following Wang Chuan's low roar, all the methods madly bombarded the formation. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the area within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was directly razed to the ground. Dust and smoke billowed, covering the sky and the sun. This fierce bombardment lasted for more than 10 breaths before it ended. After it ended, Wang Chuan and a group of peak Ninth Heaven's realm cultivators could not wait to disperse the dust that filled the void. But when the formation was revealed, everyone present could not help but look shocked. The formation was still there? Qin Feiyang also found it unbelievable. One had to know. Right now, there were 50 to 60,000 people here, among which there were thousands of peak Ninth Heaven's realm cultivators. Even such a lineup could not break the formation? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stared at a certain spot on the formation, where there seemed to be a small crack. Look, there is a crack. Our attack is effective. So, another person discovered the crack and immediately shouted excitedly. There is really a crack. Everyone fixed their eyes and immediately became excited. Quick, strike while the iron is hot. Wang Chuan roared. The 50 to 60,000 people once again organized the next wave of attacks. Let me tell you, don't play tricks with me. If you don't break this formation, no one will be able to leave. Suddenly, another peak Ninth Heaven's realm cultivator shouted. Play tricks? Wang Chuan raised his eyebrows and glanced at the people around, the murderous intent in his eyes undisguised. That's right. There were indeed many people who were playing tricks, but they did not use their full strength. Because in their opinion, they did not have a share of this divine item anyway, so why should they work so hard and let these peak Ninth Heaven's realm cultivators benefit? But they did not expect that someone would see through them. And when they heard the words of the peak Ninth Heaven's realm cultivator and felt the terrifying murderous intent of Wang Chuan, they did not dare to play tricks anymore. Because they knew the characters of these people too well. To these people, killing them was like killing a dog. They would not hesitate or sympathize with them. In order to survive, they had to obediently break the formation. Boom! Clang! A wave of terrifying and monstrous attacks once again blasted towards the formation. Except for Qin Feiyang and the black-clothed middle-aged man, everyone used almost all their strength. The effect this time was indeed different. An ear-piercing crisp sound was immediately heard from the formation. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Especially Wang Chuan and a group of peak Ninth Heaven's realm cultivators, they were already prepared to snatch it. A bunch of ignorant fools. The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes also had a hint of ridicule. Qin Feiyang had been monitoring the black-clothed middle-aged man. Seeing the ridicule in his eyes, he immediately said to Li Yu secretly, "Senior sister Li, be careful of him." Li Yu was secretly shocked. Qin Feiyang calmly pointed at the black-clothed middle-aged man. Li Yu followed his gaze and a trace of disdain immediately crawled up in her eyes. She transmitted her voice, "What's there to be careful of trash like him?" Trash? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This Li Yu was too arrogant. However, there was no other way. Who asked the black-clothed middle-aged man to be so timid? This disguise. If Qin Feiyang had not known the black-clothed middle-aged man's strength in advance, even he would have been deceived. "Senior sister Li, you can't judge a book by its cover." Qin Feiyang said meaningfully, then did not speak again and lowered his head to look at the formation. It was also a kind reminder. As for whether Li Yu could listen to it or not, it had nothing to do with him. Chapter 2652. Cracks had already spread all over the barrier, but it didn't collapse. It was still tenacious. One last wave. Wang Chuan shouted excitedly. The third wave of attacks was quickly organized. Success is now. Shatter it. Thousands of Peak 9 Heavens cultivators couldn't help but shout. Boom. Clang. Thousands of divine arts, divine weapons and surging divine powers crazily smashed against the barrier. With a loud crack, the barrier finally broke. When the dust settled, the box on the stone platform was also clearly revealed. It was a long iron box. It was 3 meters long and half a meter wide. Its entire body was black and simple, but it exuded an obscure aura. It was the energy of the seal. I'll kill whoever dares to take it from me. Wang Chuan suddenly let out a roar and rushed towards the iron box like a bolt of lightning. You have to be able to do that. Who would be afraid of Wang Chuan in front of a divine object? As soon as Wang Chuan moved, all the Peak 9 Heavens cultivators immediately rushed towards the iron box. Dozens of them directly used their divine arts and attacked Wang Chuan. Boom! Wang Chuan was blown away and blood spurted out of his mouth. You're courting death. Wang Chuan was furious. He stepped forward and his black hair danced in the wind like a demon. As his divine power surged, a black dragon appeared. Immediately, a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. This is a supreme-level divine art. Everyone was shocked. A supreme-level divine art was extremely rare even in the divine land. It could even be said that, except for the major forces and the Dragon God Palace, there were basically none. Unless you were extremely lucky and obtained a supreme-level divine art by chance, you wouldn't be able to buy it from others no matter how rich you were. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Can't we beat him alone? Let's work together and kill him first. Someone shouted. That's right. Let's kill the strongest one first, then we'll rely on our own abilities. In just a moment, thousands of Peak 9 Heavens cultivators reached a consensus. Legendary divine techniques, pinnacle divine techniques, legendary divine artifacts, and pinnacle divine artifacts, all of them madly attacked Wang Chuan. Even though Wang Chuan had grasped a supreme-grade deity technique, he still wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. Very soon, like a meteor, he smashed into the ground below. The strongest? Is Wang Chuan really the strongest? Qin Feiyang mumbled as he glanced at the black-robed middle-aged man. The strongest had yet to make a move. As for those below the 9 Heavens realm, they had already retreated far away. In other words, those who remained here were all at the Peak 9 Heavens realm. As for the battle of the Perfection 9 Heavens realm, the others could not interfere. Even the shock waves of a battle at the Great Perfection 9th Heavens realm could kill them. Therefore, retreating was the wisest choice. Liu looked at Wang Chuan, who was covered in blood. His gaze darkened slightly as he said, "Junior brother Li, the situation is not good. I cannot divert my attention to protect you. Withdraw from the battlefield first. I will go and help Wang Chuan. I think it's best that you and Wang Chuan don't make a move at this time, because the two of you are from the 10th island. Once you make a move, they will definitely join hands to kill you first." Qin Feiyang thought. Then what do you think we should do? Are we just going to watch them snatch the iron box away? Liu asked. No one can easily snatch the iron box away. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Because the others would not allow it. For example, if one of them obtained the iron box, they would definitely be like Wang Chuan and become the target of the others. In short, only the last person alive would be able to obtain the iron box. You all deserve to die. Wang Chuan was furious. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was not good and sent a sound transmission, "Quickly stop him." All right. In the end, Liu still chose to believe in Qin Feiyang and immediately brought Qin Feiyang and flew towards Wang Chuan. Seeing that Liu was still protecting Qin Feiyang, a trace of killing intent flashed past Wang Chuan's eyes. So the killing intent I sensed earlier came from Wang Chuan. Qin Feiyang frowned. Although the killing intent in Wang Chuan's eyes disappeared in a flash, Qin Feiyang could clearly feel it with the sharpness of the kill character tactic. But he did not understand. Why would Wang Chuan show killing intent to him for no reason? Wait, could it be because of Liu? Qin Feiyang could not help but glance at Li Yu. Just as Qin Feiyang was deep in thought, Li Yu had already rushed to Wang Chuan and said in a deep voice, "Don't be in a hurry to make a move." Wang Chuan was stunned. Li Yu said, "It was junior brother Li's suggestion." Wang Chuan immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. "Junior brother Li, what do you mean by this?" "Senior brother Wang, then I want to ask you, do you want to be the mantis or the oriole?" Qin Feiyang said. "Do you still need to think about it?" "Of course I'm the oriole," Wang Chuan said without hesitation. "That's right. Let them fight for it first. When they are almost dead, we will go out and reap the benefits." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "I see." Wang Chuan nodded in realization and said with a smile, "Junior brother Li is indeed amazing." "You flatter me." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Although junior brother Li's idea is very good, we have to be careful. I don't want to work so hard for so long only to benefit others in the end." Wang Chuan looked at Li Yu and said with an incomparably tender gaze. Li Yu nodded. At that moment, Wang Chuan and Li Yu took Qin Feiyang and turned to fly away from the battlefield. Qin Feiyang finally understood. Wang Chuan's killing intent was really because of Li Yu. Because the tenderness in Wang Chuan's eyes had already explained everything. Qin Feiyang was a little helpless. This was really an unexpected disaster. He did not do anything, but he was hated by Wang Chuan. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the other two leave, some of the thousands of people in the ninth heaven realm were still preparing to chase after them. Because Wang Chuan and Li Yu were the biggest threats. They would feel uneasy if they did not get rid of them. But, after all, this was just a temporary alliance. It was impossible for them to be truly united. The other group of people, seeing Qin Feiyang and the other two retreat, immediately rushed toward the iron box. "Ha, it's mine, it's mine." A black-clothed old man grabbed the iron box first, laughed crazily, and then was ready to escape. "Don't even think about it." Sure enough, as Qin Feiyang expected, whoever got the iron box would inevitably be besieged by others. Those ninth heaven realm in the ninth heaven realm who were preparing to chase after Qin Feiyang and the other two all turned around and attacked the black-clothed old man. There was no suspense. Facing the pursuit of thousands of people, the black-clothed old man died on the spot. And the iron box was snatched by a middle-aged woman. Without hesitation, she immediately activated a legendary auxiliary divine technique to escape. However, the others also had auxiliary divine techniques. The middle-aged woman died in an instant. "I'll kill you first, then take the iron box." A burly man suddenly charged toward a young man next to him. Caught off guard, the young man died on the spot. The burly man was about to kill the next person. But behind him, a sinister black-clothed old man took the opportunity to punch the burly man's head. With a crack, the burly man's blood splattered on the spot. Thus, a chaotic battle unfolded. Thousands of ninth heaven realm in the ninth heaven realm fought crazily, using all means possible. Every move was fatal. Every one of them was in danger. There were enemies all around. They could die at any time. As for the iron box, it fell on the ground, and for a moment, no one went to snatch it. Fortunately, we listened to junior brother Li, otherwise we would be in the same situation as them. Li Yu looked at this scene and smiled rejoicingly. A chaotic battle of thousands of people. Moreover, they were all ninth heaven realm in the ninth heaven realm. No matter how careful you were, it was impossible to guard against them. "Yes." Wang Chuan nodded and smiled, glancing at Qin Feiyang. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Sigh. Feeling the killing intent, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Femme fatale was indeed true. However, he didn't care much. Wang Chuan was indeed very strong, but it wasn't that easy to kill him. And compared to Wang Chuan, he cared more about the black-clothed middle-aged man. Qin Feiyang glanced at the black-clothed middle-aged man. The black-clothed middle-aged man also stood in the distance and didn't make a move, silently watching the battlefield. As if he sensed something, the black-clothed middle-aged man suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, a friendly smile appearing on his face. Qin Feiyang also smiled and nodded at the black-clothed middle-aged man. But he was extremely puzzled. The black-clothed middle-aged man had already expressed goodwill to him more than once. Could it be that his judgment was really wrong? The black-clothed middle-aged man wasn't from the Dragon Slayer Palace. But Lunatic also said that only the 10 ancestral dragons could enter the Nether King's Hell. He didn't understand. Qin Feiyong retracted his gaze and looked at the battlefield again. Although the black-clothed middle-aged man had been expressing goodwill to him, he couldn't let his guard down. And on the battlefield, although only a short while had passed, 1/3 of the thousands of Ninth Heaven Realm perfection had been killed or injured. Looking at the constant deaths around them, many people had already felt fear and were looking for opportunities to leave the battlefield. Should I activate the concealment technique and take the opportunity to snatch the iron box? Qin Feiyong looked at the iron box again. The iron box had been drowned in blood, and there were broken limbs all around. Even if it was on the ground, no one cared about it for a while. However, after thinking about it, Qin Feiyong gave up this idea. Because the concealment technique couldn't withstand the powerful battle fluctuations. Once close to the battlefield, the concealment technique would be forcibly interrupted. At that time, not only would he not be able to snatch the iron box, but he would also be in a situation of being killed. Hundreds of breaths passed. Hundreds of people had already left the battlefield. All of them had fatal injuries on their bodies. On the surface, they had already given up, but in fact, they were all secretly recuperating, quietly waiting for an opportunity. The killing continued. Among them, there was a purple-clothed young man who was very eye-catching. Although he was also riddled with scars, no matter if he faced the enemy head-on or someone attacked him from behind, he could still narrowly avoid it. He seems a little familiar? Wang Chuan looked at the purple-clothed young man and frowned. He does look a little familiar. Liu nodded. Familiar. Qin Feiyong looked at Wang Chuan and Liu. The two looked at the purple-clothed young man while recalling. Suddenly, Wang Chuan's gaze trembled and he said in a deep voice, "It's him, Wu Baixing." "That's right, it's him." Reminded by Wang Chuan, Liu also suddenly remembered and said, "These days, why didn't I notice that he was also in the camp?" Chapter 2653. Hearing Liu's words, Wang Chuan snorted coldly in his heart. "Of course you didn't notice. Because your thoughts were all on Li Bu." However, on the surface, Wang Chuan didn't show any abnormality. I guess he didn't want to attract our attention, so he hid in the crowd. After that, Wang Chuan comforted her, Don't blame yourself. After all, there are so many people and you can't check them one by one." Liu nodded. Qin Feiyong looked at their expressions and asked suspiciously, "Can you tell me who this Wu Baixing is?" Wu Baixing is from the Eastern Dragon God Palace. It is said that he has half a foot in the Eternal Realm. He also has a supreme-level divine art, a supreme-level auxiliary divine art, and a supreme-level divine artifact. In short, he is a very scary person. The Lord of the Eastern Dragon God Palace also thinks highly of him. Also, he has a younger brother named Wu Baichuan, who is also a genius of the Eastern Dragon God Palace. Liu explained. Qin Feiyong was stunned and said in surprise, "Wu Baichuan is his younger brother?" Liu nodded. "Younger brother?" Qin Feiyong asked again. Liu looked at Qin Feiyong suspiciously and said, "Do you know Wu Baichuan?" "We've met once." Qin Feiyong nodded and looked at Wu Baixing. He was a little depressed. Why did the saying, "enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road," always come true for him? How long had it been since he killed Wu Baichuan? He actually met his older brother. Wait, if Wu Baichuan was Wu Baichuan's older brother, then wasn't Wu Baixing also from the Dragon Slayer Palace? Since he was from the Dragon Slayer Palace, didn't he also know his true identity? It seemed that he had to find a chance to get rid of this person so that he wouldn't cause trouble for him. Boom. About half an hour later, there were only 2 people left on the battlefield. As for those who had disappeared, some of them had died, while the rest had escaped. One of the remaining 2 was Wu Baixing. The other person was a burly man. He was 2 meters tall and looked like a small giant. His strength was also not bad. For a moment, he and Wu Baixing were locked in battle. However, everyone could see that Wu Baixing firmly held the upper hand. Furthermore, Until now, Wu Baixing had yet to take out a supreme-grade divine art. It was obvious. He hadn't used his full strength yet. Boom. Several dozen breaths later, Wu Baixing slapped the burly man with his palm. The burly man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the ground below. Someone like you dares to fight with me? You're overestimating yourself, Wu Baixing said coldly as he rushed towards the burly man with murderous intent. I admit defeat, the burly man roared. It's too late. Wu Baixing arrived in the blink of an eye and stepped on the burly man's head. With a cracking sound, the burly man's head shattered on the spot, and his soul was annihilated. Ruthless, Qin Feiyang mumbled. He had already admitted defeat, yet he still tried to kill him. It seemed that this person was more difficult to deal with than Wu Baichuan. After the burly man died, Wu Baixing put his hands behind his back and raised his head to look at the people in the void in the distance. There were more than 1,000 people in the void, and each of them was covered in wounds. And they were the 9 Heavens Realm experts who had fled the battlefield. Originally, they were all waiting for an opportunity. But now, when they looked at Wu Baixing, who was like a god of war, they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Wu Baixing didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, but his contemptuous eyes vividly displayed his dominance. Wu Baixing turned his gaze and looked at Li Yu and Wang Chuan. Even Li Yu and Wang Chuan couldn't help but feel nervous when they met Wu Baixing's gaze. Wu Baixing's strength was considered the strongest in the Eastern Dragon God Palace. Although the two of them were disciples of the 10th island, their strength wasn't ranked at all on the 10th island. So when they saw Wu Baixing, they couldn't help but panic. Were they going to give up just like that? But they weren't willing to give up just like that. Li Bu, this is all your fault. Wang Chuan suddenly pointed the spearhead of resentment at Qin Feiyang. My fault? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Li Yu also looked at Wang Chuan suspiciously. Wang Chuan said angrily, if you didn't say something like a mantis or a sparrow, we wouldn't have missed such a good opportunity. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. If you and I had joined the battle before, we would have found a chance to get rid of Wu Baixing. But now, everyone is stunned by him. If we fought him alone, even if you and I joined forces, we might not be his match. Tell me, if this isn't your fault, then whose fault is it? Wang Chuan thought. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was the first time he had met such a ridiculous person. He forcefully pushed his own incompetence onto others. If a sneak attack worked, would Wu Baixing have survived until now? Wu Baixing was able to stand until the end because he was truly capable, not because of luck. If he didn't even realize this, how could he be a disciple of the 10th island? What a joke! Why aren't you two doing anything? At this moment, Wu Baixing spoke, his hostility directed at Wang Chuan and the other man. Their faces were as dark as water. How boring! Wu Baixing shook his head and walked towards the iron box step by step. Qin Feiyang looked at Wu Baixing and then looked at the middle-aged man in black again. This person didn't have the intention to do anything? What was going on? Wait a minute. Wu Baixing was Wu Baichuan's brother, so he was most likely from the Dragon Slayer Palace. If the middle-aged man in black was also from the Dragon Slayer Palace, wouldn't they know each other? Thinking about it, this was the only explanation. Otherwise, why didn't the middle-aged man in black snatch it? One had to know. With the middle-aged man's strength, it would be easy for him to kill Wu Baixing. In other words, the background and identity of the middle-aged man in black could be determined from Wu Baixing. If the middle-aged man in black did not attack Wu Baixing in the end, then he must be from the Dragon Slayer Palace. In that case, during this period of time, the middle-aged man in black had expressed goodwill to him, which was actually to numb him and make him lose his guard so that he could kill him in one blow. It was also at this moment, Wu Baixing finally walked in front of the iron box and bent down to grab it. At this moment, Qin Feiyang actually hoped that Wu Baixing would open the iron box. Because once the iron box was opened, the power of rule force would descend. At that time, it would be effortless to kill Wu Baixing. However, Wu Baixing did not seem to have any intention of opening the iron box. He raised his head to look at Wang Chuan and Li Yu, and said, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. After all, you have worked so hard for so long." Wang Chuan and Li Yu looked at Wu Baixing in surprise. As long as you can force me to take a step back, I will give you this iron box. Wu Baixing said. As long as you can force them to take a step back, you will give them the iron box? When the people in the distance heard Wu Baixing's words, their hearts immediately surged. Just how strong was this person? He was actually so confident. In fact, even Qin Feiyang was astonished by Wu Baixing's actions. As for Wang Chuan and Li Yu, needless to say, their faces were gloomy to the extreme. This was no longer a provocation. It was a humiliation, forcing them to take action. Because the other party had already said such words. If they still did not take action, it would be equivalent to indirectly telling everyone that they did not dare, that they were incompetent, that they were afraid. That would inevitably become a joke. I have already made such a big concession, and you still don't dare to take action? It seems that your Northern Dragon God Palace has raised a bunch of trash. Wu Baixing shook his head. Preposterous. You want to fight, right? I'll accompany you. Wang Chuan roared, his aura surging out. Like a raging beast, he rushed towards Wu Baixing. Don't be impulsive. Li Yu hurriedly shouted. I'm not impulsive. I'm just pretending to be impulsive to make him careless. Later, you can take the opportunity to snatch the iron box. Once you get it, don't worry about me, run away immediately. Wang Chuan secretly replied. What about you? Li Yu said. If I want to leave, he can't stop me. Wang Chuan secretly snorted, staring at Wu Baixing, his eyes full of anger. Li Yu looked at Wang Chuan's back and said, Junior brother Li, you go first. You guys have helped me so much, how can I leave you guys alone? Qin Feiyang said. Li Yu secretly said, now is not the time to be impulsive. Do you think I'm the kind of person to be impulsive? Wait for me. Qin Feiyang secretly said, then turned around and disappeared into the mountains below. Li Yu was stunned. What was he going to do? At the same time, the black-clothed middle-aged man watched Qin Feiyang disappear into the mountains and could not help but be stunned. But soon, Qin Feiyang appeared again and returned to Li Yu's side. He glanced at the black-clothed middle-aged man and said with a smile, Let's go, I'll accompany you. You might lose your life, are you sure? Li Yu frowned. Since I dare to go, I definitely have the ability to protect myself. Don't worry, I won't drag you guys down. In fact, I might even be able to help you guys. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. All right then. Li Yu took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, nodded fiercely, and rushed to the battlefield with Qin Feiyang. Why did you bring him here? To drag us down? Wang Chuan sensed Qin Feiyang's aura, turned around, and a trace of anger immediately rose in his eyes. Even now, he still didn't forget to protect Li Bu. Was he really going to sacrifice himself? Hey, now is not the time to be jealous. Besides, you really can't compare to Li Bu. Wu Baixing's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Chuan's mind. I can't compare to him? Wang Chuan turned around and stared at Wu Baixing. From the fact that he was able to reach the 9 heaven states so quickly, I can tell that he's stronger than you. Wu Baixing mocked. You're courting death. Wang Chuan's hair stood on end as his divine power surged out and a black dragon instantly appeared. Supreme level divine art. But seeing this, Wu Baixing's face was full of disdain. Divine power surged around his body and a fiery red sun quickly formed above his head. Waves of fire surged and covered the sky. It was as if the world had turned into a giant furnace. A monstrous divine power also burst out. This was Wu Baixing's supreme level divine art. Chapter 2654. Take a good look at what it means to be unstoppable. Wu Baixing roared domineeringly. The blazing sun in the sky suddenly fell and suppressed the giant black dragon. Boom! The two supreme level divine arts clashed. The world suddenly lost its color. A destructive aura surged like a torrent, covering the sky and the earth. The ground around them cracked and caved in like a prehistoric earthquake. We're both at the peak 9 heavens state and supreme level divine arts. Let's see how you're going to be unstoppable. Wang Chuan laughed coldly. Ignorant. Wu Baixing shook his head. Similarly, There were strong and weak supreme-level peak 9 heavens divine arts. And supreme-level divine arts also had strong and weak supreme-level divine arts. It didn't mean that the strength of both hands was the same just because the cultivation level and divine arts were the same. As Wu Baixing's voice fell, the giant black dragon suddenly screamed and then shattered into pieces, dissipating in the void. The divine art shattered, and Wang Chuan immediately suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. How could it be? He stared at the blazing sun, his eyes full of disbelief. You don't have the ability to fight with me at all. Wu Baixing's eyes were full of contempt. As he waved his hand, the blazing sun suddenly sank and charged toward Wang Chuan. Don't be too presumptuous. At this moment, Liu charged over, his divine power surging, and a white waning moon rose into the sky. A magnificent godly aura burst out of it. This was also a supreme-level divine art. Boom! The waning moon crashed into the blazing sun. Between heaven and earth, an ear-deafening sound immediately exploded. After the successive attacks of Wang Chuan and Liu, the blazing sun finally collapsed. A trace of blood dripped from the corner of Wu Baixing's mouth. However, his body didn't retreat a single step. Not only did he not retreat, he even took a step forward and slapped Liu with his palm. Do you think I don't exist? Wang Chuan shouted coldly and instantly stood beside Liu. He and Liu looked at each other, then raised their arms and attacked Wu Baixing. As for Qin Feiyang, he didn't make a move. He stood not far away and quietly watched the battle. He noticed, even if Wang Chuan and Liu joined forces, Wu Baixing wasn't afraid at all. There was even a flash of mockery in his eyes. Just as the three of them were about to collide, Wu Baixing suddenly began to perform a mysterious footwork. Like a ghost, he vanished from their line of sight. Wang Chuan and Liu were shocked. It must be a supreme-level support-type divine art. The next moment, a fatal danger came from behind. The two of them immediately felt their blood run cold. Without hesitation, they dodged to the side. But he was still a step too late. Wu Baixing put down the iron box, reached out with both hands, and patted the backs of the two men. Poof! The two of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were immediately sent flying, crashing into the ground in the distance. With a rumbling sound, two huge pits suddenly appeared. So strong! Supreme-grade Massacre God Art and Supreme-grade Support God Art. No matter if it's strength or speed, they are superior to Wang Chuan and Wang Chuan. Everyone was aghast. The number one person in the Eastern Dragon God Palace truly lived up to his reputation. Wu Baixing grabbed the metal box and looked at the two of them proudly. Is this all you've got? The two of them scrambled to their feet and stared at Wu Baixing with extremely cold gazes. Young man, don't be too arrogant. However, at this moment, a faint laugh sounded. Everyone looked over in surprise. Who was so reckless and dared to challenge Wu Baixing? It's him? Wang Chuan and Liu also looked in the direction of the voice, and their expressions immediately froze. The person who spoke was actually the middle-aged man in black. Especially Liu. He couldn't help but recall what Qin Feiyang said before, to be careful of this person. Could it be that this person was really a hidden powerhouse? Qin Feiyang also glanced at the middle-aged man in black. His eyes flickered with an inexplicable light. But no one saw this light. Wu Baixing also turned around and looked at the middle-aged man in black. He said lightly, "Are you talking to me?" Of course. The middle-aged man in black smiled faintly and landed beside Qin Feiyang. He said, "Li Bu, I'll help you get the iron box." But Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously. The middle-aged man in black said secretly, "Because I'm a friend of your master." What? Master's friend? Qin Feiyang was shocked. That's right. You may not know me. After all, I've been cultivating in seclusion on Divine Dragon Island. But your master has mentioned you in front of me more than once. He said that you're a talent worth cultivating. The middle-aged man in black transmitted his voice. Cultivating in seclusion on Divine Dragon Island? Qin Feiyang frowned imperceptibly. Since he was cultivating in seclusion on Divine Dragon Island, then he must be a dragon. But he didn't sense the aura of a divine dragon on this person. Wait, could this person be the same as Feng Daji? In other words, the middle-aged man in black was indeed a human, but because of his high cultivation and good talent, he was appreciated by Dragon Sovereign and allowed to enter Divine Dragon Island. In the past, Qin Feiyang had also heard people say that there were indeed humans in the Dragon God Temple. For example, the Dragon God Palaces. Any human who stepped into the imperishable realm would be taken to Divine Dragon Island. In other words, this middle-aged man in black was one of them? If that was the case, then it could completely explain all the problems. This person was a member of the dragons. When they saw his true appearance, it was normal for them to want to kill him. And when they saw his identity as Li Bu, they would naturally express goodwill. But there was still a big doubt in this. Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons didn't tell Madman about this person's existence. It was obviously impossible for Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons to deliberately hide it from Madman, because there was no problem with Madman's identity, and Madman was the disciple of the Black Dragon ancestral dragon. So for such a small matter, Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons didn't need to hide it from Madman. In other words, there was still a problem with this person's identity. The middle-aged man in black looked at Wu Baixing and said, "Seeing that you are a disciple of the Dragon God Palace, immediately put down the iron box in your hand and apologize to Li Bu." Apologize to him? Wu Baixing looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. On what basis? On the basis that he is Yi Zhong's disciple. As a member of the Dragon God Palace, don't you know his identity and status in the Dragon God Palace? The middle-aged man in black said. I'm not convinced, Wu Baixing said in a deep voice. All right, then I'll beat you until you're convinced. God-slaying sword formation. As the middle-aged man in black waved his hand, 100,000 battle swords appeared out of thin air. Each sword contained the power to destroy the world. This is his strength? It seems that I've really underestimated him. Liu muttered. As a ninth heaven realm grand perfection and also had a supreme divine art, she could tell at a glance that each sword of these 100,000 battle swords was comparable to a supreme divine artifact. However, this person was so low-key, how did Li Bu know how powerful he was? Could it be that the two of them knew each other before? And looking at the middle-aged man in black's attitude, he was still helping Li Bu. But since he was helping Li Bu, why did Li Bu warn her to be careful of this person? Wasn't this very contradictory? Li Yu really couldn't understand. Looking at the god-slaying sword formation, a trace of seriousness appeared on Wu Baixing's face. Boom. He activated the supreme divine art without hesitation. A blazing sun rose into the sky. It's useless to struggle. Your supreme divine art is indeed very powerful. But it's not at the same level as the god-slaying sword formation. The middle-aged man in black shook his head. Then let's try it. Wu Baixing roared with a ruthless force that was unwilling to admit defeat. The blazing sun suddenly collided with the god-slaying sword formation. Stupid! The middle-aged man in black sighed. But, after a sigh, the middle-aged man in black actually retreated. And in the next moment, the god-slaying sword formation and the blazing sun actually attacked Qin Feiyang at the same time. What's going on? Did he make a mistake? Shouldn't he be killing Wu Baixing? Why is he attacking Li Bu with Wu Baixing instead? This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Li Yu and Wang Chuan were also stunned. Didn't the middle-aged man in black solemnly say that he would help Li Bu snatch the iron box? Why did he suddenly attack Li Bu in the blink of an eye? Did he make a mistake? How was that possible? Li Bu wasn't invisible. He was standing beside the middle-aged man in black. How could he make a mistake? Obviously, there was something wrong here. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the two supreme divine arts arrived with a loud bang. Qin Feiyang also reacted quickly. After regaining his senses, he immediately fled downwards. Boom. But one had to know. The god-slaying sword formation was one of the middle-aged man in black's strongest moves. And now Wu Baixing was also here. Moreover, it came so suddenly. How could Qin Feiyang escape? Just as he fled to the ground below, The two supreme divine arts crashed down with a loud bang. Qin Feiyang was blasted into the ground on the spot. Dust filled the air and a desperate scream followed. He died just like that? Everyone looked down in a daze. Although it was shrouded in dust, they could no longer feel Qin Feiyang's life fluctuations. What the hell is going on? Wang Chuan was bewildered. I don't know. Li Yu shook her head. Now, her mind was also in a mess. She looked at the middle-aged man in black and Wu Baixing. The two of them stared down, no longer hiding the murderous intent in their eyes. Suddenly, Wu Baixing waved his hand to disperse the dust. A huge sinkhole suddenly appeared. In the sinkhole, there were no life fluctuations, no bones of Qin Feiyang, not even a drop of blood was left. Both his soul and body were destroyed. The middle-aged man in black smiled and said, "Both your soul and body are destroyed. This is what you deserve." Ha! Wu Baixing also laughed and gave the middle-aged man in black a thumbs up, saying, "Master, you're still the best. It's not that I'm good, it's that he's too stupid. With a little trick, he believed me." The middle-aged man in black laughed. What? Wu Baixing actually called him master. Their master and disciple? In other words, everything that happened before was merely an act. Their purpose was to numb Li Bua? Everyone was shocked. These two people were crazy. They actually dared to murder Yi Zhong's disciple? Let's go. They killed Li Bua, so they'll definitely kill us to silence us. Suddenly, Wang Chuan roared, pulled Li Yu and turned to flee. Silence us? The others were stunned and suddenly quivered, shouting, "That's right, if Yi Zhong knows that they killed Li Bua, he'll definitely not let them go, so they'll definitely kill us to silence us. Run." Chapter 2655. At that moment, everyone began to flee in horror. The middle-aged man in black and Wu Baixing were stunned as they turned to look at those people. Wu Baixing smiled. "Master, this Wang Chuan is quite smart. He thought that we would kill him. Smart people usually don't live long." The middle-aged man in black smiled. "That's true. Take Qin Feiyang for example. In the end, both his soul and body were destroyed." Wu Baixing nodded. "You're wrong. Qin Feiyang is not really smart. He thinks he is." The middle-aged man in black laughed. Clang. Divine power surged and the million battle sword appeared out of nowhere. Heaven punishment sword formation. True enough. He wanted to kill them. As soon as the million battle sword appeared, it covered the entire sky and its terrifying sharpness shrouded everyone. "All of you, go to hell." The middle-aged man in black smiled faintly. Clang! At that moment, the heaven punishment sword formation suddenly fell and charged toward Wang Chuan and the group. "Quick, block it!" Someone roared. Tens of thousands of people tried their best to attack the heaven punishment sword formation. However, it was useless. Whether it was the deity arts, divine artifacts, or fighting souls, they were like dead wood under the heaven punishment sword formation, unable to withstand a single blow. Screams could be heard. The million battle sword was like a ruthless god of death, crazily slaughtering them. In just a few seconds. Except for Wang Chuan and a group of perfected Nine Heavens realm who were still struggling desperately, everyone had died. Fresh blood dyed the sky red. Flesh and blood covered the ground. That bloody scene was like Azura purgatory. It was a ghastly sight. But to this, be it the middle-aged man in black or Wu Baixing, they did not have any emotional fluctuations. They were like two cold-blooded creatures. "Don't kill us." They promised that they won't tell Yi Zhong. "Please believe us." Wang Chuan and the rest were also in despair. The middle-aged man in black shook his head and said, "I only believe that the dead will not speak." The million battle sword charged forward crazily. Accompanied by shrill screams, a group of perfected Nine Heavens realm also died one after another. "It's all my fault. Li Bu told me to be careful of him, but Li Yu was filled with regret. If he had been careful in advance, how could he have fallen to such a state?" Do you really think he is Li Buer? "No. He is Qin Feiyang." Wu Baixing laughed loudly. "What? Li Buer is Qin Feiyang?" Wang Chuan and Li Yu's eyes trembled. "Are you surprised?" Qin Feiyang, whom the dragons view as their mortal enemy, not only infiltrated the Dragon God Temple, he even became Yi Zhong's disciple? Wu Baixing sneered. This is impossible. How could Li Buer be Qin Feiyang? Li Yu shook his head. You still don't believe me? As expected, he is so stupid that no medicine can save him. But it doesn't matter. You're all going to die anyway. Wu Baixing laughed. The heavenly punishment sword formation was like a terrifying meat grinder. In just a few breaths, Wang Chuan and the others also died one after another. There was no longer a living person in this place. There were only corpses and broken arms all over the ground. The strong smell of blood was nauseating. Hey! Aren't you guys happy too early? However, at this moment, a faint laughter suddenly sounded in the sky. Following closely, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. In the next moment, a loud dragon roar resounded in all directions. This voice, Wu Baichuan and the black-clothed middle-aged man were stunned. They suddenly looked up and saw a white-clothed young man standing in the void above. That face, that figure, wasn't it Qin Feiyang? And it was Qin Feiyang who had restored his true appearance. Qin Feiyang was now at the peak of the 9th heaven realm. This was naturally the credit of the rising dragon art and the heavenly dust divine pill. Moreover, a blood dragon was suspended behind Qin Feiyang. Purple gold dragon soul. Moreover, the dragon soul's forehead had already split open and a third eye appeared. Clang. A heavenly punishment sword formation appeared. The million battle sword was above Qin Feiyang's head, exuding a world-destroying sharpness. All of this was said to be slow, but the entire process only took a breath. Why didn't he die? The black-clothed middle-aged man and Wu Baixing's faces were full of disbelief. Previously, they clearly saw with their own eyes that Qin Feiyang was killed by the god-punishing sword formation and the scorching sun. Was this the soul of the dead coming to take their lives? With your little brains, you dare to play tricks with me? You guys also come and taste the power of this heavenly punishment sword formation. Qin Feiyang laughed sarcastically. The heavenly punishment sword formation instantly descended and blasted towards the two of them. The two of them had yet to recover from their shock. When the heavenly punishment sword formation fell, the two of them were immediately covered in blood and flesh, dripping with blood. A battle sword directly cut off Wu Baixing's arm. The iron box in his hand immediately fell down. Master, save me. The sharp pain immediately made Wu Baixing tremble and he hurriedly shouted. The middle-aged man in black also suddenly recovered and grabbed Wu Baixing, protecting him behind him. Following closely, he controlled the heavenly punishment sword formation and attacked the heavenly punishment sword formation that Qin Feiyang had replicated. Clang! The million battle swords on both sides were crazily fighting with each other. But at the same time, a blood-red beast shadow swept across the ground below, and the metal box immediately disappeared. Leave the iron box. Wu Baixing noticed the beast and immediately shouted. There's someone else? The middle-aged man in black was shocked. He looked down and saw that the beast was actually a unicorn. Damn it, a beast actually took advantage of us. I'll kill Qin Feiyang, you go and kill it. The middle-aged man in black was furious and shouted at Wu Baixing. Wu Baixing nodded. Although he had lost an arm, he was still confident in dealing with a beast. Kill me? 2 dregs. The unicorn smiled disdainfully. Its 4 hooves took a mysterious step and rushed in front of Qin Feiyang like lightning. What? They're in cahoots. Looking at this scene, the middle-aged man in black and Wu Baixing were stunned. You're allowed to collude with each other, but we're not allowed to do the same? The unicorn sneered. Colluding with each other? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, do you know how to talk? Colluding with each other and colluding with each other are derogatory meanings. You should say that we're working together. It's the same meaning. The unicorn smiled embarrassedly. Get lost. Qin Feiyang stared at it angrily. How could it be the same meaning? Following closely, Qin Feiyang jumped on the back of the unicorn and waved to the middle-aged man in black and said with a smile, we'll meet again if fate allows. Swish. At that moment, the unicorn then started to gallop away madly. Although he wanted to kill these two, he knew his own limits. With his current cultivation level, he definitely couldn't beat them. Therefore, his goal was only the iron box. Since the iron box was already in his hands, there was naturally no need to continue to be entangled with these two. "I won't let you escape," the middle-aged man in black shouted coldly, rolled up Wu Baixing, and used the supreme-level auxiliary divine technique to chase after the man and the beast. However, he found that he couldn't close the distance. "Master, what's going on? That unicorn is only a legend-level auxiliary divine technique." Wu Baixing was surprised. "This is because its speed is faster than those of the same level," the middle-aged man in black said in a deep voice. "Bastard, why is he so lucky? No matter where he goes, he can meet beasts to help him." Wu Baixing roared with jealousy. "No choice, this is my luck. Let me tell you something else, your brother Wu Baichuan has been killed by me." Qin Feiyang stood behind the unicorn, turned around and looked at Wu Baixing with a smile. "What?" Wu Baixing was shocked. "Don't panic. Your brother left his soul outside. Even if what he said is true, he won't die." The middle-aged man in black comforted. "He definitely won't die, but since I can kill him once, I can kill him a second time. The most important thing is that Wu Baichuan's identity has been exposed. In other words, the chess piece you placed in the Eastern Dragon God Palace has lost its effect. Moreover, Wu Baixing, as Wu Baichuan's brother, Wu Baichuan's identity being exposed is not a good thing for you." Qin Feiyang joked. You're so despicable. Although we want to kill you, we have never revealed your identity." Wu Baixing roared, his body trembling with anger. No. You can't blame me. It's your stupid teammate, Du Yuntian, who revealed his identity in front of the Princess of the Dragons. Qin Feiyang shook his head. "That's impossible. Don't think I'm stupid and easy to fool," Wu Baixing said angrily. "You guys are really the same, self-righteous. Although we're not on the same side, we're still part of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Although I'm not a good person, I know how to distinguish between public and private interests. If you don't believe me, you can ask Du Yuntian when you go back," Qin Feiyang said. Wu Baixing frowned and said in a low voice, "Then why aren't you dead now?" "Because I'm smart." Qin Feiyang grinned. Wu Baixing almost vomited blood when he heard this. He really wanted to chase after him and beat him up. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? "I'm not joking. Maybe you didn't notice, but you..." Qin Feiyang looked at the middle-aged man in black and said with a smile, "You must have noticed that before Li Yu and I went to support Wang Chuan, we went into the mountains below and disappeared for a while." "That's right." The middle-aged man in black nodded. At that time, he was still wondering why Qin Feiyang disappeared. "Actually, I've been watching you. Although you've repeatedly expressed your kindness to me, I'm still worried. So, at that time, I had an idea and prepared to set up a trap. I entered the mountain and summoned an incarnation. As for myself, I have been hiding in the mountain with the unicorn all this time. In other words, at that time, the one who followed Li Yu to support Wang Chuan was not me, but my clone," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Clone?" The middle-aged man in black raised his eyebrows. "This clone is formed by a kind of divine art. You saw it when we fought last time, so I don't need to say more about it," Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. The middle-aged man in black said in a low voice, "So, what we killed just now was only your clone?" "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 2656. Amazing! Even though I tried to cover it up and express my goodwill to you, I still couldn't hide it from you," the black-clothed middle-aged man said. Although Qin Feiyang was their opponent, they had to admit that his terrifying mind was really frightening. "To be honest, when you said that you're Yi Zhong's friend, I almost overturned my previous judgment," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Your previous judgment?" The black-clothed middle-aged man frowned. "In the past, I judged that you're from the Dragon Slayer Palace, and you might be on the side of the Chief Pavilion Master and the Beast Emperor. But when I came to the Blood Lake, I found that you didn't recognize my identity. You even showed me your goodwill? So, I had another guess. Could it be that I was wrong and you're actually on the side of the dragons? But, you might not have expected that a friend of mine has met Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What? The black-clothed middle-aged man was shocked. My friend told me that only Yi Zhong and the 10 ancestral dragons came to the Nether King's Hell. Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragon told me this personally. Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragon wouldn't lie, right? So, I thought about it carefully and felt that I couldn't let my guard down. Then, you knew that I sent my incarnation to confuse you. And the unicorn and I were secretly looking for an opportunity to snatch the iron box. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The black-clothed middle-aged man said, So, you can already judge my identity now? Is there a need to judge this? Only people from the Dragon Slayer Palace know that Li Bu is me, Qin Feiyang. Moreover, you two call each other master and disciple. If you're not from the Dragon Slayer Palace, where are you from? If I'm not wrong, you should be one of the 8 divine emperors, right? Qin Feiyang said. The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed loudly. However, there was a hint of self-mockery in his laughter. He had thought that he would be able to confuse Qin Feiyang and make him lower his guard before killing him with a single blow. However, he did not expect to be tricked by Qin Feiyang in the end. You must be furious. You thought you could play with others in the palm of your hand, but in the end, you found out that you were the one being played. However, this is nothing. Let me tell you something that will make you even crazier. Qin Feiyang smiled. What is it? The two of them frowned. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, Unicorn, give me the iron box. The iron box appeared from the unicorn's body, and Qin Feiyang grabbed it. The black-clothed middle-aged man and Wu Baisheng stared at the iron box in surprise. Could it be that Qin Feiyang wanted to talk about the things inside the iron box? Make them go crazy? What kind of treasure could it be? Qin Feiyang looked at the iron box for a while, then raised his head and smiled at the two of them, saying, There is a heaven-defying divine object inside. What? A heaven-defying divine object. The two of them trembled. In fact, they were not very interested in the iron box. Because in their eyes, it was at most an honorable divine artifact. An utmost exalted-level divine item was simply incomparable to a calamity like Qin Feiyang. However, they did not expect that there was a heaven-defying divine object inside. In other words, they just brushed past a heaven-defying divine object. In their hearts, it was too late to regret. If they had known that there was a heaven-defying divine object inside, how could they have been so careless? As early as the moment they grabbed it, they had already put it away. He didn't open the iron box. How could he know that there was a heaven-defying divine object inside? Wu Baisheng said in a deep voice. The middle-aged man in black was slightly stunned. He immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered, saying, You even used such a small trick. I really overestimated you. You don't believe me? Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, When you leave the Underworld King's Hell, you will know what kind of treasure you have missed. Then he kept the iron box in his Jianquan ring. Wu Baisheng looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and sent a voice transmission, Master, he doesn't look like he is playing tricks on us. Then, think of a way to snatch it. The middle-aged man in black said to himself. The two of them were in hot pursuit. The unicorn also carried Qin Feiyang. They did not dare to let their guard down and they ran for their lives. A few days later, as the unicorn ran for its life, the ancient city of King Yu finally came into sight in the evening. After all, the unicorn had activated the legendary auxiliary divine skill. It naturally did not take a month to reach the ancient city of King Yu. Qin Feiyang revealed a victorious smile when he saw the ancient city of King Yuang in front of him. That was right. To be able to escape from the pursuit of the middle-aged man in black was equivalent to winning. No matter how bold the middle-aged man in black was, he did not dare to barge into the ancient city of King Yu. After all, even Yi Zhong and the ancestor dragons did not dare to fight with the blood demon tribe in the ancient city of King Yu. Senior King Yu, save me! Qin Feiyang roared. Bang! Immediately, there was a billowing aura that erupted from the ancient city of Qingyu. The middle-aged man in black's pupils constricted. He stared at the huge city and muttered, "This is the ancient city of Qingyu? Is the ancient city of Qingyu very powerful?" Wu Baixing was suspicious. "It is very powerful. According to revered beast, the ancient city of Qingyu is the capital of the Blood Demon tribe. Among them, the Underworld King and the 10 commanders are existences that stand at the pinnacle of the Underworld King's hell. Before entering hell, revered beast had repeatedly warned us not to enter the ancient city of Qingyu." The middle-aged man in black said in a deep voice. "Then what should we do? Are we going to let Qin Feiyong escape from us?" Wu Baixing was indignant. "Dong." Very soon, a giant that was 100 meters tall walked toward them in the air. With every step he took, the void would collapse. From afar, he looked like a god and demon. It was extremely terrifying. Qin Feiyong stopped the unicorn in the air. He pointed at the middle-aged man in black and Wu Baixing and said, "Senior Qingyu, they are chasing after us." Qingyu looked at the two of them and the murderous intent in his eyes surged. He shouted, "You are courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Qingyu landed in the air above the two of them. His huge feet stomped toward them. "I want to see if you are as powerful as the Beast Emperor said." The middle-aged man in black snorted. He raised his fist and punched the sole of Qingyu's feet. Although he had heard about it from revered beast, this was the first time he saw it. He did not believe that Qingyu was really that terrifying. Furthermore, he was very confident in his physical body and strength. Qingyu was stunned. He actually dared to fight back? The energy in his body poured out without reservation. Bang! He stomped his foot. The middle-aged man in black also punched the sole of Qingyu's feet. However, the physical body and strength that he was so proud of appeared to be too weak in front of Qingyu. Qingyu stomped him into the ground and many bones in his body were broken. The arm that hit the sole of Qingyu's feet was also shattered instantly. How terrifying! Wu Baixing could not help but tremble in fear at the sight of this. The middle-aged man in black was his master. Naturally, he was aware of his strength. In terms of physical body and strength, no one in the entire ancient world would dare to say that they were the best. He had never seen his master lose to anyone in this aspect. But now, in the face of Qingyu, his master's powerful physical body and strength was like an ordinary person who was defenseless. They were not on the same level at all. "I have even killed the ancestor dragon, let alone a small character like you. You have overestimated yourself." Qingyu snorted coldly. His voice was like thunder, causing Wu Baixing's blood to churn. "You have even killed the ancestor dragon?" Wu Baixing's heart was in turmoil. What kind of powerful existence was this? Bang! At the same time, the middle-aged man in black rushed out from the other side of the ground. He grabbed Wu Baixing and fled in a sorry state. "Don't even think about leaving." Right then, Shuizhou, who was guarding the ancient city of Qingyu, rushed out of the ancient city with a group of blood demons and headed over. "Don't chase." Qingyu waved his hand. "Huh." Shuizhou looked at Qingyu suspiciously. Qingyu did not explain. He looked at Qin Feiyong and said with a smile, "I believe that Brother Qin does not want Shuizhou and the rest to chase after us." "You know me best, Senior Qingyu," Qin Feiyong said with a smile. Shuizhou was even more puzzled. He asked, "Brother Qin, why don't you chase after them?" Qin Feiyong said, "Senior Shuizhou, if you were in his shoes, what would you do after being chased for so many days and almost losing your life? Is there a need to ask?" "Of course, I would kill him personally," Shuizhou said without hesitation. After saying that, he understood. It turned out that Qin Feiyong did not want them to do the job for him and wanted to kill the two of them personally. Qingyu retracted his aura and looked at Qin Feiyong. He asked with a smile, "How was your trip this time?" Although there were many dangers, the harvest was not bad. Qin Feiyong said and took out the metal box. Qingyu looked at the metal box. When he sensed the aura of the seal on the metal box, he immediately revealed a knowing smile. "What about Li Feng?" Shuizhou asked. "Li Feng," Qin Feiyong muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he truthfully recounted the situation back then. When King Yu heard this, he fell silent. Qin Feiyang said, "Senior King Yu, you won't blame me, right?" "Why would I?" "We'll talk about it later." This is also Shui Gang's decision to not kill him. As long as Li Feng keeps his promise and stops killing beasts, I can't be bothered with him. King Yu said with a smile. "Thank you, Senior King Yu." Qin Feiyang bowed and thanked him. He said, "There's one more thing. Shui Gang self-destructed his physical body and is only left with a wisp of his divine soul. I want to bring him to the second level to rebuild his physical body and divine soul." As there was a time array on the second level, Shui Gang could enter the second level to rebuild his physical body and divine soul several times faster than in Luotian Ancient City. Shui Gang self-destructed? Shui Zhou was shocked and asked hurriedly, "Why did he self-destruct?" "It's because of that person just now." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. "I'll send you to the second level now." King Yu nodded and did not ask about Shui Gang's self-destruction because he trusted Qin Feiyang. There were some things that did not need to be investigated. Also, it's this unicorn's credit that I was able to escape. It was also very tired on the way here. Senior King Yu, what do you think? Qin Feiyang jumped down from the unicorn's back and looked at King Yu with a smile. At this moment, the unicorn was very reserved, because this was the first time it had seen King Yu with its own eyes. Moreover, it was standing at King Yu's feet at this moment. That formless deterrence came wave after wave, causing it to be very afraid. Actually, it could not be blamed for being timid, because in the entire hell, be it the ferocious beasts or the blood demon race, none of them were afraid of King Yu. This was the prestige of being the #1 expert in hell. King Yu looked at the unicorn and smiled. "Then you will stay here with Shui Zhou and protect the ancient city of King Yu." "Thank you, King Yu." The unicorn was elated. Not only was the ancient city of King Yu the capital of the blood demon race, but it was also a forbidden area in the eyes of the Hell King Yu. In the past, they would die even if they went near the ancient city of King Yu, not to mention staying in the ancient city of King Yu. It could be said that, among the ferocious beasts, it was the first one in history. To the ferocious beasts of hell, this was a supreme honor. At the same time, I'll give you a supreme-level auxiliary divine art. When you encounter danger again, you can bring Brother Qin and run faster. King Yu said this half-jokingly. He waved his hand and a jade slip flew to the unicorn. "Thank you, thank you." The unicorn was overjoyed. Not only could it stay in the ancient city of King Yu, but it also received a supreme-level auxiliary divine art. This adventure was really worth it. Chapter 2657. After entering the ancient city, King Yu brought Qin Feiyang back to the palace. However, the moment they returned to the palace, King Yu looked a little irritated. "Senior King Yu, what are you doing?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. King Yu remained silent. Could it be that something happened while he was away? Qin Feiyang mumbled to himself. "Senior, I don't have to explain my relationship with the blood demon tribe. Please don't hide anything from me." "Actually, it's nothing big. I just want to ask you for a favor." King Yu smiled. "A favor?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. "It's just a favor. Why are you hesitating? Do you think I'll reject you?" King Yu sighed. "It's not that simple. Tell me about it then." Qin Feiyang looked at him curiously. "I'll ask you first. As a human, how much do you know about the control secret skills that humans have?" King Yu looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. "Control secret skills?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Senior, why are you asking this?" "Answer me first." King Yu said. "I know quite a bit about control-type secret techniques because I myself have mastered 3 types of control-type secret techniques." Qin Feiyang said. The 3 were the slave seal, puppet technique, and blood soul technique. 3. King Yu's eyes lit up. "You must have a way. Just tell me." Qin Feiyang smiled. King Yu had not said what problem he had encountered so far. Therefore he could not boast. "Wait a moment." King Yu waved his hand and shouted, "Shuedin, come here immediately." "Shuediyuan?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Soon." A blood-eye giant about 15 to 16 meters tall arrived outside the palace. He was at the half-nine heavens realm. "Come in," King Yu said. Xue Diyun walked into the main hall and nodded at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Qin Feiyang also responded with a smile. However, he keenly noticed that Xue Diyun's smile wasn't very natural. He seemed to be troubled by something. "Xue Diyun, tell Brother Qin in detail what happened to you a few days ago," Yu Wang said. "Tell Brother Qin?" Xue Diyun stared blankly for a moment before his spirit shook. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Could it be that Brother Qin has a way?" Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, "You have to tell me what it is first, right? It's like this. A few days ago, I was patrolling on the city wall when I suddenly saw a figure flash by outside the city. But when I dared to check, I found nothing. But just when I thought I might be seeing things, a human suddenly appeared. This human is very powerful. Before I could react, he used a kind of control secret technique to control me." Xue Diyun sighed. "It can't be. Apart from the various ancestor dragons, who dares to create trouble in the ancient city of Qingyu?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "There are always some reckless people in this world. For example, the two people who chased after you previously." King Yu snorted. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. He turned to look at Xue Diyun and asked, "Then why did he control you?" Xue Diyun said, "He wanted to know about the situation in the ancient city of Qingyu." "In what aspect?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "For example, how many blood demons are there in the ancient city of Qingyu? How many Nine Heavens Realm Masters are there? Are there any heaven-defying treasures and so on? Also, he specially asked about your situation." Xue Diyun said. "My situation?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "He asked me if I was really on good terms with the blood demon race. Are you in the ancient city of Qingyu now?" Xue Diyun said. "How did you answer him?" Qin Feiyang asked. Xue Diyun lowered his head and said, "I told him everything truthfully." Qin Feiyang frowned and glanced at King Yu. He realized that King Yu didn't seem to have any intention of blaming Xue Diyun. King Yu seemed to have seen through Qin Feiyang's thoughts. He smiled faintly and said, "It's good that I can stay alive. Everything else is not important." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Then he gave King Yu a thumbs up. If this happened outside, Xue Diyun's life would definitely be in danger. This was because it was a big taboo to leak information to the enemy. Take the dragons, for example. If someone among the dragons dared to leak information to outsiders, the revered dragons and the various ancestral dragons would definitely be furious. They might even kill them on the spot. Thus, it could be seen that this King Yu was truly benevolent and kind. He couldn't care less that his clansmen admired and respected him so much. Xue Diyun looked at Qin Feiyang nervously and asked, "Brother Qin, if I tell him about your situation, will you blame me?" "Blame you? Even Senior King Yu didn't blame you. Why should I blame you?" "I don't mind. Anyway, the dragons already know that I'm in the ancient city of the Qingyu." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked again, "However, my identity as Li Bu heir, as well as the situation with the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf, did you tell him?" Xue Diyun said, "Don't worry. I didn't tell him about these." "That's good." Qin Feiyang nodded. Seeing that Qin Feiyang wasn't angry, Xue Diyun heaved a sigh of relief. "However, I have a question. Why didn't he kill you? Why did you return to the ancient city of the Qingyu instead?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. He wanted me to be his spy and help him get the heaven-defying divine weapon and the ancient city of the Qingyu. Xue Diyun said. "This person is quite ambitious." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He asked, "What does he look like?" Xue Diyun waved his hand and the shadow of an old man immediately condensed. The old man's figure was rather stooped and he wore a green robe. He held a black dragon-headed walking stick in his hand. His hair was white and his face was full of wrinkles. King Yu asked, "Brother Qin, do you know him?" "No, I don't." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "However, I'm sure that he's not from the dragons." "How can you be so sure?" King Yu looked at him suspiciously. "Because if he's from the dragons, he wouldn't have asked if I'm in the ancient city of the Qingyu." This person even dares to touch the blood demon tribe. This means that he has a certain level of confidence. I think he should be from the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Feiyang said. Dragon Slayer Palace? King Yu frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Senior King Yu, you don't have to give me face. You can just kill the people from the Dragon Slayer Palace if you encounter them in the future. Will that work? What if he's from the two ancestors? King Yu asked. That won't happen. This is because the people under the two ancestors have not entered the hell of the Netherworld King. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. King Yu nodded and asked, Then do you have a way to help Xue Diyuan remove his control? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while before looking at Xue Diyuan and asking, Is he controlling your spirit, your bloodline power, or something else? My spirit. Xue Diyuan said. Are there any other effects? For example, can he peek into your inner thoughts or know your location through this control? Qin Feiyang asked again. Xue Diyuan shook his head. Then I should have a way. Qin Feiyang smiled. Really? Xue Diyuan suddenly became excited. Qin Feiyang said, However, for now, don't remove his control over you for the time being. Xue Diyuan was puzzled. King Yu was also puzzled. Since he asked you to help him snatch the heaven-defying artifact in the ancient city, he must still be hiding somewhere outside the city. If I help you remove his control now, won't I alert him? Qin Feiyang smiled. Then what do you mean? Xue Diyuan looked at Qin Feiyang in puzzlement. We'll beat him at his own game. If I'm not wrong, this person will definitely look for the middle-aged man in black and Wu Baixing. There was a flash of cold light in Qin Feiyang's eyes. King Yu and Xue Diyuan looked at each other. He was so sure? It was as if he had seen everything with his own eyes. Think about it. Why hasn't this person made a move yet? It's because he doesn't have the confidence. After all, Senior King Yu is personally guarding the ancient city. Therefore, he has to hide outside the city and wait for an opportunity. Previously, Wu Baixing and his disciple came to kill me and caused such a huge commotion. How can he not be alarmed? The arrival of Wu Baixing and his disciple is an opportunity for him. Qin Feiyang said. King Yu pondered for a while and said, Continue. Now, the 10 commanders of the ancient city have all gone to the Fallen Valley. The other people of the Nine Heavens realm have also gone to various places to collect blood. In other words, Senior King Yu is alone now. Therefore, now is the best time to make a move. Once this old man in green meets the middle-aged man in black, they will definitely start their plan. Qin Feiyang smiled. King Yu asked, So, this is what you meant by beating them at their own game? Catching them off guard? However, if this old man in green is really from the dragon-slaying palace, his strength should not be underestimated. Of course. I'm not doubting your strength, Senior King Yu. I just feel that it's better to be careful. Qin Feiyang said. Although King Yu had defeated the middle-aged man in black outside the city, it was only a clash of physical strength. If they were to fight to the death, the middle-aged man in black still had a chance of winning against King Yu. After all, he had stronger means, such as divine arts and special abilities. King Yu pondered for a while and said with a smile, Tell me your plan. I'll listen to you. It's very simple. Wait for me to break through. As long as I break through to the Nine Heavens realm, I'm confident that I can restrain the middle-aged man in black and even kill him. And while I'm in seclusion, I still need Xue Diyuan. Qin Feiyang turned to Xue Diyuan and said with a smile, You go deal with him. How do I deal with him? Xue Diyuan was puzzled. The next time he comes to look for you, tell him that the 10 commanders have secretly returned. After hearing this news, they will definitely not dare to make a move. Qin Feiyang smiled. Xue Diyuan said, That's a good idea. What if they find out that I'm lying to them? They won't find out. Because they can't use image crystals to send messages in hell, they won't be able to contact the Chief Pavilion Master and the Beast Emperor who are far away in Fallen Valley. Qin Feiyang said, I think it's feasible. King Yu thought for a while and nodded with a smile. He looked up at Xue Diyuan and said, Let's do it then. Xue Diyuan nodded. Chapter 2658. There are still some problems that you might face. I have to tell you in advance how to deal with them. Qin Feiyang said. Go ahead. Xue Deyuan appeared very humble. Half an hour passed. King Yu looked at Xue Deyuan and smiled. Have you remembered everything? Xue Deyuan nodded. King Yu waved his hand and said, Then you can continue patrolling. Xue Deyuan bowed and saluted before turning around and quickly walking out of the hall. After Qin Feiyang watched Xue Deyuan leave, he said with a smile, Senior King Yu, to be honest, I really envy you. What are you envious of? King Yu was stunned and asked curiously. I envy you for having such loyal clansmen. If it was outside, Xue Deyuan would definitely betray you. But not only did Xue Deyuan not betray you, he even told you everything as soon as he came back. To be honest, I really admire the personality of your blood demon race more and more. Qin Feiyang smiled. After hearing what you said, I suddenly feel that my blood demon race is quite great. King Yu laughed heartily. They are great to begin with. Qin Feiyang smiled. For example, even if Xue Deyuan's divine soul was controlled, he did not lower his head to the green-robed elder. Such people, such a race, there were not many left in the world. Don't flatter us. The plan has been set up. Go into seclusion. King Yu said. Qin Feiyang nodded. King Yu waved his hand and sent Qin Feiyang to the second floor. Blood energy immediately appeared from Qin Feiyang's body and began to reconstruct his body and divine soul. After Qin Feiyang told the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf about the entire process, he also took out a soul stone and began to cultivate. Back then, Qin Feiyang had calculated that it would take more than 300 days to break through from the initial stage to the 9th heaven stage. To be precise, it was more than 330 days. That was 11 months. Before going to Luotian Ancient City, he had already cultivated for a month. In other words, he still needed 10 months. For anyone, 10 months was a very short time. Qin Feiyang was also very content, because without this 500 years time array, it would take more than 166,000 years to reach the minor completion 9th heaven realm from the initial 9th heaven realm. More than 166,000 years, what kind of concept was that? If Qin Feiyang really went into seclusion for such a long time, he would definitely go crazy. Is this the Ghost King? How terrifying! Outside the city, somewhere in the mountains, Wu Baixing's face was filled with fear as he looked at his master, who was sitting cross-legged and recuperating with his eyes closed. His master was already powerful enough. But in front of the Yu King, he was actually unable to withstand a single blow. One kick. With just one kick, he was able to injure Shirzun. This strength, this fleshly body, how terrifying was it? Half a day passed. The middle-aged man in black opened his eyes and sighed. It seems like we can't barge into the ancient city of King Yu. Wu Baixing nodded. No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do about it. The black-clothed middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said, Then next, we'll go to the ancient city of King Yu. All of a sudden, a hoarse voice could be heard from the forest at the side. Who's that? The black-clothed middle-aged man and Wu Baixing were shocked and they quickly looked towards the forest. It's me. Along with the sound of footsteps, an old man in green walked out from the forest slowly. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this was the old man who controlled Xue Deyuan. The black-clothed middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Then, his face was filled with surprise. He stood up and asked, Why are you here? I arrived more than 10 days earlier than you. The old man in green smiled and said. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded and said suspiciously, Then why are you loitering outside the ancient city of King Yu? Wait a minute, don't tell me you're also eyeing the ancient city of King Yu? That's right. The old man in green nodded. Are you crazy? Don't you know how powerful the Ghost King is? The black-clothed middle-aged man was shocked. Of course I know. When you were fighting with the Ghost King, I was hiding not far away and saw it with my own eyes. However, I have to go to the ancient city of King Yu. The eyes of the old man in green shone brightly. But the black-clothed middle-aged man was puzzled. The old man in green said, because there's a heaven-defying weapon in the ancient city of King Yu. What? The black-clothed middle-aged man trembled. Wu Baixing was also extremely shocked. Moreover, according to what I know, the ancient city of King Yu not only has a heaven-defying weapon, but also a time formation. The old man in green said again. Time formation? The master and disciple were stunned. This time formation is not ordinary. I heard that it can last for 500 years in a day. The old man in green said, and his eyes were filled with greed. It can't be. The master and disciple were dumbfounded. The time formation of the Dragon Slayer Palace only lasted for 50 years in a day. Even Qin Feiyang's time formation only lasted for 100 years in a day. A time formation that lasted for 500 years in a day was unheard of. Are you sure you're not mistaken? After the black-clothed middle-aged man came back to his senses, he looked at the old man in green and asked, It can't be wrong. A few days ago, I caught a blood demon and he told me personally. The old man in green said, Catch a blood demon? The master and disciple looked at each other. He even dared to catch a blood demon? He's too bold. However, when they thought of the identity of the old man in green, they understood. After all, he was an important figure in the Dragon Slayer Palace. Why wouldn't he dare to catch a blood demon? I'm still keeping this blood demon. The old man in green smiled. Keep him. The black-clothed middle-aged man was stunned and he hurriedly said, Are you stupid? Why do you keep him? Aren't you afraid that he will tell King Yu? Don't worry. He won't dare to. Because I'm controlling his divine soul. The old man in green said, I see. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded and suddenly said, Wait, there's still a risk. The old man in green was suspicious. Have you forgotten? Qin Feiyang can even remove the fate contract of the dragons, let alone your secret technique. The black-clothed middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The old man in green instantly frowned. That's right. If Xue Diyuan asked Qin Feiyang for help, wouldn't he be out of his control? Whether he could snatch the heaven-defying divine weapon and the ancient city of King Yu depended on this person. There must be no accidents. Let's go and find Xue Di. The old man in green waved his hand and led the black-clothed middle-aged man and Wu Baixing to the ancient city of King Yu. After a while, in a dense forest outside the city, Xue Diyuan stood in front of the old man in green with a trembling look. Answer me. Did you tell King Yu and Qin Feiyang that you're under my control? The old man in green asked with a gloomy look. Xue Diyuan shook his head. Really? The old man in green spoke again with a piercing murderous tone. Really? Moreover, what's the use of looking for them? Xue Diyuan said in horror. The old man in green's eyes flickered. He turned to look at the black-clothed middle-aged man and sent a voice transmission. It seems like he still doesn't know that Qin Feiyang has the ability to remove the control. It's good that you didn't look for Qin Feiyang. The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed secretly. The old man in green also laughed secretly. He looked at Xue Diyuan again and said, You have to believe me. As long as you work for me honestly, I will definitely remove the control for you. Xue Diyuan looked extremely respectful. The old man in green said, Then tell me, what is Qin Feiyang doing now? Xue Diyuan said, He is having tea with King Yu. There's a 500-year time formation. Instead of going into seclusion to cultivate, he still has the mood to drink tea? The old man in green was stunned. I don't know about that. Maybe he is trying to please King Yu. After all, if he wants to cultivate in the time formation, he needs King Yu's permission. Xue Diyuan said. So he is trying to please King Yu. The three of them were enlightened. It would appear that this Qin Feiyang is nothing more than a clown who is trying to curry favor. Wu Baixing sneered. The old man in green laughed and looked at Xue Di. He asked, Is there any other situation? Other situation? Xue Diyuan pondered for a while. Suddenly, he thought of something and nodded. Yes. What is it? The old man in green asked. Xue Diyuan said, Previously, I overheard King Yu telling Qin Feiyang that the 10 commanders have returned from Fallen Valley. What? The 10 commanders have returned? The old man in green suddenly changed his expression. Shui Deyuan nodded. That's not right. For the past few days, I have been monitoring the ancient city outside the city. Why didn't I see the 10 commanders? The old man in green frowned. They came back secretly. Shui Deyuan said. Secretly? The old man in green was stunned. They seem to be plotting something. However, I heard that they will head to Fallen Valley again after some time. Shui Deyuan said. Head to Fallen Valley again? The old man in green frowned. According to my personal guess, the 10 commanders might not be able to kill the ancestral dragons. Hence, they came back to seek help from King Yu. They must be worried that there are dragon spies outside the city. After all, no one knows how many dragons have come this time. If the ancestral dragons know that the 10 commanders came back to seek help from King Yu, they will definitely flee Fallen Valley immediately. In that case, even if King Yu goes to Fallen Valley personally, it will be a wasted trip. Shui Deyuan said. That makes sense. The old man in green nodded. The middle-aged man in black pondered for a while and looked at Shui Deyuan. He waved his hand and said, You can go back first. We will continue to hide here. Inform us immediately if anything happens. Shui Deyuan replied respectfully and turned to leave. However, just as Shui Deyuan turned around, the middle-aged man in black suddenly attacked and a trace of divine power entered Shui Deyuan's chest. Immediately, blood gushed out from the wound. What are you doing? The old man in green's expression changed, and he looked at the middle-aged man in black in shock and anger. The middle-aged man in black didn't say anything. He walked to Shui Deyuan and took out a dagger. He chuckled and said, You must be lying to us. Lying to us? The old man in green and Wu Baixing were stunned. Shui Deyuan was shocked too. Could he have exposed himself? Chapter 2659. But thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. Because from the beginning to the end, he had been following Qin Feiyang's instructions. Moreover, whether it was his attitude or tone, he had carefully prepared. It was impossible to expose it. But why did this person suddenly attack? I didn't lie to you. Shui Deyuan shouted in horror. No. If I'm not wrong, everything you said should be taught to you by Qin Feiyang. In other words, you want to beat us at our own game and catch us off guard. The middle-aged man in black sneered. How did he know so clearly? Shui Deyuan was shocked. Was it really exposed? But even if it was exposed, he couldn't admit it. No. It's true, please believe me. Our Blood Demon clan is the most honest. If you don't believe me, you can ask the dragons. Our Blood Demon clan has always kept our promises and never lies. Shui Deyuan was terrified. What exactly went wrong? You still dare to quibble? It seems that if I don't use my full strength, you won't tell me the truth. The middle-aged man in black smiled. The dagger flew out like lightning and entered between Shui Deyuan's eyebrows. Puchi. Blood spurted out like a fountain. I really didn't. Shui Deyuan shook his head frantically and looked at the old man in green in despair. My life is in your hands. How would I dare to betray you? The old man in green frowned and didn't say a word. The dagger went through flesh and blood and went straight for Shui Deyuan's sea of consciousness. Shui Deyuan could already feel the aura of death. Speak. What exactly are you planning? Tell me and I'll spare your life. The middle-aged man in black roared. Why don't you believe me? Shui Deyuan was in extreme despair. Because the dagger was only one step away from the sea of consciousness. Seeing that the dagger was about to pierce through the sea of consciousness, the dagger suddenly stopped and quickly retreated from between Shui Deyuan's eyebrows. The old man in green looked at the middle-aged man in black in astonishment. The middle-aged man in black grabbed the dagger. There was no longer any hostility on his face as he smiled at Shui Deyuan. You can go. Go. Shui Deyuan stared at him blankly. The black-robed middle-aged man said, Return to the ancient city of King Yu and continue to gather information for us. So you believe me? Shui Deyuan said. That was just a test for you. The middle-aged man in black nodded. Test? Shui Deyuan was taken aback. He could not help but feel fear in his heart. Fortunately, he was prepared to die. Otherwise, he might have been frightened by the black-clothed middle-aged man and spit out Qin Feiyang's plan. The green-robed old man and Wu Baisheng finally realized what was going on. Looking at the black-clothed middle-aged man's cold expression, they really thought that Xue Dun was lying to them. So it was a test. Thank you for sparing my life. I will serve you wholeheartedly. Xue Diyuan said gratefully and returned to the ancient city of the Qingyu. After watching Xue Diyuan leave, Wu Baisheng looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and asked, Master, what do we do now? The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at the green-clothed old man and said, What do you think? The 10 great commanders are all very powerful. According to what Xue Diyuan said previously, the great commander comprehended the massacre order. With the addition of the Qingyu, with such strength, if we were to charge into the ancient city of the Qingyu now, we would only be courting death. The green-clothed old man muttered as he spoke. Massacre order. The master and disciple were shocked. We are not in a hurry. Didn't Xue Diyuan say that they will go to Fallen Valley again? If the Qingyu really goes to Fallen Valley together, it will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. The green-clothed old man smiled. Makes sense. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded. Let's wait. I heard that there are many blood demons in the Great Completion 9th Heaven Realm in the ancient city of the Qingyu. Even if the Qingyu and the 10 great commanders go to Fallen Valley, it will be difficult for us to snatch the ancient city of the Qingyu with our strength. Wu Baisheng frowned. I have asked Xue Diyuan about this before. All the Great Completion 9th Heaven Realm in the ancient city of the Qingyu have been sent out to collect blood. Therefore, as long as the Qingyu and the 10 great commanders leave, the ancient city of the Qingyu will be ours. The green-clothed old man sneered. What? To collect blood? Why do they need to collect blood? Wu Baisheng was bewildered. This seems to be Qin Feiyang's idea. To collect the blood of all the blood demons in the hell. I have no idea what he is trying to do. Xue Diyuan has no idea either. The green-clothed old man shook his head. Wu Baisheng said, Don't tell me he wants to use the blood to activate the massacre zone? Impossible. The kill formula is a heaven-defying artifact. He dares to activate it here? The green-clothed old man sneered. That's true. Wu Baisheng nodded and shook his head. I really don't understand. Don't think about it if you don't understand. Anyway, as long as the Qingyu and the 10 great commanders leave, he will die. The green-clothed old man said. We can't underestimate him. The middle-aged man in black sighed. The green-clothed old man looked at the middle-aged man in black suspiciously. I have already exchanged blows with him. His strength is countless times more terrifying than we imagined. If he breaks through another small realm, I'm afraid even I won't be his match. The middle-aged man in black shook his head. As much as he didn't want to admit it, the truth was right in front of him. He's that powerful? The green-clothed old man frowned. In the past, we were all confused by the kill formula and the heaven-defying artifact. We thought that he could be so outstanding because of these heaven-defying artifacts. As a result, we never thought about his own strength. It was only until this time when I exchanged blows with him that I realized that he is also very talented. The middle-aged man in black said. The green-clothed old man looked at the middle-aged man in black and said, It seems that we can't underestimate him. We definitely can't underestimate him. It's precisely because the dragon race underestimated him that they suffered great losses at his hands time and time again. We can't follow in the footsteps of the dragons. The middle-aged man in black said. The green-clothed old man nodded and looked around. Then let's find a place to adjust our condition. Xue Diyuan, what happened to you? Xue Zhou looked at the wound in between Xue Diyuan's eyebrows and chest and asked suspiciously. As for the unicorn, it was lying beside Xue Zhou. Xue Zhou and Xue Zhou were considered partners now. Nothing. Xue Diyuan waved his hand and entered the ancient city of Qingyu. Strange. The unicorn muttered as it stared at Xue Diyuan's back with a tinge of suspicion in its eyes. What strange? Xue Zhou was stunned and looked at the unicorn in confusion. I feel that Xue Diyuan seems to be hiding something? The unicorn said. Something Shui Zhou looked at Shui Deyuan again with a tinge of suspicion in his eyes. In the palace, King Yu looked at Shui Deyuan below and asked, "They have come to look for you?" As expected by Brother Qin, the three of them know each other. I'm really impressed by Brother Qin now. His foresight is incredible. It's not unreasonable for him to become the enemy of the dragons. Shui Deyuan said. I admire him too. King Yu nodded. With just a few clues, he could deduce everything. Such a mind was simply terrifying. And they have already believed my words. Shui Deyuan smiled. What about your injuries? King Yu asked. Such a small injury can be exchanged for their trust. It's worth it. Shui Deyuan said. It's been hard on you. This is a paragon-level deity technique. Consider it as your reward. King Yu took out a jade slip and threw it to Shui Deyuan. Thank you, King Yu. Shui Deyuan caught the jade slip with an excited expression. Although there were a large number of paragon-level deity techniques and artifacts in hell, only the blood demons who had reached the 9th heaven realm were qualified to possess them. For a half-9th heaven realm like him, the most he could obtain was a legendary level deity technique and artifact. As such, a paragon-level deity technique was very precious to an ordinary blood demon. You may leave. King Yu smiled. After Shui Deyuan left the palace, King Yu waved his hand and an image appeared in the void. The image displayed Qin Feiyang and the others. Father, did you see it in the underworld? This child will definitely become the person who will change the fate of my blood demon race. I will definitely grasp this opportunity and fulfill your unfulfilled wish, King Yu muttered to himself as he looked at Qin Feiyang, who was sitting cross-legged in the stone room on the second floor and meditating with his eyes closed. His thick and heavy hands unconsciously clenched into fists. It was as if there was a trace of anger and killing intent in his eyes apart from a strong sense of hope. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 7 months later, White-Eyed Wolf was the first to step into the 9th heaven realm. 8 months later, Frenzy also broke through to the 9th heaven realm. 10 months later, on this day, a powerful aura charged out from Qin Feiyang's body. At that moment, his black hair started to flutter in the strong wind. Boom! In the next instant, his aura soared to another level. 9th heaven's realm minor success. He broke through. White-Eyed Wolf and Frenzy opened their eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of a smile in their eyes. A time array that lasted 500 years in a day was truly extraordinary. At this rate, not to mention 1,000 years, the three of them would be able to step into the 9th heaven realm in less than 100 years. At that time, the ancestral dragon, Yizhong, Supreme Cloud, Supreme Beast, and the Divine Emperor of the Dragon Slayer Temple would all be trash in front of them. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes. 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. His aura was also restrained. White-Eyed Wolf asked, "Are you ready to deal with Wu Baixing and the others?" "Of course. The debt you owe must be paid." Qin Feiyang chuckled, but there was killing intent surging in his eyes. "Then I'll go and meet them," Frenzy said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. "What? Are you looking down on me?" Frenzy raised his eyebrows. "I wouldn't dare. Your blood demon domain isn't something I can't compare to. I just don't want you to be exposed. If you want to make a move, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Qin Feiyang was helpless. Frenzy's blood demon domain could take away 4 small realms of cultivation. It was heaven-defying. "At least you have some self-awareness." Frenzy smiled proudly and nodded. "All right, I won't join in the fun. I'll take the opportunity to raise the level of the blood demon art." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, then looked at Shui Gang. After more than 100,000 years, Shui Gang's body and divine soul had been reconstructed. "Shui Gang, how do you want him to die?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. He was naturally referring to the black-clothed middle-aged man. Shui Gang slowly opened his eyes and grinned. "Naturally, I can't let him die too easily." "As you wish." Qin Feiyang nodded and stood up. "Senior Yu King, I'm out." Whoosh. In the next moment, Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang disappeared from the second level. Chapter 2660. Early in the morning. The evil sun rose slowly. The ancient city of King Yu was peaceful as usual. In the mountains outside the city, as usual, ferocious beasts ran amok, and danger lurked everywhere. Swoosh! Suddenly, accompanied by a piercing sound, a blood demon that was over 10 meters tall entered a forest. He was Xuedyuan. Xuedyuan stood beside a tree and looked around with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Where were they? Are you guys here? I have important information. Xuedyuan tried to speak. Not long after he spoke, there was a low rumbling sound in front of him. Xuedyuan quickly looked up and saw a small mountain that was over 10 meters tall a few hundred meters away. At this moment, a rock wall on the hill was cracking open, revealing a pitch-black hole. Accompanied by footsteps, the old man in green walked out of the cave and stood in front of the cave entrance, looking at Xuedyuan. When Xuedyuan saw the old man in green, he quickly ran over and said respectfully, "Greetings, sir." "Call me master." The old man in green said coldly. "Master?" Xuedyuan was slightly stunned and anger flashed across his eyes. He bowed and said, "Greetings, master." The old man in green nodded in satisfaction and asked, "What's the situation?" "The 10 commanders and the king of King Yu have already headed to Fallen Valley." Xuedyuan said. "Really?" The old man in green was shocked. "Just an hour ago, I saw them leave with my own eyes." Xuedyuan nodded. "Then do you know if the king of King Yu has that heaven-defying artifact with him?" The old man in green asked. "I'm not sure." Xuedyuan shook his head. "If you can't even find out, what's the use of you?" The old man in green said angrily. I'm just an ordinary blood demon. It's hard for me to even meet the king of Yu. How do you expect me to find out?" Xuedyuan felt wronged. Compared to the heaven-defying artifact, the ancient city of King Yu's time array is actually more valuable. At this moment, accompanied by a faint laugh, the middle-aged man in black walked out of the cave with Wu Baixing. That's right. With this 500-year time formation, not to mention Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang, even the dragons will be trampled under our feet sooner or later. We'll talk about it later. In the ancient city of King Yu, there must be many legendary and paragon divine weapons and divine arts. Once we get the ancient city of King Yu, we will have an endless treasure vault. Wu Baixing echoed, his face full of greed. "You're right." The green-robed old man nodded. He looked at Xuedyuan and asked, "What about Qin Feiyang?" "Qin Feiyang didn't go. He is still in the ancient city of King Yu." Xuedyuan said. The green-robed old man's eyes flashed with killing intent as he asked, "Then what is his cultivation level now?" "Still at the initial stage of the 9 heavens realm. Because he hasn't been in closed-door cultivation for the past 10 months. Xuedyuan said. "He really is an idiot. With such a good opportunity, he actually didn't seize it to raise his cultivation." The green-robed old man sneered. Xuedyuan looked at the black-robed middle-aged man and Wu Baixing before looking at the green-robed old man. He smiled and said, "Master, look, I have already told you the information that you want. Now, can you help me remove the control?" "Remove the control?" The green-robed old man was stunned. The black-robed middle-aged man and Wu Baixing also looked at Xuedyuan in shock. The next moment, the three of them couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Xuedyuan was suspicious. "We are laughing at your stupidity and ignorance. Do you think that we will remove the control on you?" "No. To be exact, do you think that we will let you go back alive?" The green-robed old man sneered. Xuedyuan was stunned. He frowned and said, "What do you mean?" "It seems that you are extraordinarily stupid. I have already made it so clear, but you still don't understand." The green-robed old man shook his head. "You have to understand. After all, he is from the blood demon tribe. He is all brawn and no brains." The black-robed middle-aged man laughed. Wu Baixing was also laughing happily at the side. Xuedyuan couldn't help but frown. "Since you're so stupid, this old man will be kind and explain it to you clearly. From the moment you were controlled, you were already a dead man." The green-robed old man said with a smile. "What?" Xuedyuan's expression suddenly changed. "Do you understand now?" The green-robed old man asked with a smile. Understood. As long as Lord King Yu and the 10 commanders leave, it will be the time of my death. Xue Deyuan nodded. The green-robed old man was stunned. He laughed and said, Not bad, not bad. You are teachable. Xue Deyuan sighed. You humans are indeed despicable creatures. Thank you for your compliment. The 3 of them didn't feel ashamed. Instead, they felt proud. I was blind back then. I actually chose to believe you. Since it is a dead end, can you answer my question? Are there any other accomplices of yours around here? Xue Deyuan looked disappointed and desperate. But just the 3 of us are enough to take down the ancient city. The black-robed middle-aged man said domineeringly. I will send you on your way now. But don't worry. You will definitely not be lonely on your way to hell. Because later, I will slaughter all the blood demons in the ancient city. The green-robed old man smiled sinisterly. Scoundrel! Xue Deyuan roared furiously. Ha! The green-robed old man laughed and was about to erase Xue Deyuan's soul. Bang! However, at this moment, a huge foot suddenly descended from the sky and stomped the 3 of them into the ground. The 3 of you don't know what's good for you. How dare you think of slaughtering my clansmen? The owner of the huge foot was King Yu. At this moment, his face was full of contempt. Qin Feiyang and Xue Gang were also standing next to King Yu. That was right. They had been using the concealment skill to follow Xue Deyuan. Therefore, they had seen everything that happened with their own eyes. It has been hard on you. Qin Feiyang landed in front of Xue Deyuan and formed seals with both hands. A slave seal appeared and entered Xue Deyuan's consciousness instantly. Xue Deyuan's body shook. The next moment, he could feel that the secret skill that controlled his soul had disintegrated. Damn it! At the same time, accompanied by a furious roar, the green-robed old man and the other 2 flew out from the ground not far away. They were covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. Without any hesitation, they fled immediately. Because now, this was a scam, and even more so, a deadly trap. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Blood boat unicorn! Qin Feiyang roared. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of terrifying aura in the surroundings. Hundreds of huge figures flew out from the mountains in the distance and formed a huge encirclement in the void. These people were from the Blood Demon clan. The leader was the blood boat that was at the peak 9th heaven's realm. The unicorn was also among them. The remaining blood demons were at the peak 9th heaven's realm. However, even though they were only at the peak 9th heaven's realm, it was fatal to Wu Baixing and the other 2. This was because they had to make a move if they wanted to break out of the encirclement. Once they made a move, it would delay them. One had to know, King Yu was right behind them. If they made a move, King Yu would definitely give them a fatal blow. The 3 of them stopped. Keep running. Why did you stop? Xue Gang laughed. The 3 of them looked at Xue Gang, then at King Yu and Qin Feiyang, and finally at Xue Deyuan. Didn't you say that you blood demons always keep your promises and never lie? Aren't you being too ridiculous? The green-robed old man said angrily. You're blaming me? Xue Deyuan was speechless. He really didn't know why this old thing still had the cheek to blame him. Our blood demon clan does keep our promises, but our promises have always been for our friends. For example, Qin Feiyang. And for despicable people like you, we will naturally use the same method to deal with you. That's what you people often say. Give him a taste of his own medicine. King Yu said coldly. The 3 of them looked gloomy. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Tell me, what do you think of my plan to beat you at your own game? The 3 of them looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily. Especially the middle-aged man in black. His expression was extremely ugly. Last time, when he tested Xue Deyuan, he thought of this possibility. Originally, he thought that Xue Deyuan would definitely tell the truth in the face of death. But he didn't expect Xue Deyuan to be so stubborn. He really regretted it now. He shouldn't have insisted on his own thoughts at that time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into this trap now. The more the middle-aged man in black thought about it, the angrier he got. He roared, No matter what grudges we have, you're still from the Dragon Slayer Palace. Why did you help the blood demons to deal with us? Because they deserve my help. As for you guys, don't talk to me about these principles. You should all know my character. Anyone who dares to provoke me, I will kill them at all costs. Qin Feiyang smiled, but there was a trace of bone-chilling coldness in his smile. Seeing this smile, the middle-aged man in black and the other two couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The old man in green said, "Even if you kill us now, we won't die." "I've already expected this. You guys must have left your divine souls outside like Wu Baichuan and Du Yundan. But even so, I'm going to kill you guys now. Because to be able to kill two divine emperors with my own hands, it's quite a satisfying thing." Qin Feiyang chuckled. The old man in green said in surprise, "You already know our identities?" "I don't know. But I believe that the divine generals of the Dragon Slayer Palace shouldn't have such powerful means and guts to even have designs on the ancient city of Qingyu," Qin Feiyang said. The old man in green fell silent. But he was extremely shocked. Is this little bastard a monster? It seems like nothing in this world can be hidden from him. "You," Qin Feiyang turned his gaze and looked at the middle-aged man in black. He said indifferently, "It's time to settle the score between us." The middle-aged man in black frowned. "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you can defeat me, I'll let you guys go." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The middle-aged man in black looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. How can he be so arrogant? Could it be that his cultivation is higher than the initial 9 Heavens realm? Chapter 2661. But looking at Qin Feiyang's current cultivation, he was indeed only at the initial stage of the 9 Heavens realm. In other words, at least Xue Deyuan didn't lie to them. How dare he challenge him at the initial stage of the 9 Heavens realm? The middle-aged man in black relaxed and sneered, "You said it, don't go back on your words later." "Don't worry. I won't be as despicable as you, I'll keep my word." Qin Feiyang then walked towards the sky step by step. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The middle-aged man in black sneered as his aura burst out. He used the supreme-level auxiliary divine art and charged towards Qin Feiyang. "You want to kill me that much?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Divine power spurted out from his feet as he activated the heavenly dragon's 9 steps. Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons had all gone to the Fallen Valley. He could use all his means without hesitation. "You're too slow." The black-clothed middle-aged man chased after Qin Feiyang. The corners of his mouth were pursed into a mocking smile as he threw a punch at Qin Feiyang's back. "Compared to you, I definitely can't compare. It's a pity that even if you're faster than me, you can't hurt me." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly as he stepped to the side and easily dodged the punch. The middle-aged man in black's battle awareness wasn't bad either. After missing the punch, he quickly turned around and slapped towards Qin Feiyang's head. The entire process of turning around didn't have the slightest hesitation. "You're in such a hurry to kill me?" Qin Feiyang dodged again and looked at the middle-aged man in black mockingly. After missing twice in a row, the middle-aged man in black felt a bit embarrassed. Because Qin Feiyang hadn't activated the Rising Dragon art yet and hadn't taken the Heavenly Dust Divine Pill. In other words, his current cultivation was still at the initial stage of the 9 Heavens realm. For a peak stage 9 Heavens realm to be unable to hit an initial stage 9 Heavens realm was a humiliation to anyone. The most terrifying thing was, Qin Feiyang completely relied on his combat awareness, experience, and instincts to avoid these 2 fatal attacks. His fist and palm were indeed fatal, because with his physical body and strength, as long as he hit Qin Feiyang would definitely die. After all, his strength was even more terrifying than Xue Gang. "I won't tease you anymore." Qin Feiyang chuckled and activated the Rising Dragon art. His cultivation base instantly entered the Greater Mastery realm. Following closely, he tossed a Heavenly Dust Divine Pill into his mouth. Boom! His cultivation soared once again, reaching the Great Circle realm. "Do you think you have the ability to fight me just because you've reached the 9 Heavens realm?" The black-robed middle-aged man sneered. Using the supreme-level auxiliary divine art, he instantly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and punched out. "Let me see how strong you are." Qin Feiyang muttered. This time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he threw out a punch as well. Courting death. How dare you compete with Master in physical body and strength? Wu Baixing's face was full of sarcasm. The green-robed old man's expression couldn't help but reveal a trace of contempt. Boom. In an instant, the two fists collided with a loud bang. A destructive aura suddenly rolled out in the sky. Qin Feiyang also spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His body flew out like a meteor, and his arm, the skin and flesh were lacerated. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. However, looking at this scene, Wu Baixing and the green-robed old man were a little surprised. One was the black-robed middle-aged man's disciple, and the other was the black-robed middle-aged man's friend for many years. Of course, they knew how terrifying the black-robed middle-aged man's strength and physical body were. Logically speaking, this punch should have killed Qin Feiyang instantly. But the result was that his skin was lacerated and his flesh was lacerated. Just that? Powerful indeed. Qin Feiyang stabilized his body, looked at his injured arm and murmured. His physical body had also been tempered. He could directly crush a superior-grade divine artifact. He could also block a superior-grade divine artifact with his bare hands. But even so, he was completely no match for this person. You overestimate yourself. The black-robed middle-aged man smiled sinisterly. He then used the supreme-grade auxiliary divine technique and closed in step by step. If it was only 1 or 2 exchanges, Qin Feiyang could still easily avoid them. But if this continued without rest, no matter how strong his battle consciousness was, he couldn't block it. After all, the black-robed middle-aged man's speed was faster than his. In a short while, Qin Feiyang became flustered and extremely embarrassed. There were also many wounds on his body. Boom. After dozens of breaths, the black-robed middle-aged man seized the opportunity and punched Qin Feiyang's chest. Qin Feiyang spat out blood in anger. His whole body was like a kite with a broken string, flying out horizontally. Ha, see? This is the gap between us. Your most powerful skill is the Eye of Heaven, but as long as I don't activate the divine technique, you can't copy it. The Eye of Heaven has lost its effect. What else can you use to fight me? Go to hell. The black-robed middle-aged man laughed. Like a demonic god, he charged in front of Qin Feiyang and stepped on Qin Feiyang's chest. Boom. Qin Feiyang was like a cannonball, smashing into the ground below. The mountains and rivers within a radius of 10,000 miles were flattened by the powerful airwaves. And the black-robed middle-aged man stopped in the air and looked down condescendingly. His eyes were full of contempt. A destructive aura was also brewing in his body. Boom. Suddenly, that aura broke out of his body. A surge of divine power was like a torrent, carrying the power to destroy the world as it surged towards the ground below. This was a sure-death situation. What's going on? I know Brother Qin's strength very well. It's not that weak. What is he doing? Shui Gang thought. Shui Yuan also had a suspicious look on his face. In terms of cultivation, Qin Feiyang had clearly broken through to the 9th heaven realm, but why was he hiding it? He has his own ideas. We just need to be responsible for watching the battle. King Yu transmitted his voice. All right. The two nodded. But to be honest, the current situation was really worrying. Hurry up and die. In this world, there's no need for 2 geniuses. I'm enough. Wu Baixing whispered. But isn't this too easy? The old man in green frowned. Even if he couldn't activate a heaven-defying divine art or use a heaven-defying divine artifact, Qin Feiyang shouldn't be so weak. After all, even the black-robed middle-aged man had said that Qin Feiyang's strength couldn't be underestimated. Master has already made it very clear. The reason why Qin Feiyang is so strong is because of the Eye of Heaven, which can copy his opponent's divine art. And now, Master has been fighting him with his physical body. The Eye of Heaven has lost its usefulness. Naturally, he can't be Master's opponent. Wu Baixing chuckled. Eye of Heaven, the old man in green muttered. Such a heaven-defying battle soul was actually obtained by the descendant of Qin Batian. And Qin Batin himself had also activated the strongest heaven-defying battle soul, the Eye of Reincarnation. The people of the Qin clan were really envious. However, it didn't matter now. Anyway, Qin Feiyang was about to die. No matter how powerful a heaven-defying divine art or divine artifact he had, or how strong a heaven-defying divine soul was, it would become a piece of history that would gradually be forgotten. If you have the chance to reincarnate, remember not to be so arrogant in your next life. High up in the sky, the black-robed middle-aged man shouted, and his divine power blasted into the ground below. Boom! The ground immediately began to crack, and deep abyss cracks crazily spread out in all directions. Billowing dust and smoke covered all directions. The battle hasn't even started and you're already showing off. Why can't you change this bad habit of yours? Just when the black-robed middle-aged man and the other two thought that Qin Feiyang was definitely going to die, a sigh suddenly sounded. The three of them were surprised. Qin Feiyang stepped into the sky step by step. Although his body was full of injuries and blood, he was full of energy. There was no sign of weakness between his eyebrows. You can even withstand this? Wu Baixing's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wu Baixing and said with a faint smile, "It was just a warm-up." A warm-up? Wu Baixing suddenly had the urge to beat up Qin Feiyang. Could he not be so smug? "Are you satisfied?" Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at the black-robed middle-aged man with a smile. The black-robed middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. "Since you're satisfied, then let me have some fun too." Qin Feiyang laughed. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly erupted. In just a moment, his cultivation soared to the 9th heaven stage of the Great Completion stage. What? The black-robed middle-aged man's expression changed. "Come on. The real battle has only just begun." Qin Feiyang roared and used the Heavenly Dragon's 9 steps. Each step was stronger than the previous one. When he took the first step, accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a huge heavenly dragon roared out. This was the Heavenly Dragon's 9 steps. It was not only an assistive divine art, but also a terrifying divine art of massacre. "Damn it! You lied to us again!" The black-robed middle-aged man looked down at Shuedin and roared. "Idiot! Only you can lie to me, but I can't lie to you." Shuediyuan's face was full of ridicule. "Just you wait." The black-robed middle-aged man smiled and retracted his gaze. Divine power surged out as he punched the heavenly dragon. Boom! The power of this punch actually blocked the heavenly dragon. But before the black-robed middle-aged man could rejoice, the heavenly dragon roared and the black-robed middle-aged man flew out on the spot. Blood gushed out of his mouth. That arm was the same as Qin Feiyang's arm. His skin and flesh were lacerated. "Are you an idiot? No matter what, the Heavenly Dragon's 9 steps is still a paragon divine art. No matter how strong your physical body is, you can't take it head-on." Qin Feiyang looked down on him. "Cut the crap." The black-robed middle-aged man roared and rushed to Qin Feiyang at lightning speed. He punched at Qin Feiyang crazily. "You really don't intend to use your divine art? Then I won't hold back." Qin Feiyang grinned. He immediately activated his heavenly deity armor and threw out a punch. Boom! The divine armor was also a paragon divine art. Half of the black-robed middle-aged man's power was negated by the divine armor. The black-robed middle-aged man flew out again with a pale face. The strength of a 9th heaven realm perfection is indeed different. Feeling the surging divine power in his body, Qin Feiyang was extremely confident and used the Heavenly Dragon's 9 steps again. Boom! Just like how the black-robed middle-aged man treated him before, he stepped on the black-robed middle-aged man's chest. Bang! The black-robed middle-aged man was like a cannonball and smashed into the ground below. "How you treated me just now, I'll return it to you in the same way." Qin Feiyang looked down from above. The power of the purple-gold divine dragon surged and turned into a monstrous wave that crashed into the ground below. "Ah!" The black-robed middle-aged man's painful scream suddenly sounded from the ground below. Chapter 2662. "Master!" Wu Baixing exclaimed. He didn't expect that Qin Feiyang would be able to destroy them as soon as he stepped into the peak ninth heaven realm. He was only a small realm higher. Why was his strength so different from before? Is this all the divine emperor of the Dragon Slayer Palace can do? Qin Feiyang swallowed a divine life pill, put his hands behind his back, and looked down domineeringly. With his peak ninth heaven realm cultivation, coupled with the various supreme divine arts, he had the capital to look down on everyone. One had to know. He had mastered a total of 8 supreme grade divine arts. Divine Dragon Art, Fire Phoenix Art, Qilin Art, Soul Destruction Art, Divine Armor, Bright King Golden Body, Fire Thunder Divine Art, and Heavenly Dragon 9 Steps. Could be said that no one in the entire divine continent could surpass him. Boom. The people below took the opportunity for a moment. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. A hysterical roar rang out. Following closely, 100,000 golden swords tore through the void and the earth, crazily attacking Qin Feiyang. God-slaying sword array. It's useless. I'm invincible in the same realm. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The dragon's soul appeared, and the eye of heaven opened. A god-slaying sword array immediately appeared, carrying the aura of destruction as it blasted downward. Boom! The 2 sword arrays collided with a loud bang. Heaven and earth changed color at this moment. Clang! 100,000 swords. No. Now it was 200,000 swords. 200,000 swords constantly collided and shattered. Even if it was just a copy, it was comparable to the real god-slaying sword array. Clang! As the last sword shattered, the black-clothed middle-aged man rushed into the sky, his body full of anger. Who allowed you to come up? Get down! Qin Feiyang shouted. The 3 moves of the divine dragon art instantly attacked the black-clothed middle-aged man. Don't be complacent too early. The black-clothed middle-aged man roared, and 1,000,000 swords surged out. Heaven-slaying sword array. Every single sword strike was comparable to a supreme divine artifact. Just how astonishing was their might. Boom! The 3 of them were annihilated in an instant. Qin Feiyang also had a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, but this bit of backlash was nothing to him. After all, he had taken 4 divine life pills with dragon-shaped core qi. Furthermore, his own bloodline power and the fire of life he had fused with also had a very strong recovery ability. For example, the injuries that the black-clothed middle-aged man had inflicted on him had mostly healed. Kill him. The middle-aged man in black stared at the heaven-destroying sword formation and roared in anger. An ant wants to overturn the heavens? Qin Feiyang laughed disdainfully. The eye of heaven flashed and a heaven-destroying sword formation appeared. This War Soul's ability, it's simply unsolvable. When Wu Baisheng and the green-robed old man saw this, they couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. No matter how powerful the other party's means were, the eye of heaven would be able to replicate them. The most frustrating thing was, even though it was a copy, its power was not any weaker than the original. This War Soul was simply a hooligan. With this kind of hooligan War Soul, unless one had an overwhelming cultivation base, who could beat Qin Feiyang? Clang! Boom! The 2 heaven-destroying sword formations collided. The void shattered. The sky shook. The destructive airwaves surged in all directions, destroying the mountains and rivers. The nearby beasts had already fled. However, even if they hid at a safe distance, they couldn't help but panic when they felt the fluctuations of the battle. Million battle sword against million battle sword, was this still a battle between humans? The collision lasted for 100 breaths, and the 2 heaven-destroying sword formations were annihilated at the same time. The black-clothed middle-aged man was extremely aggrieved. He clearly had a divine technique that could defeat the other party, but it was easily replicated by the other party. That kind of grievance, that kind of anger, it simply drove him crazy. I don't believe that you can replicate everything. Innate ability, invincible shield. The black-clothed middle-aged man roared. 10 golden shields emerged and surrounded him, exuding a strong aura. Following closely, he rushed towards Qin Feiyang with a single step, raised his fist, and punched out. With the invincible shield, he would be able to block any of Qin Feiyang's attacks. On the contrary, Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, would have to face his barrage of attacks. Sorry, it can really be replicated. Qin Feiyang grinned. Before his voice died away, 10 golden shields appeared out of thin air around him. Swish. He also charged over without any hesitation. Boom. Clang. Both of them clashed with their bare hands. The 10 golden shields were like 10 indestructible walls. For a moment, both of them couldn't kill each other in one fell swoop. Bastard. Why is there such a hooligan war soul in this world? If you have the guts, don't open the eye of heaven. The black-clothed middle-aged man was obviously flustered and exasperated. The power in his body roared out and crazily bombarded the shields around Qin Feiyang. However, these 10 shields showed no signs of collapsing. Your invincible shield is indeed powerful. Qin Feiyang smiled. He remembered that the invincible shield was broken by the explosion of the blood shield. But even with the explosion of the blood shield, the invincible shield was only broken and not completely shattered. As one could imagine, it could even block the explosion of a ninth heaven realm. How powerful was this invincible shield? Putting everything else aside, without the eye of heaven, he really couldn't defeat the black-clothed middle-aged man. Because no matter what method he used, it would be blocked by the invincible shield. Seeing this, the powerlessness in the hearts of the old man in green and Wu Baisheng turned into despair. With this amazing talent, he could be said to be invincible in the same realm. Unless he was an eternal realm master. However, although the black-clothed middle-aged man was an eternal realm master, he could only endure at this moment. Because the rules of hell didn't allow eternal realm masters to exist here. And because he was an eternal realm master, he was more aggrieved than others. Just imagine. He was an eternal realm master, but he was suppressed by a ninth heaven realm master. Who could endure it? Probably no one could. If we were outside, I would have killed you thousands of times. The black-clothed middle-aged man roared. Outside? It seems that you've forgotten how I killed the sovereign beast before entering hell? Qin Feiyang laughed. The black-clothed middle-aged man's expression froze. Qin Feiyang outside seemed to be even more terrifying. Heaven-defying divine artifact, heaven-defying divine artifact. These were all things that could take one's life. Unknowingly, the black-clothed middle-aged man smiled bitterly. No one could stop the rise of this man. The dragons couldn't, and the Dragon Slayer Palace couldn't either. Master, don't worry. All he can do is copy it. With his strength, he can't kill you at all. You can just waste time with him. You're an eternal realm master and have more divine power than him. You can exhaust him to death. Your disciple is right. You can't rush to fight with him. Seeing the black-clothed middle-aged man's confidence wavering, Wu Baisheng and the old man in green quickly reminded him. The black-clothed middle-aged man was shocked. That's right. He could waste time with him. When his divine power was exhausted, he would be a piece of meat on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered at will. Sigh. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. The black-clothed middle-aged man was stunned. What was he sighing about? Your memory is really bad. How long has it been since the last time we fought? You've already forgotten my means? Waste time with me? Such a stupid idea, how dare you think about it? Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face full of disappointment. The black-clothed middle-aged man frowned when he heard this. Suddenly, his gaze trembled, and he smiled bitterly again. Because he thought of Qin Feiyang's other trump card. Could be said that this trump card was more terrifying than any divine art. And this trump card was the 3,000 incarnations. 3,000 incarnations, coupled with the Eye of Heaven, was completely enough to kill him. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth, looked down at King Yu, and said with a smile, Senior King Yu, you won't blame me for stealing your limelight, right? As long as you're happy. King Yu chuckled. To be honest, Qin Feiyang, whose cultivation had increased to the 9th heaven stage, even he could not help but feel afraid. The current Qin Feiyang was simply too terrifying. He reckoned that only when he transformed could he be a match for him. Qin Feiyang smiled, turned to Wu Baixing and the green-clothed old man, and said, "It's a bit of a waste of time, the two of you can come at me together." "What? He actually wants us to come at him together?" The two of them looked at each other, seriously wondering if they had heard wrongly. "You didn't hear wrongly. Come at me together. I really want to know if the three of you can hurt me if you join forces." Qin Feiyang's lips curled up at this point, and he said, "A strand of hair." That expression, that tone. He was blatantly looking down on the three of them. "Bastard! How dare you be so arrogant?" No matter how good a person's temperament was, he could not withstand this humiliation. If the three of them joined forces, could they hurt him? A strand of hair. How much did he look down on them? Bang! The two of them were furious and charged into the sky with a rumbling aura. They stood beside the black-clothed middle-aged man and glared at Qin Feiyang like two wild beasts. "Master," Wu Baixing roared. A paragon-level divine art was activated and a blazing sun soared into the sky, its divine might shocking the surroundings. "You'll pay the price for your arrogance," the green-clothed old man said word by word, his expression extremely sinister. Bang! Behind him, a giant green python roared as it came out. It was thousands of feet long and covered in snake scales. Its eyes were also glowing with a dark green light. This was also a manifestation of a paragon-level divine art. Its ferocious and terrifying might was torrential. "All right, let's work together and kill him." The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded. With the help of the green-clothed old man and Wu Baixing, his confidence skyrocketed. The heaven-vanquishing sword formation was activated and 1,000,000 battle swords were placed in the sky, exuding a destructive aura. "Retreat!" Seeing the situation, the Ghost King immediately retracted his gaze and shouted at the unicorn, Shuizhou, and the rest who were surrounding them. Sush! Instantly, everyone hurriedly retreated. This included Shui Gang and Shui Diun. As for the Ghost King himself, he turned around and flew to the sky above the ancient city. Divine power surged out and formed a huge enchantment that enveloped the entire ancient city. This was because he had a premonition that the collision between Qin Feiyang and the black-clothed middle-aged man and the other two would affect the ancient city. Therefore, he had to protect the people in the city. Chapter 2663. Good, that's it. The stronger you guys are, the stronger I will be. Qin Feiyang laughed. 3,000 clones appeared. Accompanied by a series of dragon roars, the 3,000 dragon souls immediately roared out. "Eye of Heaven, open." That's right. 3,000 dragon souls all opened the Eye of Heaven. Immediately, 3,000 sky punishment sword formations, 3,000 blazing suns, and 3,000 green pythons appeared. The black-clothed middle-aged man and the other two were dumbfounded. 3,000 sky punishment sword formations, 3,000 blazing suns, 3,000 pythons. In other words, each of them was about to face the attack of 3,000 deity arts. It was already difficult to fight one against two, let alone 3,000. How could they play this? Even if they were abnormal, shouldn't there be a limit? 3,000 clones were equivalent to 3,000 Qin Feiyang, and they could all open the Eye of Heaven and copy their deity arts. There was no way to fight. When they saw this scene, the three of them realized how laughable their earlier thoughts were. Qin Feiyang was now the strongest person under the imperishable realm. Except for the imperishable realm, no one could defeat him. Even if the three of them joined forces, it would be useless. Divine emperors are just ants. Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Kill!" The 3,000 clones roared. 3,000 sky punishment sword formations, 3,000 blazing suns, and 3,000 pythons immediately attacked the three. Seeing this, the three gave up resisting. As the masters of the three deity arts, they knew better than anyone else how powerful these three deity arts were. No Peak 9 Heavens realm cultivator could withstand the 3,000 deity arts. Why did you give up? Weren't you arrogant and confident that you could kill me? Qin Feiyang looked at the three mockingly. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated, the black-clothed middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Not humiliated, Qin Feiyang murmured, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, all the divine arts were directed at Wu Baixing alone. Ah! With a scream, Wu Baixing was instantly destroyed. Although the black-clothed middle-aged man and the green-clothed old man weren't directly hit, they were still sent flying by the terrifying aura, causing blood to spurt out. The surrounding earth was also crazily collapsing and sinking, as if it was the end of the world. Just as the Ghost King had expected, the ripples extended to the Ghost King's ancient city. When the dust settled, Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and the 3,000 incarnations disappeared. Below, the black-clothed middle-aged man and the black-clothed man were also alarmed. With the Eye of Heaven and his 3,000 incarnations, Qin Feiyang was strong enough to dominate the entire hell. However, why did Qin Feiyang only kill Wu Baixing, but not them? After the two of them calmed down, they raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang looked down at the two and asked, "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" "I don't know." The two shook their heads. "You guys are really stupid," Qin Feiyang said. The two of them glared at each other. He didn't kill them because he wanted to humiliate them? Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and said with a smile, "Because I promised Shui Gang that I wouldn't let you die so easily." "Of course, that includes you." Qin Feiyang looked at the green-clothed old man and said. The two of them trembled. "However, at present, you guys still have a choice. Submit to me and work for me," Qin Feiyang said. "Submit to you?" The two of them were stunned. "You guys followed Supreme Cloud and Supreme Beast for nothing more than status and power. And I can give you these things as well. Moreover, I can give you things that they can't," Qin Feiyang said. "No matter how powerful you are, you're only at the 9th heaven realm." The black-clothed middle-aged man sneered. "In terms of cultivation, I'm not as good as you guys, but what about means? Which one of you is my opponent? In the Nether King's hell, I can crush you. In the divine prefecture of the ancient world, I can also kill you. And it's as easy as crushing an ant. I'd like to know, what makes you think you can look down on me?" Qin Feiyang sneered. The two of them fell silent. As much as they didn't want to admit it, this was the truth. In the Nether King's hell, Qin Feiyang had 3,000 incarnations and the Eye of Heaven, which were terrifying killing moves. In the ancient world, Qin Feiyang had heaven-defying divine arts and heaven-defying divine artifacts. Moreover, there was more than one heaven-defying divine artifact. Just the ones he snatched from the dragons were the 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts, not counting the other heaven-defying divine artifacts. For example, the axe and the castle. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but feel more powerless and desperate. Was there really no one in this world who could stop Qin Feiyang's rise? You only have one chance. Do you want to submit? It's your choice, Qin Feiyang said lightly. The two of them were silent. Don't think that you're not afraid of my threat just because you left your divine soul outside. I can kill you today. When I return to the divine land, I can also kill you. At that time, if you want to submit to me, I can only say sorry, I don't care. Make your choice, Qin Feiyang said. The two of them looked uncertain. It seems that you're very stubborn. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, in that case I'll... Don't. The two of them hurriedly waved their hands. After struggling for a while, they finally knelt down in the void with a plop and said respectfully, your subordinates pay respect to young lord. Ah, Qin Feiyang looked up to the sky and laughed. Sure enough. No matter how strong a person was, he couldn't escape the fate of being afraid of death. Qin Feiyang made a seal with both hands, and 2 slavery seals appeared and sank into the top of the two's heads. The two of them instinctively wanted to resist, but when they felt Qin Feiyang's cold eyes, they immediately dismissed the thought and accepted the control obediently. Very soon, the slavery seals were completed. Now, go to the ancient city of Qingyu and kneel in front of the city gate to atone for your mistakes. Especially Shui Gang and Shui Diu. If you don't get their forgiveness, you can prepare to die here. Qin Feiyang said. Now that he had already controlled the two's divine souls, even if the two's divine souls were left outside, he could also kill them. The two of them nodded respectfully and flew to the ancient city of King Yu. Phew. Qin Feiyong took a deep breath and looked up to the sky with a smile in his eyes. Supreme Beast, Supreme Cloud, you didn't expect this, right? Your subordinates have already submitted to me. But now, this is just the beginning. The show will start slowly. Are you ready? When Qin Feiyong returned to the ancient city of King Yu, he saw the middle-aged man in black and the green-robed old man kneeling in front of the city gate. King Yu stood in the sky and remained silent. Shui Zhou, the unicorn, Shui Gang, Shui Din, and a few hundred blood demons who were in the complete ninth heaven realm were also surrounding them. Brother Qin they are? Shui Gang walked to Qin Feiyong and asked curiously. Qin Feiyong smiled faintly and said, "They have already submitted to me." I see. Shui Gang was enlightened. He didn't know much about the green-robed old man, but he knew the strength of the middle-aged man in black. He could actually subdue him? He was really powerful. However, although he has already submitted to me, if you want to kill him, just say the word and I will kill him on the spot. Qin Feiyong looked at Shui Gang and smiled. There is no need for that. Since he is already your subordinate, he is considered one of us. It doesn't make sense for us to deal with our own people, right? Shui Gang smiled. Qin Feiyong looked at Shui Gang in a daze. Then, his gaze turned and landed on the middle-aged man in black. Do you see? This is the blood demon race. They repay evil with kindness and are loyal to their friends. In front of them, don't you feel that what you have done is very shameful? Qin Feiyong reprimanded them mercilessly. The two of them lowered their heads and were extremely ashamed. Qin Feiyong said, "Although Shui Gang has forgiven you, there is still Shui Din. This is a small matter. It doesn't matter, as long as they are sincerely submitting to you." Shui Din waved his hand and smiled. Hearing this, the two of them felt even more ashamed. Qin Feiyong glanced at Shui Din and then at Shui Gang. Finally, he looked at the two of them again and said, "You two continue to kneel and reflect on your actions. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Compared to the benevolence and righteousness of the blood demon race, the morality of humans was really not worth mentioning." Of course. He was also very clear. The reason why Shui Gang and Shui Din forgave the two of them so easily was entirely because of his face. Otherwise, even if the two of them desperately begged, the blood demon race would not let them off. He had to remember this kind of friendship. Qin Feiyong looked up at King Yu and asked, "Senior King Yu, do you have any objections to the decision to keep them alive? I will support you no matter what you do." A simple sentence revealed King Yu's sincerity towards Qin Feiyong. "Thank you." Qin Feiyong was touched. "Let's go then." King Yu smiled and turned to fly toward the palace. But at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The Ghost King stopped in his tracks and looked outside the city. He saw a huge phantom rushing over at lightning speed. "It's the great commander," Shui Zhou said. Qin Feiyong also turned to look. The person who came was indeed Shueda. "Greetings, King Yu." "Brother Qin." Shueda began to wave from afar. Qin Feiyong smiled slightly. After a short while, Shueda flew over and landed in front of everyone. When he saw the two black-robed middle-aged men kneeling before him, he was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" Qin Feiyong said, "They're just two reckless idiots." "Reckless idiots?" Shueda was stunned and smiled sinisterly. "So they're the enemy? Since they're the enemy, why are you still being polite?" Shueda immediately stomped down on the two of them, trampling them like ants as he trampled on them with all his might. The two of them could only endure and did not dare to make a sound. Seeing that the two of them were already beaten to a pulp, Shui Gang coughed dryly and said in a low voice, "Great Commander, they have already submitted to Brother Qin." Shueda was stunned and turned to look at Qin Feiyong. Qin Feiyong nodded. Shueda was a little embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "It's okay as long as you're happy." Qin Feiyong smiled faintly. "Huh." Shueda laughed dryly and looked at Qin Feiyong and King Yu. "Let's get down to business. Yi Zhong and the various ancestral dragons are indeed in Fallen Valley now." Chapter 2664. That is to say, You came back from Fallen Valley? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Shweta nodded. You're too fast. Last time in the giant Dragon Mountain range, the Dragon Princess said that it would take 2 years to reach Fallen Valley. It hasn't even been 2 years. Qin Feiyang said. We were using auxiliary skills the entire time. Of course, it wouldn't take that long. Shweta said. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, what about Shui Er and the rest? They stayed in Fallen Valley to keep watch. Shweta said. That is to say, Yi Zhong and the rest still don't know that you are in Fallen Valley? Qin Feiyang asked. Shweta nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and turned to King Yu. Senior King Yu, are you interested in Fallen Valley? King Yu was slightly stunned and nodded. Of course I am, but there was a trace of fear in King Yu's eyes. This was their fear of Fallen Valley. Can you trust me? Qin Feiyang said. Of course. King Yu nodded. The next day, early in the morning, Qin Feiyang, King Yu and Shweta soared into the sky above the ancient city. King Yu waved his hand and the entire ancient city of King Yu rose from the ground with a loud boom. In the end, the huge ancient city became the size of a palm and floated in front of King Yu. King Yu erased the blood contract and looked at Qin Feiyang. Take it. Thank you for your trust, Senior King Yu. Qin Feiyang grabbed hold of the ancient city and dripped his blood to claim ownership. King Yu smiled and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the ancient city. Qin Feiyang also kept the ancient city in his Sea of Qi. King Yu actually took the initiative to hand over the ancient city to young Lord. The 2 men in black were still kneeling outside the city. Looking at this scene, they were in disbelief. In order to snatch the ancient city of King Yu, they had put in a lot of effort. However, in the end, it was all for naught. However, Qin Feiyang had obtained the ancient city of King Yu without doing anything. Where was the justice? Big Shui frowned and said, Brother Qin, isn't this too risky? Don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let anything happen to your blood demon race. Qin Feiyang said. Alright. Shweta nodded. Qin Feiyang flew to the sky above the plain and looked at the blood boats and unicorns on the stone platform. He said, You guys stay here and wait for the clansmen to come back. Tell them that we went to Fallen Valley. Alright. Blood boat and unicorn nodded. Qin Feiyang then looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and his companion and said indifferently, Both of you, get up. The 2 of them stood up and flew respectfully to Qin Feiyang. Shweta, let's go. Qin Feiyang said. Big Shui nodded. He waved his hand and swept up Qin Feiyang. Then he used the auxiliary divine art and flew toward Fallen Valley. The black-clothed middle-aged man and his companion hurriedly followed. Qin Feiyang turned to look at them and asked, What are your names? Your subordinate is Wang Ming. The black-clothed middle-aged man replied respectfully. Your subordinate is Yang Li. The green-clothed old man followed. Wang Ming, Yang Li. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, What do the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace call you? The black-clothed middle-aged man said, They call us Emperor Ming and Emperor Li. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, How many of you came this time? Many. But only the 2 of us have entered the Nether King's hell among the 4 divine emperors under Supreme Cloud and Beast. The black-clothed middle-aged man said. There are 4 divine emperors under Supreme Cloud and Beast? Qin Feiyang was surprised. It's easy to understand the situation of the Dragon Slayer Palace. We have 8 divine emperors and 108 divine generals. Half of them belong to Supreme Cloud and Beast, and the other half belong to Emperor Qin and Emperor Yang. The black-clothed middle-aged man said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, No wonder Supreme Cloud and Beast are so afraid of my rise. Of course they are. Because once you rise, the balance will be broken. In this way, Emperor Qin and Emperor Yang's status in the Dragon Slayer Palace will naturally surpass that of Supreme Cloud and Beast. The black-clothed middle-aged man said. Qin Feiyang asked, What about the divine generals under Supreme Cloud and Beast? Have any of them come to the Nether King's hell? The other 2 divine emperors and their divine generals are all in Shenzhou. Supreme Cloud and Beast are also worried that Emperor Qin and Emperor Yang will take the opportunity to eliminate their dissidents, so they let the two Divine Emperors and Divine Generals stay in Shenzhou to keep an eye on Emperor Qin and Emperor Yang. The black-clothed middle-aged man said, "If the two ancestors really want to do that, can these Divine Emperors and Divine Generals stop them?" Qin Feiyang sneered. Yes. However, they can also play a role in restraining them. After all, Emperor Qin and Emperor Yang are both people who care about the big picture. They won't destroy the interests of the whole Dragon Slayer Palace for their own selfish interests. The middle-aged man in black said, "You're right about that. In their eyes, nothing is more important than the big picture." Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. The two ancestors had too many concerns, so the Dragon Slayer Palace couldn't really compete with the dragons until now. "Young lord, will you kill Beast this time?" the old man in cyan suddenly asked. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He turned to look at the old man in cyan and asked curiously, "You care about Beast a lot?" The old man in cyan hesitated and sighed. "To be honest, Beast is my benefactor." "Benefactor?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Back then, Beast saved me and trained me. That's why I have today's achievements and status." The old man in cyan nodded. Qin Feiyang nodded and said playfully, "Then, how do you think I should deal with your benefactor?" "I dare not have any objection. I'll follow young lord's arrangement." The old man in cyan's pupils shrank and he hurriedly bowed. Qin Feiyang looked at him deeply and said lightly, "In fact, I've never thought of killing Beast and Cloud." The two looked at each other and said in surprise, "You want to subdue them too?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Why do you want to do that? It doesn't fit your character." "Is it for Emperor Qin and Emperor Yang?" The two were surprised. "The Dragon Slayer Palace is the blood and sweat of the two ancestors. I can't bear to destroy it. Take you for example. If it weren't for the two ancestors, I wouldn't have kept you alive." Qin Feiyang said lightly. "I see." The two nodded. "But, before that, there is a condition. They have to submit and obey. Otherwise, no matter how strong they are or how much they contribute to the Dragon Slayer Palace, I won't let them go." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. "So you're planning to truly gather the scattered dragon-slaying palace together?" The middle-aged man in black suddenly understood. "If we want to fight the dragons, the Dragon Slayer Palace must unite. If the two ancestors don't want to offend Cloud and Beast, then let me do it." There was a piercing sharpness in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in black and the old man in cyan couldn't help swallowing. This young man's character was really scary. It seemed that there was nothing he didn't dare to do. More than 3 months later, a huge valley came into Qin Feiyang's sight. From a distance, the valley looked like a maze. Moreover, the valley was huge. Even Shweta and Wang Ming could only see the tip of the iceberg. "That's Fallen Valley," Shweta said. They used auxiliary spells the entire time and didn't stop to rest. Therefore, it only took them 3 months to reach Fallen Valley. Qin Feiyang looked up and scanned Fallen Valley. The valley was filled with thick blood fog. The deeper they went, the thicker the blood fog. And that was the evil force. But strangely, there wasn't any obvious evil force in the sky above Fallen Valley. Was Fallen Valley really the #1 forbidden area in Hades's hell as King Yu said? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but wonder. "Let's go find Shui Er and the others first." With that, Shweta led the 3 of them and flew toward a big mountain on the left. In the mountain, there were many peaks. Many of the giant peaks were thousands of feet high. For the enormous blood demons, this was a very good hiding place. So, Qin Feiyang saw Shui Er and the others. They were sitting around a lake, cultivating with their eyes closed, but there seemed to be one person missing. Cough, cough. Shweta coughed when he landed beside the lake. Shui Er and the others immediately opened their eyes and grinned. "Boss, you're back." "Yes." Shweta nodded and then retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang and the others, who were standing behind Shweta, appeared. "Brother Qin?" Shui Er and the others were stunned and quickly got up to surround him. Shui Er asked suspiciously, "Why did you come here in person?" "I haven't seen you for too long and miss you, so I came to visit you." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Are you kidding me?" Shui Er rolled his eyes. "Ha!" Qin Feiyang laughed heartily. "Wait. Who are they?" They glanced at the middle-aged man in black and the old man in cyan with confusion in their eyes. Qin Feiyang said, "They're my subordinates." Subordinates? Shui Er and the others were stunned. From Qin Feiyang's slightly cold expression, they were keenly aware that it wasn't that simple. Shui glanced at them and asked, "Where's Old Six? Why haven't I seen him?" "Old Six is monitoring Yi Zhong and the others," Shui Er said. "Did Yi Zhong and the others do anything?" Shui asked. "They're still the same as when you left. They want to enter Fallen Valley, but they don't dare to." Shui Er shook his head. "Even the blood demons don't dare to enter. Do they?" Shui smiled disdainfully and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Brother Qin, shall we go find Old Six?" "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. Immediately, the group moved and approached Fallen Valley, but they all hid their auras. About 10 breaths later, the group arrived in front of a giant mountain and saw a blood-eyed giant hiding behind the mountain, looking ahead furtively. "Old Six, how is it?" Qin Feiyang and the others silently flew behind Shui Er and asked telepathically. Shui Er was startled, but when he turned around and saw that it was Qin Feiyang and the others, he was relieved. Chapter 2665. "Brother Qin, you're here too." Blood Six smiled at Qin Feiyang. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and asked, "How is it?" "They're all over there." Blood Six pointed to the other side of the giant mountain. Qin Feiyang leaped to the top of the mountain and walked to the other side, looking down. He saw Yi Zhong, the chief pavilion master, the beast emperor, and the 8 ancestral dragons sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed. "Have they always been like this?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right," Blood Six said secretly. "The 10 commanders didn't jump to the top of the mountain. Because their bodies were too big, they were easily discovered by Yi Zhong and the others. They came all the way to Fallen Valley and didn't think of a way to go in. What's the meaning of this?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Since they didn't have the guts to go in, they might as well leave. Wasn't this a waste of time? "A few days ago, I seem to have vaguely heard them talking about Lunatic," Blood Six said telepathically. "What? They talked about Senior Brother Lunatic?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "But they were very quiet. I didn't hear what they were talking about," Blood Six said secretly. "That's strange," Qin Feiyang murmured. "Why did they talk about Senior Brother Lunatic?" After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang retreated to Shui and the others and said, "You've worked hard for so long. Go to the ancient city and rest. Leave the rest to me." "The ancient city?" Blood Two and the others were stunned. Shui said secretly, "We've also brought the ancient city." "What?" Blood Two and the others were stunned. Shui said again, "The Ghost King is also here. He's now in the ancient city." "It can't be. Does the Ghost King also want to enter Fallen Valley?" Blood Two was surprised. Shui nodded. "This is too crazy." Blood Two and the others looked at each other. Qin Feiyang and Shui smiled at each other. After that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Shui and the others to the ancient city of Qingyu. In the meantime, Madman was also taken out from the ancient Qingyu city. "What are you doing?" Madman frowned. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed and said, "Your master is down there, don't you want to go and see him?" "Master?" Madman jumped to the top of the mountain and looked down. He pursed his lips and said, "I'm going to cultivate. I don't have time to see him." I don't have the confidence to face them alone. Help me share the burden." Qin Feiyang thought. "Bullshit. You can even crush these 2 idiots." Madman frowned as he pointed at the black-clothed middle-aged man. Please consider our feelings, okay?" The 2 middle-aged men's faces darkened. Calling them idiots in front of their faces? Was there such a person? The madman glanced at the 2 of them and said indifferently, "Sorry, I'll be more careful next time." Next time? The 2 of them were speechless. He really didn't put them in his eyes at all. But then Qin Feiyang's words made them even more depressed. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, Yi Zhong and the Beast Emperor have both mastered the power of law. The strength of the Chief Pavilion Master and the various ancestral dragons is also unfathomable. How can they compare? The two of them were in a terrible mood that couldn't be described with words. Could he not compare them? Seems like it. Madman thought for a while and nodded. Right. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at the two middle-aged men and asked, Did the Chief Pavilion Master comprehend the power of law? But not many people know about it. The two of them nodded. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other with a trace of shock in their eyes. He asked in a low voice, What kind of law did she comprehend? The law of water. The black-clothed middle-aged man said. Amazing. Qin Feiyang muttered and looked at the madman. See, 3 people with the power of law. How do you want me to face them alone? Since we are brothers, we must be loyal to each other. We should share blessings and hardships together. The madman waved his hand and said helplessly, Okay, I will go with you. Qin Feiyang chuckled. With the madman's help, he didn't have to worry too much. Because the madman's strength was also extremely terrifying. And the madman also said last time that he wanted to go into seclusion to improve the level of his divine art. And in these 3 months, with his comprehension and potential, he would definitely be able to do it. After all, 1 day was 500 years. 3 months, that was tens of thousands of years. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the 2 middle-aged men in black. Do you still remember what I told you on the way? The 2 of them nodded. Then be careful later, don't reveal any flaws. Qin Feiyang reminded them and then took an awakening elixir and changed back to Li Bu's appearance. The middle-aged man in black and the old man in Sai, and also took an illusion elixir and turned into 2 unfamiliar faces. Although the dragons didn't know the identities of the Chief Pavilion Master and the Beast Emperor, they knew the 8 divine emperors of the Dragon Slayer Temple like the back of their hands. Therefore, they definitely couldn't meet Yi Zhong and the others with their real faces. Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 4 of them immediately rose into the air and pretended to fly toward the fallen valley. Someone's there? Yi Zhong suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. A trace of joy appeared in his eyes. Look, it's Li Bu and the madman. The Chief Pavilion Master, the Beast Emperor, and the ancestral dragons all opened their eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others in the sky. Like Yi Zhong, the ancestral dragons' faces were immediately filled with joy. But the Chief Pavilion Master and the Beast Emperor's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Master? Qin Feiyang and the madman also pretended to be stunned. They stopped in the void above and looked down at Yi Zhong and the others. I've finally found you. The 2 of them flew toward Yi Zhong and the others happily. Good. You're not dead. Yi Zhong nodded with relief. What's so good about it? I don't even know how many times I've been to the gates of hell over the years. Master, you're really something. You didn't even tell us in advance about such an important thing like teleporting. Qin Feiyang complained. Yi Zhong was originally very happy, but when he heard Qin Feiyang's words, he remembered the scene of Qin Feiyang leading the madman into the Nether King's hell. He immediately became angry. I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you still have the cheek to complain? Otherwise, you would have been too impulsive and lost us. Yi Zhong said angrily. Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened, and he said with an embarrassed smile, I was a little impulsive when I saw the Nether King's hell appear. Impulsiveness is the devil. Haven't you heard of this? The more Yi Zhong thought about it, the angrier he became. Qin Feiyang lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Old man Yi, that's enough. It's good that he's fine. Why are you still blaming him? The black-clothed ancestor dragon was speechless. Yi Zhong snorted coldly, I can't wait for him to die in the Nether King's hell. You're stubborn. The black-clothed ancestor dragon rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Don't be fooled by your master's current behavior. He has been worried about you all these years. Really? Qin Feiyang asked. Why would I lie to a junior like you? The black-clothed ancestor dragon was displeased. Qin Feiyang scratched his head and looked at Yi Zhong. Master, don't tell me you're the legendary sharp-tongued but soft-hearted person. Scram. Yi Zhong glared at him fiercely. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. I really don't want to ruin the joy of your reunion, but there is a problem that I think I should clarify. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Yi Zhong and the other ancestor dragons turned to look at the chief pavilion master. Because the person who spoke was her. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other, and also looked at the chief pavilion master with a sneer in their eyes. Was he going to start making things difficult for them? The chief pavilion master looked at Madman and said, I'm very curious, how did you escape from the hands of the Nether King? Yi Zhong and the others were slightly stunned when they heard this. That's right. Back then, Madman was caught by the Nether King. In an instant, everyone looked at Madman, their eyes filled with doubt. Everyone present should be clear about the strength of the Nether King. With Madman's little cultivation, how could he escape from his hands? The chief pavilion master sneered. But when he said the word, cultivation, the chief pavilion master's pupils suddenly shrank as he looked at Madman in surprise. It was actually the small success ninth heaven realm. Following that, the chief pavilion master looked at Qin Feiyang and found that Qin Feiyang was also at the small success ninth heaven realm. How could he be so fast? The chief pavilion master immediately shouted, What's going on with your cultivation? In just a short 100 years, you broke through so many small realms in succession? Yi Zhong and the others also noticed the changes in their cultivation, and they were all in disbelief. Qin Feiyang had already thought of an excuse. He looked at the chief pavilion master and said indifferently, half a year ago, we accidentally obtained an opportunity. It was this opportunity that allowed us to break through to the small success ninth heaven realm. Opportunity? I'd like to know what kind of opportunity allowed you to break through so many realms in succession. The chief pavilion master sneered. Are you going to fight until the end? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. He chuckled and said, In the underworld king's hell, regardless of whether it is divine items or fortuitous encounters, there are countless of them. If you do not know, that is because you are ignorant. You did not encounter any, but that does not mean that there are none. How dare you? The chief pavilion master was enraged. Cough, cough. Yi Zhong coughed and said, Li Bu, she's the chief pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. You can't be so rude. Qin Feiyang said in shock. So it's the chief pavilion master. Sorry for the disrespect. The chief pavilion master snorted. The changes in our cultivation are indeed related to that opportunity. They were there too. Madman pointed at Wang Ming and Li Bu and said. Yi Zhong and the others finally noticed Wang Ming and Li Bu and asked suspiciously, Who are they? They're also from the North region. They were the ones who helped us when we were in danger. Seeing that their cultivation was good, I let them travel with us. It's good that we can take care of each other. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Greetings, Chief Pavilion Master Yi. Greetings, ancestral dragons. Wang Ming and Li Bu hurriedly bowed. Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons nodded. The Beast Emperor, who had been silent all this time, asked, What kind of opportunity was it? At that time, we were chased by ferocious beasts and fled deep into the mountains. Then we found a very old cave. We didn't think much at that time. We just wanted to enter the cave to avoid the pursuit of the ferocious beasts. But when we entered the cave, we found that there was a seal on the cave and we couldn't enter. After that, we avoided the pursuit of the ferocious beasts and tried everything to break the seal. When we entered the cave, we found a small tree that we had never seen before. There were 2 godly fruits on the tree. The changes in our cultivation were because we ate these 2 fruits. Qin Feiyang said, What kind of godly fruit can actually help you break through so many realms? Yi Zhong was surprised. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and casually condensed a fruit. The fruit was blood red and was the size of a palm. The shadows of a blood phoenix and a blood dragon lingered around it, looking quite magical. Anyway, it was made up and didn't need to be real. Chapter 2666. Never seen it before. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon shook his head. This sovereign has never seen it before either. The other ancestral dragons also shook their heads. Madman secretly despised them. This was made up by Qin Feiyang. It would be strange if you guys had seen it before. We don't know what this is either, but its power is really heaven-defying. Qin Feiyang said. Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons looked at each other without any doubts. First of all, because in their opinion, Qin Feiyang and Madman wouldn't lie to them. After all, Qin Feiyang was Yi Zhong's disciple and Madman was Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon's disciple. Secondly, the Nether King's hell was mysterious and even had heaven-defying divine objects. Furthermore, there were more than one or two of them, so it wasn't strange for there to be such a magical fruit. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon looked at Madman and said, "Then back to the topic, how did you escape from King Yu?" Madman sighed. "This is a long story." Chief Pavilion Master said, "It doesn't matter, we have plenty of time, take your time." Madman frowned. Targeting him once or twice should be enough, right? Again? Interesting? The dignified Chief Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion only had such methods? Chief Pavilion Master said, "Speak, I'll see how you make it up." "My bad temper." Madman was instantly enraged and shouted, "Did I dig your ancestral grave? Or did I kidnap your daughter and sell her to a brothel? You've been targeting me time and time again?" "Bastard." Chief Pavilion Master was also furious. Cough cough. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon coughed dryly and looked at Madman. "Kid, what are you talking about? I already told you, she's the Chief Pavilion Master, you have to be polite." "I want to be polite to her, but she doesn't realize it, what can I do?" Madman snorted coldly. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon smiled and turned to look at the Chief Pavilion Master. "I don't quite understand what you're saying. Madman hasn't even said it yet, and you're saying that he's making it up? Aren't you deliberately making him look bad?" Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon God looked a little displeased. "That's right. If I've offended you, just say it. Don't jump around like a clown." Madman said. Cough cough. "It's getting more and more ridiculous." Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon glared at Madman with a dark expression. How could a clown be used to describe the dignified Chief Pavilion Master? What a blabbermouth! Boom! The Chief Pavilion Master was furious. A terrifying pressure rolled towards the madman. Ancestral Dragon raised his eyebrows. He stared at the Chief Pavilion Master and said, "I don't think that's necessary." However, before Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon could finish his sentence, another aura erupted. Ancestral Dragon was stunned and turned to look at Madman. "You want to fight? All right. I've long found you an eyesore." Madman ignored the Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon and shouted at the Chief Pavilion Master. His eyes flickered with ruthlessness. "Did you see that? Did you see that? You have no respect for your elders and are lawless. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know what's good for you." The Chief Pavilion Master trembled with anger. "Cut the crap!" Madman roared. Boom! The Blood Devil domain opened. A blood-red barrier instantly enveloped the Chief Pavilion Master. The Chief Pavilion Master's Peak 9 Heavens Realm cultivation base began to plummet. Peak 9 Heavens Realm. Greater 9 Heavens Realm. Lesser 9 Heavens Realm. Initial 9 Heavens Realm. Finally, the Chief Pavilion Master's cultivation base actually fell to half-step 9 Heavens Realm. "This is too exaggerated." Qin Feiyang was shocked. It was obvious that the madman had raised the Blood Devil art to the supreme level. And this Blood Devil domain could only strip off 4 small realms before, but now it could strip off 5 small realms. Such a heaven-defying ability, even if it was the Chief Pavilion Master, he could only be beaten up. This sudden change was not only out of Qin Feiyang's expectations, Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons were also shocked. As for the Chief Pavilion Master, he was caught off guard. Madman rushed in front of the Chief Pavilion Master. Before the Chief Pavilion Master could react, he immediately gave him a slap. Put. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. The Chief Pavilion Master also flew out on the spot and smashed into the ground with a bang. He looked extremely miserable. Yi Zhong and the others were dumbfounded. As expected of the madman, he even dared to hit the chief pavilion master? Most importantly, he even slapped his face. After all, what an expert at this level hated the most was being slapped in the face. Especially being slapped in front of so many people, for such an expert, it was a great humiliation. "Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." The chief pavilion master was also stunned. When he came back to his senses, he immediately roared and suddenly stood up. A wave of water rolled out. "Not good. It's the law of water." Wang Ming and the other ancestral dragon's pupils shrank as they shouted. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. The madman narrowed his eyes slightly. Not only was he not afraid at all, he even had the urge to give it a try. Boom. And it was also at this moment. Yi Zhong waved his hand, and a flame surged out and blasted at the wave of water. This was also the power of law. The law of fire. The two powers of law collided with a loud bang, and the four giant peaks immediately collapsed. Everyone rose into the air one after another. Yi Zhong looked at the chief pavilion master and said with a smile, "Why bother with a junior? You're blaming me?" The anger in the chief pavilion master's heart instantly flared up. Yi Zhong shouted, "Madman, hurry up and apologize to the chief pavilion master." Apologize to her? Why should I? Don't stop me, watch how I deal with her today. Does she really think she can go to heaven? The madman rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight. But just as he finished speaking, Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon took a step forward and knocked the madman on the head. What? The madman glared at Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon. "I think you're the one who wants to go to heaven," Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said angrily. The madman rubbed his head, his face full of grievance. "Why aren't you apologizing?" Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said. The madman pursed his lips, looked at the chief pavilion master, and said indifferently, "Old witch, I'm sorry, I hit a little too hard. I will be careful next time." Next time? The chief pavilion master's body trembled from anger. What kind of apology was this? Where was the sincerity? Rather than an apology, it was better to humiliate her again. Yi Zhong smiled and said, "Since he has already apologized, you should be magnanimous and don't bother about it. He is my disciple after all. As my disciple, he is naturally a member of the dragons." Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said. These words were already a naked threat. If you touch him, you are not giving face to the dragons. If you don't give face to the dragons, then it will be difficult for your treasure pavilion to establish a foothold in the ancient realm. The chief pavilion master looked at the three of them with a gloomy expression. "I will not bother with him for your sake, but if there is a next time, then don't blame me for being merciless." The chief pavilion master finally compromised. Because she had to compromise. Now she only had one ally, and that was the Beast Emperor. And the Beast Emperor had infiltrated the dragons with great difficulty. When he gained the trust of the dragons, he would definitely not expose his identity easily. Therefore, she was equivalent to being alone. How could one person fight with Chairman Yi and the others? Taking a step back, even if the Beast Emperor helped her, she and the Beast Emperor would not be able to fight against Chairman Yi and the various ancestral dragons. Therefore, she could only choose to swallow her anger. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon smiled slightly and turned to look at Frenzy. "Tell me then. It's all thanks to my cleverness that I was able to escape." Frenzy said. "Don't be so smug." Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon's face darkened. "I'm not. The truth. At that time, King Yu did want to kill me, but I had an idea and told him that I was your disciple." King Yu was stunned. "I didn't expect that I was actually your disciple. Then I told King Yu that it's useless to kill me. Why not keep me alive? Master will definitely come to save me in the future. By then, you can use me to threaten him, right?" King Yu thought about it and felt that it made sense. "So, he imprisoned me in the ancient King Yu city. But am I the kind of person who will sit and wait for death? Of course not." Then one day, someone suddenly came to the ancient King Yu city. Guess who he is? You definitely won't be able to guess that this person is Qin Feiyang. Frenzy said. Yizhong said, "We know that Qin Feiyang is in the ancient Qingyu city." "How did you know?" Frenzy was surprised. "Not long after you were captured, I returned to the giant Dragon Mountain range and waited for the princess and the rest. It was also at that time that I met Qin Feiyang. At that time, he was with King Yu and the 10 commanders." Yizhong said. "So that's the case." Frenzy was enlightened. "Continue." Yizhong said. "I wonder how this Qin Feiyang managed to convince King Yu? King Yu actually sent all the 9 Heavens Realm experts to the various ancient cities to collect blood." Frenzy sighed. "Collect blood?" Yizhong and the various ancestral dragons frowned. Ancestral Dragon asked, "Why did he ask the blood demons to collect blood? Could it be that he wants to activate the slaughter zone?" "I don't know. However, it's definitely impossible to activate the slaughter zone. After all, there are rules and restrictions here." Frenzy shook his head. "It's really strange." Yizhong mumbled. "Also, I heard the princess's voice." Frenzy said. "Princess?" The various ancestral dragons were bewildered. "Not only the princess, but also the dragon god." Frenzy nodded. "It can't be. The dragon god is back." Everyone was bewildered. "At that time, I was imprisoned and only heard their voices. I didn't see them with my own eyes. However, the dragon god seemed to have made a move on Qin Feiyang. And I seized this opportunity to escape amidst the chaos." Frenzy said. Ancestral Dragon asked, "Then, did the dragon god kill Qin Feiyang?" "I don't know about this." Frenzy shook his head. "Since the dragon god is here, why are you still trying to escape? Just go and find the dragon god." Ancestral Dragon said. "The dragon god doesn't know that I'm your disciple. What if he treats me as Qin Feiyang's accomplice? Then wouldn't I be wronged to death?" Frenzy said. Ancestral Dragon stared at him speechlessly. But thinking about it, only the people present knew that he accepted Frenzy as his disciple. Even the princess didn't know about it. If Frenzy were to appear, the dragon god might really treat him as Qin Feiyang's accomplice. Since the dragon god personally made a move, Qin Feiyang is definitely dead. The white-clothed woman smiled. "That's right. To be able to get rid of this disaster, that's really a great thing. It's a pity that I didn't kill him personally." The blood-clothed youth sneered. "You need to have the ability to do so." Frenzy secretly sneered. Qin Feiyang, who was standing at the side, also had a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 2667. After hearing Madman's words, Yizhong and the other ancestral dragons didn't doubt him, because Madman mentioned the dragon god. In their hearts, the dragon god was an omnipotent existence. Since the dragon god had personally appeared, then there was definitely no problem. However, the chief pavilion master and beast emperor sneered in their hearts. A group of idiots, fooled by 2 immature brats. When the time comes, you will cry. They knew Qin Feiyang's true identity, so they naturally knew that this was definitely made up by Qin Feiyang and Madman. But they didn't know. The appearance of the dragon god was indeed true. "Then how did you find Fallen Valley?" Yizhong asked with a smile. It was Madman's suggestion. He said that when he was in the giant Dragon Mountain range, he heard you mention Fallen Valley more than once, so he came to try his luck. "I didn't expect to really meet you." Qin Feiyang laughed. Good. You can even think of this as expected of our disciple." Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon laughed proudly. Yizhong said, "Don't praise them, be careful that their tails don't reach the sky." "You still don't believe me when I say you are a stubborn old man? Young man, when it's time to praise, only then can you encourage them." Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. Yizhong rolled his eyes and asked, "Since Madman is here, then can we prepare to enter Fallen Valley?" "Yes, we have to start preparing." Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon nodded. Madman hurriedly reached out and interrupted the two, frowning. "What does your entering Fallen Valley have to do with me?" "You don't know. There are 2 biggest threats in Fallen Valley. One of them is the evil power," Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. "That's right. Even the blood demon race can't absorb the evil power of Fallen Valley." If you stay inside for too long, even the blood demon race will have their soul corroded by the evil power. Yi Zhong nodded. Even the blood demons can't absorb it? Madman and Qin Feiyang were shocked. To the blood devils, the evil power was like vital essence that could increase their cultivation. But now, the black dragon ancestral Gregon was telling them that the blood demon race couldn't absorb the evil power here. This was too unbelievable. We once saw a few blood devils charge into Fallen Valley. They all have the cultivation of the Nine Heavens realm. But in the end, they turned into blood puppets in less than an hour. Yi Zhong said, his eyes filled with fear. Blood puppet? Qin Feiyang and Qin Feng were stunned. The blood puppets are another big threat to Fallen Valley. The Fallen Valley is different from other places. The evil energy here has a mysterious power. Whether it is humans, blood demons, dragons, or ferocious beasts, after their souls are eroded by this evil power, they will all become puppets. And after becoming a puppet, they will no longer have their previous memories, only killing. Yi Zhong said. This is too scary. Madman swallowed his saliva and said, let's not go. Scary is scary. But you are different. The black dragon ancestral Gregon smiled. I am also a human, how am I different from you? Madman said. You can absorb the evil power. And you can enter the moon of evil. Think about it, you can even enter the moon of evil. Then entering Fallen Valley will definitely not be a problem. The black dragon ancestral Gregon said. So this is the reason why you accepted me as your disciple? You want to use me to enter Fallen Valley? Madman frowned. Cough cough. The black dragon ancestral Gregon coughed and said angrily, who talks to their master like this? Am I not? Back then, when I fell into the hands of the Dark King and asked you for help, what did you say? You told me to pray for myself. What? Now that I have escaped alive, you want me to bring you to Fallen Valley? Wishful thinking. Madman snorted. That, you have to understand your master. After all, the Dark King is too strong. If I went to save you back then, both of us would have died. Besides, you being able to escape, isn't it also thanks to me? The black dragon ancestral Gregon smiled, but his smile was very awkward. You also have a contribution? Wait. What does this have to do with you? Madman looked at him suspiciously. You just said that because you said you are my disciple, the Dark King didn't kill you. Although there is no direct connection, it can be considered an indirect contribution. The black dragon ancestral Gregon said. Madman looked at the black dragon ancestral Gregon in shock. Looking at Madman's eyes, no matter how thick-skinned the black dragon ancestral Gregon was, he couldn't help but blush. Then, let bygones be bygones. Let's hurry to Fallen Valley. If we are lucky, we might really get 1 or 2 divine items. Qin Feiyang stood out to smooth things over. Yes. The black dragon ancestral Gregon nodded. But I have a condition. Madman said. The black dragon ancestral Gregon said, not to mention one condition, even 10 or 100 will do. Madman said, when we enter Fallen Valley, the first divine item we get must be mine. This, the black dragon ancestral Gregon hesitated. Yi Zhong smiled. Of course, because this is what you deserve. Old Yi, you. The black dragon ancestral Gregon looked at Yi Zhong with dissatisfaction. After being together for so long, you still don't know this madman's temper? If we don't agree, even if you put a knife to his neck, it will be useless. Let's talk about it later. He is your disciple. What's the difference between giving him the divine item and giving it to you? Yi Zhong thought. The black dragon ancestral Gregon was stunned and transmitted his voice with a smile. That makes sense. You are still the cunning one. Cunning? Yi Zhong was speechless. He looked at Madman and said, then let's go. This is what we agreed on. When we really encounter the divine item later, don't go crazy. Madman said, who do you think we are? We will definitely do what we say. Yi Zhong was displeased. All right. Madman nodded and smiled. Let's go. The group immediately turned around and flew toward the Fallen Valley. Young lord. Suddenly, Wang Ming's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang glanced at him. Wang Ming hesitated for a moment and transmitted his voice. I really can't help but say something. The ancient city of King Yuwang is in your hands now. You want me to take the opportunity to take it for myself? Qin Feiyang frowned. Wang Ming could tell that Qin Feiyang was a little angry when he heard his words. But he still braced himself and transmitted his voice. That's right. What's the reason? Qin Feiyang asked. Isn't this 500 years a day time array a reason enough? Wang Ming asked in return. So in your eyes, my friendship with the blood demon race can't be compared to a time array? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. This, Wang Ming didn't know how to answer for a moment. Let me tell you. As a person, you must know how to be grateful. King Yuwang takes care of me and trusts me so much. How can I do something that will disappoint him? Don't even mention this matter in the future. Qin Feiyang shouted secretly. Mutual deception was targeted at the enemy. But friends naturally had to be treated sincerely. Wang Ming's gaze trembled and he hurriedly replied respectfully secretly. Although he had already expected this outcome, he still couldn't help feeling disappointed. Beside him, Yang Li couldn't help sighing secretly when he saw Wang Ming's expression. This young lord was good in all aspects, except for the fact that he valued friendship too much. There were both good and bad things about this. Very soon, the group landed in front of the entrance of a valley. There were towering peaks on both sides and only a narrow intersection in the middle. This is the entrance to Fallen Valley. Yi Zhong said. Why don't we fly in directly? Lunatic was suspicious. If we can fly in directly, we will definitely do so. However, there's no way to fly in the sky above Fallen Valley. Yi Zhong said. No way to fly? Lunatic and Qin Feiyang looked at each other with bewilderment in their eyes. That's right. In Fallen Valley, we can't even teleport. We can only walk. Yi Zhong nodded. We can only walk? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Then this Fallen Valley was indeed not simple. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said, Lunatic, go in first and see if you can absorb the evil power here. All right. Lunatic nodded and glanced at the sky before striding into the entrance of the valley. The inside and outside of the valley were two completely different worlds. Although there was evil power outside, there was basically no danger to one's life as long as one refined it daily. However, the evil power inside was even more terrifying than the tunnel they had passed through to enter. However, Lunatic felt extremely familiar with the evil power that even the blood demon race couldn't absorb. Standing inside, he was like a fish in water. His entire body was extremely comfortable. Boom! With a thought from him, the evil energy in the surroundings surged into his body like a tide. So comfortable, Lunatic murmured. This feeling was like returning to his mother's embrace. It was warm and comfortable. At this moment, Lunatic felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the depths of Fallen Valley. It was as if there was something calling him from the depths. Why is this happening? Lunatic was extremely confused. Not only could he absorb the evil power, but he also felt this throbbing. Was it really like what that senior said? Was this Nether King's hell related to him? Are you okay? Seeing Lunatic standing motionless on the ground, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but worry. Lunatic came back to his senses and turned to Qin Feiyang. He shook his head and smiled. I'm fine. With that he left the valley. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon asked, Then can you absorb it? There's no threat. Lunatic nodded. You're really a freak. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon shook his head in amazement and then smiled. But this is a good thing. It is good. But I don't know if you've noticed a problem? Qin Feiyang said. What problem? Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons looked at him suspiciously. It's true that senior brother Lunatic can absorb the evil power, but have you thought about how he's going to bring us in? You have to know that once he absorbs the evil power, it will come from all directions. At that time, we can't avoid being enveloped by the evil power. And because Lunatic absorbs the evil power, the evil power around him will be even more terrifying. And I believe you know that the divine power barrier can't block the evil power. So, facing the evil power's endless corrosion, he can't bring us into Fallen Valley. Qin Feiyang said. Chapter 2668. That's simple. I will absorb all the evil force in Fallen Valley. Madman said domineeringly. That's not realistic at all. Look at how big Fallen Valley is. Even we can't see the end. How long do you need to absorb it? A few hundred years? A few thousand years? We can't afford it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Madman frowned. It seemed to make sense. So right now, the only one who can enter Fallen Valley is you. Qin Feiyang said. Madman glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons. Then I will go in alone. You guys will watch from the outside? Wishful thinking. Ancestral dragon glared at him and said, We have already thought of the problems you mentioned. Already thought of it? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and asked, Since you have already thought of it, then you should have already prepared a countermeasure, right? Ancestral dragon smiled and shook his head. It's not a good countermeasure. Tell us. Qin Feiyang said. Ancestral dragon Black Dragon said, The solution is to absorb all the evil power in Fallen Valley, just as mad scientists said. This, Qin Feiyang was about to speak. Listen to what I have to say first. We have already figured out Fallen Valley. It's not as big as you think. As for Madman's speed of absorbing the evil force, I have also seen it. According to my judgment, it will take at most 100 years to absorb it all. Ancestral Dragon said. 100 years, Qin Feiyang frowned. Even if it was only 100 years, it was still a long time. Why don't we not go? There might not be any heaven-defying treasures inside. Madman said. He also felt that it was too long. 100 years was enough for him to break through to the complete Nine Heavens realm if he entered the time array in the ancient city. We have waited for so long for this opportunity. How can we give it up? Let's talk about it later. No one knows if there are any divine items in this Fallen Valley. What if there are? And there might be more than one or two. Ancestral Dragon said. But these 100 years? Madman frowned. Although something in the depths of Fallen Valley was calling him, he did not want to waste any time. Moreover, even if he wanted to go in, he didn't want to bring Yi Zhong and the others with him. How nice it would be to go in alone. Even if there was a heaven-defying divine item, no one would snatch it from him. But now, the arrow was already knocked. If he did not do as the ancestral dragon said, the dragons would probably fly into a rage out of humiliation. Wait! Suddenly, Madman turned to look at Fallen Valley with a trace of surprise in his eyes. If he could absorb the evil power of the Fallen Valley, would his divine power be able to isolate the evil power as well? After all, his divine power had now become the power of evil. If his divine power could isolate the evil power of Fallen Valley, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Thinking of this, he took another step forward and entered the Valley of the Fallen. What is he doing? Qin Feiyang, Yi Zhong, and the others looked at Madman suspiciously. He can't be thinking of leaving us behind and running in alone, right? The chief pavilion master shouted angrily. When Yi Zhong and the others heard this, they could not help but frown. Qin Feiyang also looked at the chief pavilion master and frowned. I really want to know, what are you thinking? The chief pavilion master said, What do you think I am thinking? Trying to sow discord again and again. I think your motive is not simple. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. This woman was about to anger him. I am just voicing my doubts. Is that not allowed? The chief pavilion master raised his eyebrows. Up to you, but you have to remember one thing, there is a limit to a person's patience. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at Madman. When the chief pavilion master heard this, a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He looked at Madman again. He stood motionless in the valley. Suddenly, Madman released his divine power. An enchantment appeared. Just as this enchantment appeared, a shocking scene appeared. The evil force that permeated the surroundings was actually completely isolated outside the enchantment. This, Yi Zhong and the others were dumbfounded. This could actually be done? Time passed by. Even after dozens of breaths, there was still no trace of evil force entering the enchantment. In other words, the divine power enchantment condensed by Madman could completely isolate the evil force of Fallen Valley. This is too heaven-defying. What a huge surprise. Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons came back to their senses and were immediately overjoyed. To be able to completely isolate the evil force, was there a need to absorb it? They could just go in directly. Pervert. Qin Feiyang's heart was also shocked to the extreme. This madman was simply a monster. Madman also laughed. And he laughed very happily. Suddenly, he turned around, looked at the chief pavilion master and joked, "Old witch, what did you say just now? Come, say it again." The chief pavilion master's face was extremely ugly. "Say it." "What? You don't dare?" Madman wantonly provoked. "Don't go too far." The chief pavilion master said gloomily. "I am bullying you, so what? I have the capital. Because now, whether you can enter Fallen Valley or not, it all depends on my mood." Madman looked at her proudly. The chief pavilion master clenched her hands. This was the problem she was worried about. At that time, if everyone entered Fallen Valley and only she was left outside by Madman, it would be a huge loss. Because now, only Madman could bring them in. "Beg me. As long as your attitude is more sincere, I will bring you into Fallen Valley." Madman chuckled. "That? Madman, I think that's enough. There's nothing to be calculative about." Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Ancestral Dragon looked at Madman and persuaded. "Master, I don't agree with this. You all heard what she said just now. She actually thought that I would abandon everyone and enter Fallen Valley alone. She's doubting my character. How can I just let this go? Master, don't say that I didn't give you face. If she doesn't beg me today, I will only bring Li Bu in and the rest of you stay outside." Madman snorted. His attitude was very firm. There was no other way. He did have the right to be firm. Who asked him to be the only one who could bring everyone into Fallen Valley? The moment he said this, the atmosphere changed. In the giant Dragon Mountain range, everyone had been with Madman for 100 years, so they understood his character quite well. If he said it, then he would do it. "That old black, you don't seem to have any dignity as a master." The white-robed woman looked at Madman and secretly transmitted her voice. She was a little uncomfortable with Madman's attitude. "What can I do? It's not like you don't know this kid's temper. When he gets angry, he is a devil incarnate. Plus, he is the hope of our entire village." Ancestral Dragon smiled bitterly. "The hope of the entire village?" The white-robed woman's mouth twitched. "When did this old thing learn to talk nonsense?" "That, Chief Pavilion Master, just apologize." "Yeah. Although Madman is eccentric, he still has a sense of propriety. After all, he didn't ask you to do anything else, just apologize. Plus, this is your fault in the first place. In the future, before you figure out the situation, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain." All the ancestral dragons looked at the chief pavilion master and said, "I'm a villain? He's a gentleman?" The chief pavilion master was instantly enraged and roared, "Do you know that he and Li Bu?" Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched as he shouted, "What do you want to say?" The chief pavilion master immediately glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. "You want to expose our identity? I advise you to be rational. Because your and the Beast Emperor's identity is also a taboo." Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. The chief pavilion master's gaze trembled slightly. The Beast Emperor looked at Yi Zhong and the others, then at Madman and Qin Feiyang, and said telepathically, "Supreme Cloud, just apologize." The chief pavilion master was extremely sullen, feeling that everyone was targeting him. "Didn't you see the eyes of Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons? Now, no matter how angry you are, you have to hold it in." The Beast Emperor said telepathically. The chief pavilion master's heart skipped a beat as he immediately glanced at Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons. He realized that there was a cold glint in their eyes. In order to enter Fallen Valley, the ancestral dragons can be said to have put in a lot of effort. If you ruin their plans, they will definitely not let you go. If you want to vent your anger, wait until you get the heaven-defying divine item, the Beast Emperor thought. Hearing this, the Chief Pavilion Master took a few deep breaths and looked at Madman. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I didn't hear it. Madman rubbed his ears and said indifferently, I'm sorry, please forgive me. The Chief Pavilion Master clenched his fists, holding back his anger as he roared. Ha! Madman immediately laughed and said, Then, come in. As he spoke, the barrier rapidly expanded until it was 1,000 feet wide. Inside the barrier, there was not a single wisp of evil power. Qin Feiyang led Wang Ming and the Beast Emperor into the barrier first. Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons quickly followed. Let's go! The Beast Emperor glanced at the Chief Pavilion Master and said secretly before he also entered the barrier. Madman glanced at the Chief Pavilion Master and said cheerfully, If you didn't come, we would have left. The Chief Pavilion Master exhaled and finally entered the barrier as well. Let's go! Madman waved his hand and led the group into the depths of Fallen Valley in high spirits. How magical! Everyone looked at the barrier with bewilderment in their eyes. Old Man Yi, fortunately, I listened to your advice back then and didn't continue to use him. Otherwise, how could we enter Fallen Valley so easily? The Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon couldn't help sighing. It's good that you know. Yi Zhong smiled inwardly. A person like Madman absolutely couldn't have the slightest bit of malice, otherwise the ancestral dragons would be the ones to suffer in the end. Let's not talk about it anymore. Hurry up and pay attention to the surroundings. Madman, slow down. The Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon instructed as he scanned his surroundings carefully. Chapter 2669. Fallen Valley was very big. Due to the density of the evil energy, they could only see within a range of 1,000 feet. At this speed, who knew how many years it would take to search the entire Fallen Valley? Yi Zhong asked, Frenzy, can the barrier expand a little more? Let me try. Frenzy released his divine power. The barrier began to expand slowly. 2,000 feet. 3,000 feet. 6,000 feet. Finally, it expanded to 10,000 feet. It can't get any bigger? Yi Zhong asked. Frenzy nodded. But what? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Why are you so stupid? I used my divine power to create this barrier. The bigger the barrier, the more divine power it consumes. We don't know how big Fallen Valley is. Of course we have to save enough divine power to fight a long battle. Frenzy rolled his eyes. Everyone laughed awkwardly when they heard this. Look over there, there seems to be a cave. Suddenly, Wang Ming's surprised voice rang out. Everyone was slightly taken aback and immediately looked in the direction Wang Ming was pointing. They saw a dark cave on the cliff on the left. The cave was halfway up the mountain, about 100 meters above the ground. Why would there be a cave in such a place? Yang Li was suspicious. Even the Blood Demon tribe didn't dare to step into Fallen Valley. Even the Blood Demon tribe didn't dare to enter, let alone other living beings. Since no living beings dared to step in, where did this cave come from? Shall we go in and take a look? Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and the others and asked. We have to take a look. Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon's eyes flashed. Swish. The group walked to the bottom of the cliff and suddenly jumped, landing at the entrance of the cave. Although they couldn't fly, experts at their level could easily jump 1,000 feet high. So, the height of a mere 1,000 feet was nothing to them. The entrance was quite big and could accommodate 20 to 30 people. Everyone stood in front of the entrance and looked inside. The cave was not very deep, about 1,000 feet deep. On the uneven ground in the middle of the cave, there were 5 palm-sized wooden boxes. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the 5 wooden boxes, and they hurriedly ran inside. It doesn't have the aura of a seal. It shouldn't be a heaven-defying divine object. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Madman nodded as well. Ancestral Dragon was the first to grab a wooden box and immediately opened it. A jade slip immediately appeared. In the meantime, Yi Zhong, Beast Emperor, the Chief Pavilion Master, and Wang Ming each grabbed a wooden box and opened it. Each of the wooden boxes contained a jade slip. But soon, disappointment appeared on their faces. This jade slip of mine is only a paragon-level divine art. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said. My jade slip is even worse. It's a legendary divine art. Yi Zhong said. Mine is still alright. It's a paragon-level support-type divine art. The Beast Emperor said. Mine is also a legendary-level divine art. Mine is a legendary-level support-type divine art. The Chief Pavilion Master and Wang Ming also spoke. 3 legendary-level divine arts, 2 paragon-level divine arts. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. These divine arts might not have much value in their eyes, but to ordinary people, they were equivalent to treasures. Don't be so disappointed. Because this is actually good news for us. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and the others and smiled. Good news? Everyone was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Think about it. We just entered Fallen Valley, and we already found 3 legendary-level divine arts and 2 paragon-level divine arts. What does this mean? It means that Fallen Valley has a large number of divine objects. Then there must be heaven-defying divine objects. Qin Feiyang said. Li Buber is right. Let's continue to search. The woman in white nodded. Wang Ming asked, what about these divine arts? Yi Zhong pondered for a while and said, although these divine arts are worthless to us, they are priceless to ordinary people. Everyone nodded. After all, only a few people had heaven-defying divine arts. Like now. Although everyone present was a top figure in the divine land, who had heaven-defying divine arts. No one. Only Qin Feiyang and Madman had them. Therefore, in the eyes of most people, a sovereign-level deity technique was the best. Yi Zhong thought for a while and said, how about this? Let one person keep them first, and we'll split them after we leave Fallen Valley. Who will keep them? The Beast Emperor asked. The youth in red said, of course it's me. Madman said. The youth in red looked at Madman in shock. He wanted to say that the dragons would keep them. As for keeping them, it was just an excuse. If they really fell into the hands of the dragons, they wouldn't be able to get them to spit them out. After all, this hell belonged to the dragon god. The treasures found here should belong to the dragons. Besides, there were so many dragons under the dragon god. There were also the 4 dragon god palaces with countless disciples. These all required resources. But who would have thought that Madman would interfere? Madman was the disciple of Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon. And he was Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon's brother. As a junior, he was disrespected in public, which made him quite unhappy. Madman completely ignored him and said, I brought you in, so I'll keep these treasures. You shouldn't have any objections, right? The youth in red was about to reprimand him. But Ancestral Dragon was one step ahead and smiled at Madman. We're all on the same side. What objections can we have? Old Black, what do you mean? You're spoiling him too much. The youth in red said telepathically. He's my disciple. What's the difference between letting him keep them and letting us keep them? In the end, they'll all return to us dragons. Ancestral Dragon said telepathically. You're spoiling him. Sooner or later, he won't even put you in his eyes. The youth in red snorted secretly. Although he's a bit stubborn, I believe that he still knows how to respect his teacher. Ancestral Dragon laughed secretly. The youth in red glanced at him and didn't say anything. Take it. Ancestral Dragon put the jade slip back into the wooden box and threw it to Madman. Yi Zhong and the others also handed the wooden box to Madman. Madman laughed and put it into his yin and yang ring. Let's go, we'll keep looking. The group searched the cave carefully and didn't find any other treasures, so they left the cave and continued their search. Madman laughed secretly. Qin Feiyang, not bad, right? How could he not see through the youth in red's thoughts? But the youth in red didn't know that Madman was also thinking the same thing. As long as it entered Madman's pocket, it would be difficult to get him to take it out. You're keeping these deity arts because you want to bring them back to Nine Heaven Palace? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. As expected, I can't hide anything from you. That's right. You know the situation of 9 Heaven Palace. Not to mention sovereign deity arts, even legendary deity artifacts are rarely seen. And now, with such a good opportunity, I'll definitely take some back. Madman transmitted. If Grand Elder hears your words, he'll probably wake up laughing. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Madman's actions might not seem important, but there was a deep meaning behind it. Because this meant that Madman was trying to shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing 9 Heaven Palace. And wasn't this what Grand Elder and Hui Yi wanted? Because in their eyes, Madman had the ability to do so. But because of his personality, he wasn't willing to do it. But, I won't forget you, we'll split it equally. As for Ancestral Dragon, Chief Pavilion Master, and Beast Emperor, don't even think about it. Madman laughed secretly. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but find it funny. A group of old foxes and a little fox, how interesting. But he didn't know. In Madman's eyes, he was also a little fox. In less than half an hour, they found another 25 deity arts. Most of them were legendary deity arts, and the rest were sovereign deity arts. Moreover, they also found 16 deity artifacts, 10 teleportation artifacts, 6 sovereign deity artifacts. And these treasures, without exception, all entered Madman's universe ring. Strange. Why haven't we encountered the blood puppet they mentioned? Madman said secretly. Although the problem of evil force was solved, there were still other threats. Just like the blood puppet, no one knew where these blood puppets were hiding. Danger was always there. Don't worry, we'll encounter it sooner or later. After all, we're still at the edge. Qin Feiyang said secretly. That's right. They didn't go directly into the depths, but searched along the edge of Fallen Valley. 2 days later, the group circled the edge and slowly moved forward, finally going more than 10 miles into Fallen Valley. A distance of more than 10 miles was just a step for them. But because they had to carefully search for deity artifacts and go around Fallen Valley, it was very slow. In these 2 days, the number of deity arts and deity artifacts they obtained added up to 3 digits. 2 days later, in the morning, in front of them, a bloody and violent aura suddenly appeared. Qin Feiyang and Madman were surprised. This is the aura of the blood puppet, everyone be careful. Yizhong said in a low voice. Blood puppet. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. It seemed that not only were they not nervous, but they were also eager to try. Yizhong soon noticed the abnormality of the two and said in a low voice, Don't underestimate the blood puppet. What? The two looked at him suspiciously. This blood puppet? Before Yizhong could finish his words, a huge beast shadow suddenly appeared in the blood mist outside the barrier. It was a blood leopard. It had the cultivation of the perfect 9th heaven realm. A pair of blood-red eyes, without any vitality, were empty and filled with a bloodthirsty light. Don't look, let's go. Yizhong said secretly. Okay. Madman nodded. But he was puzzled. Even if it was a blood puppet, it only had the cultivation of the perfect 9th heaven realm. What was Yizhong afraid of? And he also found out. Not only Yizhong, but even the Beast Emperor and the Ancestral Dragons had a deep fear in their eyes. P.S. I was delayed by something today. The remaining 2 chapters will be released later. Chapter 2670. A perfect 9th heaven realm blood puppet actually made these giants who stood at the peak of the ancient world so afraid. It was obviously abnormal. Madman couldn't help but speed up. Boom. However, the blood puppet was even faster. It crashed into the barrier. With a crack, the barrier shattered. Immediately, Yizhong and the others' expressions changed. This was also the problem they were worried about. Because Madman was only at the 9th heaven realm, while the blood puppet was at the 9th heaven realm. With the blood puppet's cultivation, it could easily break Madman's barrier. Once the barrier was shattered, the evil power that had been isolated outside would swarm in. To them, this was fatal. As expected, as soon as Madman's barrier shattered, the evil force surged in and instantly drowned them. Whether it was Yizhong and the others or Qin Feiyang, they immediately felt the evil force crazily enter their bodies. It swallowed their blood and corroded their divine soul. Qin Feiyang was shocked to find that the evil force in Fallen Valley couldn't be refined. And it couldn't be expelled from the body. One had to know. Although the evil force outside was pervasive and couldn't be expelled from the body, at least it could be slowly refined. But it couldn't be refined here. What did it mean? It meant that the evil force would live in their bodies forever. Hee. Just as everyone was panicking, the blood puppet let out a sinister laugh and charged over. Scram! Yi Zhong roared and punched the blood puppet. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood puppet shattered in the void and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Madman finally came back to his senses and hurriedly urged his divine power to condense another barrier. The evil force was immediately isolated. How are you? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang. Not good. Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face a little pale. The evil force was beyond his imagination. If it wasn't for the soul-calming divine pearl, his divine soul would have been severely injured. After all, his cultivation was the weakest here. As for Madman, although his cultivation was the same as his, Madman wasn't afraid of the evil force. Therefore, among the group of people, his situation was the worst. It's not that the evil force can't be refined, but it will take a long time. I remember the first time I entered Fallen Valley, the evil force entered my body and it took me thousands of years to refine it. Yi Zhong said in a deep voice. Thousands of years. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This was too ridiculous. Thousands of years to refine it? We don't dare to face the blood puppet. Ancestral dragon Black Dragon sighed. One of the problems? What other problems are there? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Take a look for yourself. Ancestral Black Dragon Ancestor pointed. There was a puddle of flesh. It was the blood puppet that Yi Zhong had killed with a single punch. Madman, S's blood. It's blood. Suddenly, their pupils shrank abruptly. They saw that the flesh and blood slowly flowed like flowing water and finally merged together. As the flesh and blood merged, the blood puppet that was killed by Yi Zhong appeared in front of them again. In other words, it was reborn. How is this possible? Madman and Qin Feiyang were dumbfounded. This is the most terrifying thing about the blood puppet. They can't be killed. As long as there is a little bit of flesh and blood left, they can be reborn. Yi Zhong said. Can't be killed, Qin Feiyang murmured. In his mind, a person suddenly appeared. This person was Zhuge Mingyang. Until now, he still remembered that Zhuge Mingyang cultivated some kind of undying demon technique, which allowed him to be reborn after being killed. This kind of situation was the most troublesome. Then let's completely destroy his flesh and blood, not leaving a single drop. Let's see how he can be reborn. Madman said in a deep voice. But you have to know that this isn't the only blood puppet in Fallen Valley. Yi Zhong shook his head and sighed. He made a move and punched the blood puppet again. The blood puppet had no consciousness and wasn't afraid of death at all. It pounced at Yi Zhong ferociously. Boom! The blood puppet shattered again. Following closely, Yi Zhong released the law of fire and burned all the flesh and blood. Let's retreat. Ancestral dragon Black Dragon looked around and shook his head regretfully. It looked like he had given up. Retreat? Madman frowned. Otherwise, if we don't quickly refine the evil force in our body, our divine soul will be eroded sooner or later. And to refine this evil force, it will take at least a few thousand years. Our trip to the infernal king hell has come to an end. Ancestral dragon Black Dragon sighed. Over? The chief pavilion master looked dazed. After suffering so much humiliation and entering Fallen Valley, it ended just like that? She found it hard to accept this result. As for Qin Feiyang, he also looked at Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon in a daze. This sudden sentence made him unable to adapt to it. He finally realized why Yi Zhong and the others were so afraid of the blood puppet. They weren't afraid of the blood puppet, but the current situation. Once the evil force of Fallen Valley invaded their body, it was equivalent to declaring the end. Madman pondered and suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang. Give me your hand. Why? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Let me try. Can I absorb the evil force in your body? Madman said. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked at Madman. Qin Feiyang was also stunned and raised his arm. Madman grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and divine power flowed from his palm into Qin Feiyang's body. Absorb. When the divine power filled Qin Feiyang's body, Madman roared and the divine power in Qin Feiyang's body immediately rushed toward the evil force. Qin Feiyang was also observing the situation inside his body. He was surprised to find that Madman's divine power instantly devoured the evil force. It works. Madman's eyes lit up. After devouring all the evil force, the divine power quickly returned to Madman's body. How is it? Yi Zhong and the others looked nervously at Madman. Madman shook his head and sighed. This. Yi Zhong and the others froze and their expressions were filled with disappointment. Madman looked at their expressions and couldn't help but laugh. I'm just teasing you. I can devour it. Can. The group of people was stunned for a moment before glaring at the madman. Bastard, how can you joke about this? Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon roared. Just livening up the atmosphere. Madman grinned. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon rolled his eyes. Yi Zhong and the others also wished they could give the madman a good beating. However, this was great news for them. Madman could directly devour the evil force in their bodies and they didn't have to worry about being corroded by the evil force. Then they could continue to search for treasures in Fallen Valley. For us dragons, he is really a lucky star. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon sighed. The other ancestral dragons also secretly agreed. Although they didn't like Madman, it was undeniable that Madman's existence was indispensable to them dragons. Madman was destined to become the person who changed the fate of the dragons. Come. All of you, line up for me and wait for me to pamper you. Madman grinned. Pamper? Everyone's mouth twitched. If this was heard by outsiders, they would probably think that they had some unspeakable relationship. He was indeed a jerk who didn't know what to do. So, the evil force in Yi Zhong, the ancestral dragons, and the beast emperors were all devoured by Madman. In the end, only the Chief Pavilion Lord was left. But looking at the Chief Pavilion Lord, Madman didn't make a move and his face was full of ridicule. Little Madman, don't go too far. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragons secretly said. Master, this disciple doesn't feel comfortable hearing this. Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of others? Madman was dissatisfied. Shameless. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon rolled his eyes at him. What do you want now? The Chief Pavilion Lord looked at Madman gloomily. I am very curious, what does your face hidden in the fog look like? Madman said. From the beginning until now, the Chief Pavilion Master had been shrouded in a layer of mist. Therefore, neither Qin Feiyang nor Madman knew her true appearance. Hearing this, the Chief Pavilion Lord fell silent. Qin Feiyang was also slightly taken aback by Madman's question. Then he noticed that Yi Zhong, the ancestral dragons, and even the Beast Emperor and Wang Ming were all staring at the Chief Pavilion Lord curiously. What was going on? Could it be that even these people had never seen the Chief Pavilion Lord's true appearance? If that was the case, then there was a problem. After all, Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons were all top powerhouses in Divine Land, and their status was not inferior to the Chief Pavilion Lords at all. And the Beast Emperor was the Chief Pavilion Lord's ally. Wang Ming and Yang Li were also subordinates of the Chief Pavilion Lord and the Beast Emperor. If they hadn't seen the Chief Pavilion Lord's true appearance even with such a relationship, who would believe that there was no problem? Yi Zhong's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, then you can reveal your true appearance. Damn, I really don't know. Qin Feiyang muttered in disbelief and said telepathically, Master, you really haven't seen her true appearance. No. I'm afraid that in this world, the only person who has seen her true appearance is Long Zun. Yi Zhong thought to himself. That's too mysterious. Qin Feiyang muttered, the curiosity in his eyes growing. Who knew what the Chief Pavilion Lord was thinking about with his face shrouded in mist? But the atmosphere was very heavy. Suddenly, The chief pavilion lord said, "We will withdraw from Fallen Valley." What? You'd rather withdraw from Fallen Valley than reveal your true appearance? Everyone was stunned. What kind of face was hidden under the mist? Why was the chief pavilion lord so afraid of others seeing her true appearance? With that, the chief pavilion lord actually turned around and walked out of the barrier. Qin Feiyang asked telepathically, "Senior brother Madman, do you have any thoughts?" "Of course. The more this woman is like this, the more interested I am." Madman laughed inwardly and said disdainfully, "Don't worry, I was just joking. Do you think I'm really interested in an old witch like you?" The chief pavilion lord suddenly turned around and stared at Madman. "I'm warning you, don't speak rudely again." Okay. Madman waved his hand and said, "Come over, I'll help you absorb the evil power." The chief pavilion lord was silent for a moment, then slowly walked in front of Madman and raised his arm. Madman also raised his hand and grabbed the chief pavilion lord's wrist. At that moment, a cold chill came from the chief pavilion lord's skin. "This skin is pretty good, isn't it an old witch?" Madman muttered and even rubbed it a few times in enjoyment.